Have you ever heard of a towering humanoid figure that beckons to its prey with alarm tones using its massive siren head? What about a giant insect that controls the minds of entire societies, shaping the lives of its victims around its unknown desires? How about a species of parasites that morphs and distends its animal hosts into monstrous forms? While this may sound like the paranoid ramblings of a man who walked into the woods and came out 2 weeks later with no clothes, wearing a squirrel carcass for a hat, these entities are actually the work of incredibly talented artists, creating the next generation of boogeymen. In this video, we'll be delving into these works and exploring these stories. Without further ado, let's get into the world of internet cryptids. Siren Head. Bullhorn Slenderman. Speaker Face. A monstrosity known by many names, Siren Head is a tall skeletal humanoid creature with a long pole and multiple sirens in place of a head and neck. No shit. These sirens have a set of gums and teeth on the inside of them. Its skin is tightly wrapped around its bones like a kid in a trash bag with a vacuum. Siren Head has dry, papery skin like the leaf of a backwoods. Speaking of, am I the only one that thinks that loose shredded tobacco looks like a bunch of collected pubic hairs? Just me? Okay. It's thought that like a stick bug, the Siren Head has evolved to look exactly like telephone wire poles in order to blend into the environment. Siren Heads are apex predators in both forests and any environment with plentiful human infrastructure, consuming every creature they come across, like that fisherman guy that catches random ocean fish and then eats them raw to test if they're poisonous, even if they've already been established as poisonous. That's real, and it's called this. You're welcome. There's this myth going around that Siren Head doesn't eat. It's actually that he doesn't need to eat. He eats humans and animals just because he's a sick fuck and thinks it's pretty funny. Siren Head has no eyes, and while some claim that he can still see, like the common bat or Stevie Wonder, this creature moves and locates prey using echolocation, sending out indetectable pulses of sound constantly and receiving accurate feedback as to where your dumbass is hiding. The two sirens on its head will often speak in unison and throw out seemingly random words and numbers in a static-filled, echoey electronic hum. This creature is also capable of replicating any noise that it hears, including human speech, animal calls, and of course, sirens, digital, and other mechanical noises.
Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet-ass floor.
Siren Head seems to be more intelligent than your average human. You gotta be smart to get a human out of their house if you look like the result of someone tripping balls on mushrooms on Halloween night and seeing an especially creepy telephone pole. The noises that he uses to lure victims will change from person to person. Similar to a skinwalker, Siren Head often uses the voices or screams for help of a loved one or any other voice that it thinks could manipulate a victim into leaving safety. It will also specialize the noises by stalking a victim for a series of weeks to understand its behavior. Many paranormal researchers theorize that the Siren Head belongs to a larger collection of similar humanoid creatures. There have been documentations of lamppost heads, telephone pole heads, and 5G cell station heads, just to name a few. That's right, that crazy swamp lady that burnt down the 5G tower was actually defending you from Siren Heads, and you all just went and put her in jail. Now look at all the places that he has to hide. Siren Head's rise to fame mirrors another internet horror celebrity, Slenderman. Often being called the new Slenderman, this has made the actual Slenderman quite bitter. He was already behaving erratically, as he had slid into alcoholism as so many former child stars do. In a blind drunken rage, Slenderman attempted to run down Siren Head in his car, which was documented by a bunch of 10-year-olds writing Slenderman vs. Siren Head fanfics.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
Hey Satana, add polycephalic human skeletons to my shopping list.
I've added polycephalic human skeleton to your shopping list.
A strange handmade automaton found in the hidden back room of the Church of the Benevolent Sound in Claremont, Ohio. Discovered by two teenage urban explorers in 1986. Both claim to have heard it sing in their presence. While both claim its sound was like, quote, nothing I've ever heard, both suffered from extreme insomnia, difficulty concentrating, and a desperate need to go back to the clergyman to hear it sing again. This was the only information posted alongside images of this newly discovered entity dubbed the Singing Clergyman. This entity was discovered by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson, and in his usual MO, he just posted it dicks out on social media. Never gets old. While this is the only information that we have on this anomalous creature so far, it can still tell us quite a bit about this entity. For starters, we know it was found in a hidden back room of a church in 1986 by two urban explorers in, Ohio. Go back to covering creatures in hell, why don't we? The location it was found, in combination with its clothing and its name, suggest a heavy religious association between this creature and possibly Christianity. God damn it, I hate these ones. I get a mild skin irritation whenever I walk past the threshold of a church. What do you think this humanoid doll with a leaking open mouth could be used for? That's incorrect. You are gross and banned from participating from the rest of the episode. Because of the religious association, the first idea that comes to mind about what this thing is for would be religious purposes. But what specifically? I can see one of two options. Either humans assembled this purely out of hubris and curiosity without knowing what would happen, or they've designed it with a clear idea in mind. Knowing humans, it's likely the former. Whether or not this creature's paranormal abilities after construction were intentional is impossible to know. But if it was on purpose, we can potentially get an understanding of its use by looking at its effects. The teenagers claimed it was like nothing they'd ever heard before, but they provided no more information about what it sounded like specifically. Some eyewitness you are, dumb shit. It looks from the evidence to be pleasurable, and even seems to have a cognitohazard-like effect on the human mind, making any victim desperate to go back to hear them sing again. Not only this, but all human victims suffer from extreme insomnia and difficulty concentrating. As someone who's a bad focus boy, that last part just sounds like ADHD. One victim of this creature also blames it for his piss kink, but I'm not so sure about that. Easy 'cause you're beautiful. Trevor claims that at the time of him writing the description of this entity, the machine's location is unknown. I don't have it. Why would you even suggest something like that? I see two possibilities for where it could be. It could be that someone who became addicted to this machine's songs grabbed it and brought it home, making a jerk-off shrine to it. It could also be possible that someone learned of this machine's power, slipped in some earplugs, and grabbed it to be used for various nefarious and likely hilarious purposes. Using this creature as some sort of god figure could allow you to control the minds of the masses, holding the machine from them until they bend to your will so they can finally hear its sweet song again. I got $500 on this being invented to create some sort of sex cult. This is all the information I can decipher about this machine from Trevor's initial message. I will be keeping an eye out for any other updates about this creature and many others from Trevor's lore and other supernatural investigators. Disclaimer, this is possibly the most up monster I've ever covered. This video contains imagery and descriptions relating to pregnancy and childbirth that some may find unsettling. Viewer discretion is advised. The Forgotten Baby is a man-sized fetus-looking creature with pinkish slime-covered translucent veiny skin, no teeth, and eyes that are disproportionately large, even for its already disproportionately large head. The Forgotten Baby was rumored to have been a believed miscarriage. When the doctors informed the expecting couple of this situation, the couple opted to remove the mass of cells that they believed to be dead from the woman's uterus, and placed it aside to be discarded in a medical waste receptacle. However, the doctor noticed it barely moving, and out of morbid curiosity, hid the being and only claimed to get rid of it. He took it home and began using everything in the kitchen sink to get it to grow. I'm talking growth hormones, steroids, insect testosterone, something that only has research about it written in Russian. He even buried it legs deep in plant fertilizer. I'm so sorry to all the little boys and girls lifting hard in the weight room that look up to Forgotten Baby because he transformed his body, but the Forgotten Baby is a fake natty. He was just lying to sell his patented brand of birth canal creatine. The doctor never really thought to restrain the man-sized fetus that he kept in his basement. Seriously, how the hell did this one get through human medical school? It means nothing. I like how our species does it. We just let anyone do surgery. Same as owning guns and drive-bys. So anyways, like any responsible, self-respecting physician, one day this doctor blacks out after taking a lot of horse tranquilizer that he prescribed to himself, thought the man-sized fetus scream gurgling in his living room was his dog barking to get outside, which he didn't have a dog, and proceeds to let it outside. The huge problem here, aside from everything else that's beyond belief about this entire situation, this being never acquired a brain past the point of a barely developed fetus, leading to strange and horrific consequences for its behavioral psychology. Immediately upon being let outside, this being began to look in the windows of every house it encountered until it found an expectant mother. This being would then wait until everyone in the house was asleep and compress itself into an impossibly small size to squeeze through any crack in the structure of the house. It will then attempt to put its hand on the belly of the pregnant woman, causing the woman to miscarry. After making contact, it will leave the house. Before too long, the forgotten baby will return to the house with much more sinister intentions. It enters the bedroom of the sleeping woman and attempts to compress itself and crawl the up inside of her. The slime its skin secretes puts the woman in a sedative state when this happens, so she doesn't freak the out about the horrific things that are happening to her. Sometimes it re-expands on the way in by accident. This usually kills the woman in an explosion of viscera, as, you know, there's basically the entire body of a full-grown f***ing man up there. This reminds me of that one porn of that lady who had a giant vagina and stuck the entire head of a bald man in there. Do you know that one? No? Okay, then me neither then. The most f***ed up part is if it actually gets inside of the womb. From here, the forgotten baby hooks can somehow override the mother's normal behavior to essentially brainwash them into protecting it. Like how that wasp who shits eggs in caterpillars makes the caterpillar love the worms growing inside of them. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This is f***ing awful, but I don't know, touch some grass. She will forget that she lost her baby and refuse any attempts to convince her otherwise. Even if shown evidence, she will reject the notion and protect the monstrosity at all costs, even isolating herself from all those who used to be closest to her. This monster never grows or comes to term, just leeching nutrients off the mother until she slowly withers away. A slow, painful death. Her skin begins to pale, her energy levels drop, along with, you know, bone density, nails, hair, and teeth fall out. F*** it, the eyes fall out too. That's one hell of a tapeworm you got there, baby. Maybe just a shit ton of vodka and cigarettes then? Don't pussy out halfway through or you'll end up something like our resident human, the eye prophet.
F***ing asshole.
I really hope I didn't just lose the entire female section of my audience with this one. Don't look at me like that. I didn't write the concept. I just based it off of Clark Tidor's video, extrapolated the science, and wrote some jokes. This is a really disturbing one, even for me. I feel like someone's gonna use this video as evidence for their Huffington Post listicle about why unbirth porn is problematic. The stink of old meat on the wind, rotten and cloying. Something moves through the long grass. It sees you through holes in ancient skin like leather, breaking into a sprint while it mumbles and croons through the wound where a head should be. Heed the cries of the rot-walker. It never sleeps, forever wandering restlessly, searching for a face it remembers but can never have. Every witness spurs the beast with mistaken hope until it realizes that the new face doesn't feel right. This was the only information posted alongside photographic documentation of what looks to be a novel anomalous creature. This entity, dubbed the Rotwalker, was first documented by Trevor Henderson, and described further in detail in a comment by paranormal investigator Heavenly Aesthetic. This creature resembles a decapitated cow with 5 large rebars shoved down its neck hole. A detached human face hangs from the top pole, speared directly through the forehead. This is a creature that forever seeks the one thing it's missing: acceptance. Its fucking head! Has this idiot tried a cow head yet? No? Of course he hasn't. I feel like that might legitimately solve his problem if he got it stuck on in the right orientation. Even though this guy looks quite mysterious, like most animals, its behavior is actually quite predictable. The Rotwalker typically appears in agricultural regions, most often nearby slaughterhouses, but it's been spotted on the outskirts of just about any populated area that's far enough removed from high-traffic regions. The creature roams aimlessly, letting out an agonizing, guttural wail mixed with a cacophonous metal scraping. The entity will continue this pattern until it locates a human, at which point the wail will turn into an angry, almost frenzied screech. The Rotwalker runs full speed at its intended target with the rebar protruding from its neck aimed directly at the forehead of the victim. After the entity kills the prey, the face that hangs from its top bar changes to that of the person that it just killed. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me feel like all national parks should be replaced with Walmarts, but I don't know, put your hand in a dog's mouth or something. If the corpse of the individual is located, the face of the victim is removed with surgical precision, leaving the muscles of the facial structure exposed. Since the Rotwalker doesn't have any sharp teeth or claws, or damn thumbs to hold things, how exactly it cuts off the face so perfectly baffles researchers at the Bureau of Anomalous Containment, as they were already struggling to figure out how a cow without a damn head would be able to function biologically. Thing is, I'm pretty sure this creature isn't of a biological nature at all. While this entity's body initially appears bovine in nature, upon closer examination, one can see that its front legs have more segments and joints than a regular cow's. The skeletal structure of this animal looks as though if it tried to run, it would have a worse top speed than an overweight toddler in Crocs. But all the dead people with no fucking faces could probably run faster than that, so where do we go from here? Simple. I believe that there are fundamentally different factors animating this abomination of what looks to be alien carrion and industrial scaffolding materials. Preternatural forces. This brings us back to the whole ripping off people's faces and wearing them thing. It's all fun and games when you do it once or twice, but I think this guy's starting to get addicted. The reason why this creature hunts individuals for their faces is yet unknown, but theorizing the reason may lead one to a better understanding of the nature of the entity. Some researchers believe that the Rotwalker is symbolic of a loss of an animal's identity and farming's humanity associated with the meat industry. A lumbering abomination of bovine flesh brutalized by industrial steel, given a hollow human facade. This begs the question, where did the Rotwalker come from? A scientific abomination made by a vegan genetics doctorate with a loose understanding of their own morals and diet? An aggressive marketing campaign from the Chick-fil-A Corporation gone wrong? Maybe it's just Cow God saying fuck you. The universe is pretty weird. The answer is often stupider than you think. The tangled mass of flyblown, putrefying corpses shifts and moves ever so slightly. One body tumbles off another, and a lone, decrepit figure slowly rises from the carrion. This image was recently posted to social media, depicting what appears to be a novel anomalous creature. This was posted by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson, who basically pulled the equivalent of responding to the Foundation's cease and desist by sending back the first dick pic on Google Images. Absolute savagery in the first degree. It was also given a label, or perhaps a name, by its discoverer, Flyblown. Now looking at this creature, we have to mention the obvious. Looks like the worst blowjob ever. Braces aren't fixing this one, buddy. Jesus Christ, it's like she's triple British. The horrific set of chompers she got aside, perhaps we can learn more about this monstrosity if we take a look at its name. Flyblown is defined as dirty or contaminated, especially through contact with flies and their eggs or larvae. It usually refers to food, carrion, aka dead animals, or rotting meat. In the most gruesome cases, living, but you know, probably dying, animals can get fly eggs laid in them, slowly being consumed by the creature that takes the crown for symbolic embodiment of things that are fucking disgusting. The fly. This brings me to my theory about what I think this creature may be. I think that this was perhaps a regular woman at one point. Fun fact, did you know that many species of parasitic wasps lay their eggs inside of other insects? When the eggs hatch, the larvae can then release chemicals that change the insect's behavior to make them act in a manner that produces the ideal environment for the growth of the larva. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. I believe that this woman may have fallen victim to a species of anomalous insect that physiologically resembles a housefly. She may or may not have turned into a corpse by other means before this happened, but potential suffering with fly eggs and eye sockets aside, she has now rebranded herself as Fly Lady or some shit. The flies slowly consumed and laid eggs in the woman's brain. Somehow, when the flies replaced her brain, they began to act as some sort of pseudo-neural structure, controlling the woman's husk. She essentially becomes a mobile nursery and hive for this species of anomalous fly. The creature was obsessed with consuming filth, which was often whatever decaying animal she happened to shamble across, feeding the growing brood that overtakes more and more of her lifeless body each day. After stuffing herself to the brim with rotting carrion, she would shamble off, searching for a warm, damp place with filth to nestle in, providing for her children with the ideal place to gestate. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to fill my shoes with fucking vomit, but I don't know, stare directly into the sun. As the flies overtook more and more of her body, they ate the muscles that allowed her to move, slowly reducing her to a skeleton. Each of the flies produced, as nature does, intend to reproduce in another host, just as their ancestors did. We were never told where this picture was taken. These flies could be anywhere. How sure are you of what that pest on your food really is? That's why they begged me repeatedly not to put the dead bird in my mouth. So, the obvious question, would you stick your dick in it? Where'd the extra teeth come from if this is the case? Sometimes, a parasite can change not only the behavior, but also the physiology of the host. If the anomalous fly laid eggs in her head, chances are there would be holes and lesions from where the eggs hatch. Some of them would be eaten out of her by the flies as a snack. That sounds wrong, I need to re-say that. And some of them would be eaten out of her flesh as a snack. If these holes happen to take place near the face, it's possible that the flies manipulated her behavior in order for her to mutilate her own face, snapping her jaw in several places, widening it as much as possible, and putting in more teeth from other consumed corpses so she can most efficiently provide for the brood. Or something silly like that. But hey, I'm just looking at an image and making wild extrapolations based on absolutely nothing just because I wanted to write a horror story about whatever the motherfuck of this thing is. Something scuttling and quick, writhing and clicking under a sheet. White linen slowly stained black with blooming spots of ichor. This was the only information posted accompanying this image of what looks to be a novel anomalous creature. This file was posted by Trevor Henderson, alongside all of the other paranormal evidence on his Instagram, that he slaps up there to make the fat bags of dick at the foundation suck a fat bag of dick. The man simply never quits. It has 4 sets of legs, making for 8 total appendages, or at least the ones that are visible. This means that this is likely some sort of arachnid, as the amount of legs combined with their insectoid appearance would suggest some sort of relation to a spider. The creature has an upright posture, suggesting that it's some sort of virus-shaped entity, or a pseudo-humanoid. Like my mattress after a fun night, over its entire upper body is draped what I'm assuming used to be a pristine white sheet. Now, the sheet is leaking blooming spots of ichor. Ichor is defined as a watery discharge from a wound. This could mean a few things. Either A, the thing is injured, B, it's some sort of harbinger of health misfortune, hence it being in a hospital, or C, he's just a leaky dude who likes to spread his bodily fluids around. Who can say they haven't been there? Whatever the stains are, like the rule of thumb with most bedsheet stains, you should make sure to promptly lick it off because you will not get a disease. It also looks like the ichor is dripping and trailing behind the entity. Now, when looking at this creature, I have to try and answer the obvious question. Would you stick your dick in it? What's under the sheet? Obviously, this creature roots uncannily in the human mind based on the fear of the unknown. If you don't know anything about me, it's that the unknown doesn't scare me, it turns me on. So in order for me to stop being so horny, we have to figure out more about this thing before I get sent back to inhuman resources. The yellowish lighting, wallpapers, and floors look very familiar. This may suggest that whoever has taken the image may have unknowingly clipped into the back rooms. I wanted to mention this because I knew if I don't, someone else will. I could go with this explanation, but seeing as how I made most of this crap up anyways, going with this would feel lazy to me. My theory about this creature is that it is a symbol of disease and death, as I mentioned earlier. These harbingers are quite common in folklore, and it seems that this one may be specifically tailored to situations in modern medicine. The sickly, filth-ridden creature sloppily hidden away from the rest of the world, under a sheet that its disease continues to stain through. Whoever's covering something up did a poor job, as the roach-like appendages imprint an image of decay and pestilence upon all those who cross its path. I believe this creature is a symbol of humanity's current understanding of medicine and death. The morbid is to be hidden away from the rest of the world, but it cannot be, since the morbid is the reason for the medical system in the first place. Death is a part of life, and when we hide it in the shadows, the very same darkness can allow monsters to rise. I don't know, whenever I take myself seriously for too long, I start cringing, but if I was someone who took things seriously, that's what I would say. Okay, so if you believed anything in the past video, you have failed anomalous diversity training and are fired. He's actually just a very strange looking patient with hyperspecific insectoid disease-based disabilities. His name is Jeff, he has feelings, and you should feel terrible. If there is a hell, you are going straight the f to it. Just because someone's ugly doesn't mean they're evil, just most of the time. Only I'm allowed to assume that. Of course, none of this information past the first 2 sentences of the video actually came from Trevor Henderson. This video is more than nonsensical ramblings of an oddball eyeball and his weird blue dog drinking buddy protege son thing that I'm still not quite sure what he is. But that's besides the point. You know how many bodies turn up down there? Think about how many we don't find. Miles and miles of tunnels under there. Huge cisterns and open rooms where all those bodies might end up. Tangling together. Rotting together. Now, son, let me ask you this. Ever hear of a Rat King? This was the only information posted alongside evidence of seemingly anomalous phenomenon known as the Rat King. Trevor Henderson slapped this sensitive material on Instagram alongside all the Brazilian butt lifts on my feed. God, finally something I can finish to. Even though this is the only information we have to go off of, Trevor reveals quite a lot in this short paragraph. To understand the human equivalent of a Rat King, we have to understand the original concept of the Rat King. Rat Kings are a collection of rats, usually all dead, whose tails are stuck together in knots, sometimes bound with hair or a sticky substance such as tree sap or semen. Historically, this phenomena is related with Germany, and sometimes the plague. In mythology, there is an elder rat which controls the entirety of the mass, and therefore is the king. There has also been reported squirrel kings, but that's less horrific and more ridiculous. Let's play a fun game. I want you to vote for what animal you think would make the funniest rat king in the comments, and I'll pick the one with the most likes to make in real life. There is an ongoing debate between biologists as to whether or not a group of rats can survive becoming a rat king, or whether or not they would either perish due to infighting or starve and die. Am I the only one who wants to stick this whole thing in a deep fryer, battered up with some beer and flour? A delicious family meal in one convenient package. Now, I'm sure this group of scientists are incredibly intelligent, and I'd like to see their explanation for why this giant human rat king is not alive as it hobbles towards them on its still screaming legs. This creature is likely a rat king made up of a combination of both living and dead bodies. The bodies were likely crammed into close quarters somewhere in the sewers. The flesh around their bone became soft and rotten, and as their limbs began to tangle, their weakened, brittle bones cracked and contorted, acting like supports holding them together. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this is an unholy abomination, but I don't know, go pet a kitten. Rancid piss and shit from the sewers would act as tainted glue, sealing both their limbs together and their fate as it crusts over. This would mean that the anomalous animal would have a putrid smell with an intensity on par with Joe Rogan talking about grizzly bears. While this might sound disgusting to you, some internet pervert would probably pay big bucks for that smelly fluid. We can also gauge some information from direct observation of the creature. First, we can see that it's in a crouched position. This means that its muscles are functioning, and this creature is most certainly alive, despite the current scientific consensus that rat kings could not survive in the wild. If you're wondering why science is so often wrong, I'd like to remind you that there are people with doctorates that think the Earth is flat. It looks as if it lumbers around, using entire human bodies as limbs to clumsily maneuver around the poo-poo tunnels. I find that creatures like this raise a lot of questions. For instance, I have no idea what my own asshole looks like, and sometimes I wonder. Also, since this creature is alive, would it need some form of sustenance? It's likely that it subsists on the waste of the populace of a human metropolis, and probably sewer rats and shit. Since some of the bodies on the Rat King likely die and rot away eventually, it would eventually need to replace its parts. That's where your species comes in. It's likely that the Rat King collects sewer dwellers, urban explorers, and subterranean hobos in order to replenish its decaying limbs. While at first glance the Rat King might look intimidating, I'm sure all those teardrop tattoos just mean that he's an emotionally sensitive and in-touch individual. Charlie was first documented when someone snapped a photo of his initial escape from a meat processing plant. Now, you're probably wondering, what even is a Big Charlie? This creature's DNA analysis revealed that it is a man-made genetic hybrid of both chicken and cow, the ultimate meat product abomination. No longer will my McGangbang have to come from two different animals. Its body resembles that of an emaciated cow with its ribcage tightly encased by leathery skin. This creature can reach up to 30 feet or 9 meters tall. Its legs are structured like those of a chicken, and its head has a cow skull shape with a beak-like protrusion for a mouth. Big Chunkus's eyes are cloudy and milky white, like those of your friend's really old dog that he insists can still actually stand up, but you're not so sure. These hybrids are still in production around the United States, and their meat as well as other products like milk and eggs are being sold to consumers in America and overseas as well. You can't tell me you didn't already have a suspicion that something was up about your food. Take a bite of a McDonald's hamburger and tell me it tastes anything like a hamburger you make at home. Yeah, I still bought this, f*** you. Oat milk? Yeah, okay. Show me the nipple on an oat. You f***ers have been consuming Big Charlie's this whole time. I'm telling you though, the meat is delicious when you actually prepare it right instead of just mixing it with dog food ingredients like your fast food places. Despite its totally radical entire body mohawk, this entity has never displayed aggressive tendencies towards humans. While he might seem frightening due to his appearance, think about how smart a cow is, and then think about how smart a chicken is. This guy is somewhere in between there. This thing's primary concern is eating things off the ground. I bet you feel about as dumb as him for being scared now, don't you? It's not really all that threatening of a creature compared to the rest of the crap that I drag y'all to. Although, cows do consistently kill humans on a scale that outweighs pretty much any other animal. This creature has one more unexplainable ability, that of fleshy asexual reproduction. This creature drops flesh blobs that will develop into one of multiple forms. If you were Big Charlie, your left boob would fall off and grow legs and become its own sentient creature while you rapidly grew the left boob back. The first of these three forms is a perfect clone of Big Charlie, the second of which is called Lil Nugget. I'm not talking about that vertically challenged Atlanta rapper that fell into a deep fryer. I'm talking about a small amorphously shaped creature with 4 nubbins it uses to walk around on and 2 comically large oval eyes. Lil Nuggets act like cockroaches or rats and survive inside human settlements by stealing their food and resources and nesting in their walls. I'd nest in your walls. Aside from the destruction to environments that regular pests create, these are basically harmless, and they can even be domesticated if you feed and take care of them. The lamb is a different story. The lamb is a monstrosity that looks to be made from veins and other vascular structures. Okay, so you know those bodybuilders that have skin so tight that all of their skin looks like veiny dick skin? It's like that big pile of veins, but without the skin. It levitates in the air using some form of telekinesis, but this is just the tip of the iceberg of what it is capable of. It can cause psychic damage to the brains of any creature in its vicinity. This includes psychological/emotional damage, but it can also just literally burst your gray matter. Make your head go. It's also capable of causing all the blood in a creature to instantly clot, causing the veins in its body to explode under the pressure of gelatinous blood, causing the skin to become reddish in hue. This creature, like any other cool, unknowable horror, is worshipped by a cult of followers. There's also triple question mark Nugget, but when people pressed lead paranormal researcher Trevor Henderson for information regarding this new discovery, he kept saying, "We don't talk about him." I know what that means. It's either that he's buried in Trevor Henderson's backyard, or he traumatized Trevor to a point he can never recover and his brain made up a bunch of random monsters as a defense mechanism. The faint sound of a powerful heartbeat coming from above. You tilt your head towards the source of the pulsation and see a swollen mass of what looks like hamburger meat dripping an unknown viscous black fluid. It fixates its empty eye sockets on you and makes a garbled, pained screech before releasing its grasp and plummeting towards you. Paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson has yet again uploaded anomalous evidence to Twitter despite all Foundation protests. A swift kick to the balls to their supernatural level of bureaucracy is always welcome in my opinion. This evidence takes the form of 2 images of seemingly related entities, and the caption, meaty. It's very likely that these are just 2 entities that Trevor encountered and wanted to document, and without much field observations about them otherwise, just said meaty is a fun little wink to the audience, which is pretty ableist because some people can't wink. These creatures have faces resembling human skulls, seemingly made out of a combination of bone, teeth, and skinless red flesh tendrils. The second documented creature also displays an open ribcage, which means that there's likely more complex structures in both of them that aren't just earthworm-looking hamburger meat. Their shape, while amorphous, is consistent in a few key aspects. They seem to be suspended in the air by a variable amount of slender limbs, and unless those entities are stationary, it could be surmised that they would move via suspensory movement, similar to species of non-anomalous primates, tracking prey from power lines, trees, rooftops, 5G towers, parking lights, that bridge that I took a dump under before taking the perfect opportunity to strike. It could also, as previously mentioned, be a stationary ambush predator. This would mean that it would wait above human settlements, suspended along their own structures, for an unsuspecting individual to cross under them. At that moment, they would let go and drop onto the victim, subsequently latching on and rappelling back up to safety, ensnaring the prey in a web of flesh, consuming them slowly from the comfort of their meaty spider web. The creature from the first image looks to be swollen, which could suggest that it is in the midst of actively digesting a prey item. I wouldn't want to be under that thing when it takes a supernatural human-sized shit all over the sidewalk. I assume these things are dangerous just based on how creepy they look, but I have no concrete evidence. He could just eat plants or like fucking gravel too, I guess. Hell, he could be a used car salesman for all I know. I have 2 fucking pictures. The first one kind of reminds me of a living cut-off bull testicle. You guys ever have Rocky Mountain oysters? I haven't, but they're on the list. Also, some may note that the pictures look as though they fit together, and while I'm not ruling that possibility out, some key factors lead me to believe otherwise. First off, they have different tones in their flesh, and key differing factors in their morphology suggesting that they are unique individuals. Also, I put one on top of the other and it didn't fit, so I don't know, man. You try it. If any researcher watching has any ideas about how these creatures are related more than just being the same species, leave your findings below. One may also question the text that looks as if it reads A1 behind the second creature, and how the background of these images look as though they could be in some sort of metal room. While I initially thought it was just a cloudy backdrop, this could suggest something else. This may lead some to believe that it's being contained at a facility, seeing as how they usually label and categorize their anomalies. And that may be correct. Some may think it's the SCP Foundation, some may think it's some other shadow government. Everyone's got one nowadays. I don't think so, though. We've uncovered something much more devious. I believe that we now know an integral piece in the mystery of how they make A1 steak sauce. The Smile Room was discovered on July 27, 2006, when 3 teenagers found an abandoned amusement park in Canada, also known as America's Hat. In proper form, 2 broke in while 1 kept lookout, or maybe he was just afraid. Foreshadowing, being a puss served him well. Eventually, he stopped being a baby and made his way inside the complex. There was not a single sign of his friends, but he did manage to find one of his buddy's phones outside a crappy-looking locked door covered in some sort of clear goo. Testing revealed this goo to be eerily similar to human saliva, suggesting possible sloppy toppy. Upon opening this friend's phone, he found this photo. The authorities got involved after seeing this image, and an investigation was launched to find the missing people. Like the majority of the times that I shamelessly slide into DMs of random alt girls on TikTok, this was destined to fail from the beginning, as when they got to the location and opened the door, there was just a brick wall behind it. The biology of the Smile Room remains mysterious. Some believe it's a large mollusk-like creature that takes root inside of buildings, only to shift locations when it gathers too much attention or prey becomes too scarce, whereas others believe it's capable of warping the fabric of reality to create a gateway at the doorframe, creating a fake room of sorts. The obvious question, would you fuck it? What the fuck is a Smile Room? Side note, it's really hot in here and I'm completely naked while recording this. The Smile Room is a creature that takes root inside of ramshackle buildings. It places the front of its maw on the inside of the doorframe. This mouth looks strikingly similar to a pair of human teeth and gums, only rotated so that it operates vertically. The teeth look weirdly perfectly maintained. Hey, I mean, this is one hell of a first impression. Just saying, if my face looked like that shit, you know I'd fucking floss. Behind these chompers is a fleshy room that looks similar to the inside of a human mouth. Now, the majority of humans in this situation would be like, oh, that room has large teeth and a cavernous throat. I'm gonna go away from it. But there's also the section that would go, oh, that room has large teeth and a cavernous throat. I'm gonna go directly inside of it. If an idiot enters this room, a few seconds following this, the jaw will snap shut and the victim will be trapped inside and swallowed by the floor into a system of intestines. These intestines are filled with a weak digestive acid that will dissolve the prey over a series of days. I think it'd actually just die of boredom. The interior of the room is basically a fleshy escape room, complete with puzzles. For some reason, if the victim can solve all the puzzles before being digested, they'll get to leave. This would be like if you swallowed that mousetrap board game and then a bunch of spiders, and if they got it to work, you'd vomit them all up. What the hell am I talking about again? Some claim that this entity is capable of snagging victims with its tongue and bringing it inside, acquiring both a human victim and a sexual misconduct charge in one fell swoop. The rabbit hole goes deeper, however, as lead paranormal researcher Trevor Henderson revealed more about the Smile Room. He released an image called Smile Room Host, which was a humanoid entity with a vertical row of teeth spanning the entirety of the height of its body. Some theorize that this Smile Room Host is a juvenile form of the creature going through its awkward teenage phase, whereas others believe the Smile Room is capable of infecting humans and using them as hosts as a hunting strategy. Since the room does not immediately eat these humans, it suggests that it has intelligence enough to understand delayed gratification over instant satisfaction. That means that it's smarter than me most of the time, and probably you as well. As more and more evidence began to surface about the Smile Room, a group of people created a vorophile cult where they sacrificed themselves and sometimes unwilling victims to the Smile Room as a tribute, but mostly because they get off to it. This isn't just me slandering them. They won't shut the hell up about it regardless of who they're around. I don't let my cult talk to them. Not because of the sacrificing people thing, just because they're fucking weird. What me and John found on the beach that summer, July 15th, 1995. This was the only information posted alongside this image depicting what looks to be a possibly anomalous creature. This image was uploaded to Twitter by anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson, who basically just takes a big steamy dump on the Foundation's rules and regulations as part of his morning routine at this point. While this isn't a ton of information, we can still gauge a lot about the nature of this creature by examining the photo and caption presented. It looks as though this evidence was taken from a family photo album, and the writer of the photo's caption seems to be completely unaware that they've stumbled upon a possibly preternatural creature. Just another Tuesday, finding a demonic sea cucumber for this oblivious fuck. The creature's anatomy looks almost nonsensical. From what we can see, it has two mouths, one on its side and one on its head where it's supposed to be, two eyes, and what appears to be an additional sensory organ that might be used for smell, but it could also detect electrical signals like some species of shark. It's important to note that this creature may have the same setup on the other side of its body, if it's bilaterally symmetrical, meaning that it would have 3 total mouths, 4 total eyes, and an additional receptor. Although, this goober looks like a Cronenberg Build-A-Bear, so chances are, all rules go out the window with Lovecraft's platypus over here. The photo is blurry, but it looks like on the tail end of the body, it has a long flipper. The creature's corpse is obviously not in great condition, waterlogged to shit and gored beyond belief. Chances are, there are aspects of this creature's anatomy that were lost to these processes. You know, I've actually heard that opening up your midsection just like a little bit is actually good for you. It's nice to feel the breeze on your bare organs. Really let your insides breathe, you feel me? Because it looks like it went through the garbage disposal, we can't know if it had something on its side, like a flipper or an arm or a dick. Although, we know it has bones now, I guess. I was just gonna assume that anyway. One theory that may make sense for this organism is that it could lay flat like one of those stupid pancake fishes. While the multiple mouth holes might look pointless and stupid, and they might be, they also could suggest a generalist lifestyle adaptation. It could use its side mouth to feed on particles and critters from above like an ambush predator, but still have the option to chase down, kill, and consume faster moving or smarter prey because of its forward-facing set of jaws. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to kill the last remaining member of a critically endangered species out of spite, but I don't know, make 2 bugs fight or something. Now, I know we're all concerned with what this creature is, but I think we're asking the wrong questions. If this life follows the same rules as all known Earth life, it would be the product of evolution by natural selection. Question is, what kind of environment would lead to the evolution of a creature such as this? Whatever the hell kind of selective pressures bred this thing looked to be incredibly intense. Snakes didn't evolve venom that can kill creatures 10 times their size to fend off mice. Sharks didn't evolve multiple rows of jagged teeth to eat and defend themselves from guppies. And whatever the fuck this phallic thing is, didn't evolve 2 mouths full of razor blades to eat shrimp, damn it! You think this washed up sea dildo is scary? Imagine the creatures this thing needs to defend itself from. This brings up my next question. Look at the large wound on its body. I can't spot another wound on the creature's body, and that's not how natural decomposition works. This means that this was likely an injury sustained while this creature was alive. Something as frightening as this would be an apex predator, right? You'd think, but if you look at the gash on its torso, not that one for long enough, you may notice that it resembles a bite mark. If those are the size of the jaws, what took the bite? Stepping out of the bar onto the dimly lit street, you notice a man walking with a strange, jerky motion, his body twisted and deformed. You approach the seemingly drunken stranger and pipe up a concerned, "Hello?" The man whips around, his face a writhing mass of angry hornets, buzzing and swarming in a frenzied dance. You stumble backward, but it's too late. Paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson has recently uploaded an image depicting what looks to be a novel anomalous entity. This image was the only information posted about this creature, other than the caption, "Wasp Breath." Usually people submit paranormal evidence to the Foundation for approval, but I prefer it much more when Trevor submits it to Instagram so a spook can pop up in between all of the butts. Scary and horny, the two original human emotions. Even though the information alongside this creature was minimal, we can still find out quite a lot about it by examining its physiology. What should we start with? Oh, maybe the massive wasp nest it has instead of a face. The hoodie and disembodied lower jaw seem to signify that this at one point was a human being. But the giant fucking wasp's nest it has instead of a head signifies that this has something to do with wasps. Wasps are split up into two groups, social wasps and solitary wasps. Social wasps are likely the ones that have taken root inside this poor young man's cranium, feeding off of his brain like an old man slurping the brainstem out of a succulent fish head, or some shit. More specifically, the nest structure, which sats where his thinky meat once sat, signifies that this is a new anomalous species of paper wasp. Anyone who spends enough time around wasp nests can tell you that emergency room visits are expensive. Like what happens when you call an exterminator in Ohio. You're the one who gets exterminated. Fun fact, did you know that many species of parasitic wasps lay their eggs inside of other insects? The larvae can then release chemicals that change the insect's behavior to make them act in a manner that produces the ideal environment for the growth of the larva. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. I believe that this man may have fallen victim to a species of anomalous insect that physiologically resembles a regular paper wasp, and builds a similar style of nest, slowly consuming and subsequently replacing the head of their host. Oh god, I'm gonna come! How this human pistachio shell moves is a mystery, but I have a theory that this is a specific type of anomalous wasp with the ability to replace the neural network provided by a brain with a nest in order to pilot the corpse like a sock puppet. In this system, the nest and its occupants would act as the brain, conveying information to one another, bringing a whole new meaning to the concept of a hive mind. After his whole entire brain got eaten by a wasp nest, he was less concerned with human things like purpose and family, and more concerned with wasp things like chewing up wood pulp to make hexagons and shitting eggs in other living beings. While at this point, I feel like I'm pointing at everything and saying anomalous mind-controlling parasite, there's literally a fucking beehive where his head should be. I mean, come on, how obvious does it need to be? This is not only a coincidence stemming from my own lazy writing, but in fact, it may be tipping us off to a larger scale happening. It may be that a genus of anomalous mind-controlling insects has found a new host, humanity. Paper wasps usually construct their nest out of a mix of wood pulp and saliva. Since they're usually constructing it in trees, there's plentiful wood to go around. When you're constructing your nest in a human face, however, wood pulp isn't as plentiful. Chances are, something heretofore unknown about this species allows them to take bone, and possibly flesh, and combine it with their saliva in order to produce a similar substance. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this makes me want a Kermit sewer slide. I don't know, like a slug. As is consistent with Trevor's research, there's no indication of where this insect species resides. Not in the photo, not in the post itself. So I don't know, I guess you all have to be afraid. Sucks to suck. But hey, I'm just looking at an image and making wild extrapolations because I wanted to make a spooky video. It's a fucking wasp nest, man. Screw you, I know I'm right about this disgusting monster. Please stop making fun of me. I have a skin condition. New evidence of an anomalous insect species has been making the rounds on the internet. This image was first uploaded to social media platforms by anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson, alongside the phrase, "Wasp Nest." I like how when Trevor runs out of toilet paper, he uses the rules the Foundation established for sharing paranormal evidence, cause that shit ain't worth the paper it's printed on. While this might not seem like a lot to go on, we can use this photo in combination with the caption and other evidence we've seen previously to paint a more complete picture of the beastie we see here. I believe that this may be the same species of anomalous parasitic wasp that Trevor documented in the piece, Wasp Breath. Wasp Breath depicted an individual that had their entire head replaced by a wasp nest, save for his lower jaw. He was infected by an anomalous species of parasitic wasps that use biological material like meat and bone, as well as regular wood pulp, to make wasp nests. One of these wasps laid eggs in his brain. As the eggs hatched, They secreted chemicals to make the man behave in a manner ideal for the construction of a nest, and the wasps slowly overtook the function of his brain. The man began to change. Rather than caring about human things like finding and fulfilling a life's purpose, he started thinking about bug monster things like hunting and killing humans in order to provide more biomass for the wasps to expand the nest structure. As for the individual depicted in Wasp's Nest, the infestation is in a much more advanced stage. Atop the figure's spindly neck lies multiple large wasp nest structures combined in a brain coral-like mass. This person likely fell victim to the same insect species, but had a more severe infection for a much longer time, and had more biomass to build a larger nest. Using the flesh and bone of the initial victim, and then others it encountered and subsequently consumed, it created a network of nests much larger than any other documented case of this preternatural parasitoid wasp. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to burn down the last remaining rainforest, but I don't know, snort a worm or something. The entity's body below the head has almost completely atrophied. Many of the organs and bones likely recycled into the large tumor-like mass that appears in place of the head. The creature's torso appears to be suspended in the air by the nest. While the mechanism of flight is still unconfirmed, it's possible that thousands of wasps are grasping onto the top of the massive nest, using their little legs and all working together to keep it aloft. You could learn a thing or two from those wasps, I tell you. A wasp nest is basically paper, so even one made out of flesh and bone paper probably wouldn't be that heavy. Alongside looking like an overfilled dumpling, the structure on its head affords this entity some new abilities. For starters, the nest is at least 5 times the size of the original example of this infestation, and because of this, it has 5 times more wasps. Rather than a painful deterrent to anything that would fuck with the hosts, the wasps are now an active hunting tool in accosting new prey from a distance, swarming a victim and overwhelming their system with enough venom to kill even the fattest of men. It also boasts an advanced intelligence in comparison to its one-nest cousin, as the wasp nest structure replacing its neurology has more space and drones to process information. Or some shit. Also, all the other insect monster ladies find his bulbous, unkempt wasp nest-filled head sexy. Oh, so when I flirt while my head swells to the point of almost bursting and leaks a honey consistency liquid as bugs crawl out of my eyes, nose, and mouth, I get pepper sprayed and then jailed. But when he does it, he's hot. Double standards. Multiple of these wasp nest network humanoids have been seen congregating in forested areas with a low density of animals. Some anomalous investigators theorize that they may be attempting to combine these colonies into a megastructure made of multiple humanoids. Putting their heads together. Huh? Fuck all of you, I don't care, you're still watching. The possible ramifications of this anomalous wasp megastructure and the probable hyper-intelligent hive mind sentience that would emerge from the nest and its army are unknown. But I don't know, maybe they'll be friendly. You were a good sport listening to this cocaine-fueled rambling, so I'm going to ignore that big old problem and take you out for ice cream. Yup, really. Recently, new evidence of what looks to be a novel supernatural creature has been posted on the internet. This image was recently posted on multiple social media platforms, alongside the phrase, "stunned in the headlights." This anomalous evidence was uploaded by one Trevor Henderson, a paranormal investigator who tends to wipe his ass with the rules and regulation the Foundation establishes for the sharing of anomalous media. Gotta love it. Even though there's very limited information about this critter, we can still use the uploaded media to gauge some ideas about what exactly the fuck it is. Let's start with what we can clearly see, its physical characteristics. On the front of its head are 4 visible eyes and 3 visible noses. Its eyes are a milky white, like your friend's cat that they have to put like a weird paste in its eyeballs every day or they'll dry up and fall out. It has one long slit of a mouth, with what looks to be multiple points that would be a philtrum in the human being. It's possible that these sensory organs loop around the back of its distended soup dumpling looking ass head, so it may have much more than 4 eyes and 3 noses. Now I want soup dumplings. Please, one viewer at home, put soup dumplings in an envelope and send it to me in the mail. The skin on its face looks clammy and pale, almost like a wet, greasy clay. I feel like if I threw a heavy object at it, it would make like a squelchy dent and just kind of stick inside. Long story short, this thing looks gross and slimy, and I both don't want to touch it and am curious as to if I could fuck it. Cognitive dissonance is a real and powerful thing. Its body looks to be a shadow, or some sort of ghostly figure, with the ends of its legs disappearing before they would supposedly end in feet. Jesus, I can't even say the fucking word without you weirdos frothing at the mouth. The lack of a physical form on its body suggests that this creature is some sort of apparition. By apparition, I don't necessarily mean ghosts, although this could be the case. I mean that this creature may not interact with the physical plane as you do. It may be capable of phasing through surfaces or objects, or disappearing completely. I don't know, dude, I'm making this up based only on a photo, so your guess is as good as mine. It actually is quite possible that this creature is some sort of ghost. It has a ghostly tail that looks similar to that of a white-tailed buck. Side note, y'all ever hear the story of Tail Girl? Anyways, this person was a weirdo, and they wore a tail in public, like a lot. That's not the weird part though. It is the weird part, but it's not the weird part. This one time, someone ran up behind her and pulled the tail out, and she screamed as if she was in terrible pain, like someone hit her leg with a baseball bat. I saw the shiny metal glint of an egg-shaped ball at the end of the tail. At that moment, everyone knew why she always sat so weird. I don't know why I brought that up, but I was cursed with this information, so now you are too. Ignorance is bliss, and I just stole that from you. If this creature was some sort of ghost, why would it be wandering the earth? And why would it appear here? The four-legged structure of this critter, and how it's appearing in front of a car, suggests that it has some sort of relation to roadkill. Perhaps this is a mauled and distended representation of an animal that met its fate on the side of the road. One may wonder if it's related to the god of roadkill, another Trevor Henderson creation. And to that I say, maybe, but not everything is the goddamn Marvel Cinematic Universe, so shut up. The name Stunned in the Headlights also suggests a relation to roadkill. A common phrase for someone who looks scared or doesn't know their next move is looking like a deer in headlights. It is with this that I state my hypothesis about this creature is that it's either the ghost of Christmas past of a deer that got all smushed up by a semi-truck, or some sort of Kirkland brand god of roadkill. Without more information, all we can do is guess. I take that liberty to guess to make up a bunch of shit that removes the whole fear of the unknown from this beautiful work. That's right, Weirdy. You're just a big dumb animal to me. Guess I shouldn't have been hitting so many deer and toddlers with my car for fun. I regret nothing. It's the drunk crashers who get caught that get us in trouble. The Feated King is a cognitohazard image that manifests an aggressive skeletal entity of the same name. This entity has a few strands of hair that it desperately combs over in a sad attempt to claim that it's under 30,000 years old. He also wears a crown that seemingly rises out of the bone on top of the skull itself. This image was originally a painting. When someone would view this art, the Feated King entity would emerge from the canvas, grabbing the victim and dragging them into a pocket-sized dimension within the artwork. In this fun-sized hell, the victim will be submerged into a sea of maggots until there is nothing left but bone. If there is any flesh left, it looks like the skin on the knee of that kid that won't let his injuries heal because he keeps picking the scabs off to eat them. Some researchers believe that the Feated King just wants more skeleton friends. While he sounds fearsome, you can just avoid him by staying out of arm's reach or not looking at him at all. When someone, whether it was a deranged lunatic looking to end humanity or an idiot that just didn't get close enough to die and posted it on Instagram, took a photo and uploaded it to the internet, the properties followed. This turned what was a vaguely threatening piece of canvas that you could incapacitate by facing towards the wall into an omnipotent being capable of tracing down and destroying any human with any semblance of connection to the modern world. It started to spread itself in numerous newly created social media accounts and even edit the files and settings on devices to turn the image into the home screen, signifying that this entity was conscious and wanted to kill as many people as possible. I actually have the original image saved on my hard drive, as it's a lot easier to send an email than it is to put a hit out on someone. Just remember, if you f with me, I'll kill you with only a meme. The image I am using to depict this entity in the video has been modified for your safety. I'd show the real one to you, but then who would watch my videos? See, it's a lot less easy to keep this spooky skeleton man at arm's reach when he can occupy a device that's designed for use in your hands. The one hilarious thing about the Feated King is that it manifests with size in respect to the device that it comes from. So if it does happen to come from your phone, it's gonna be a teeny tiny little guy trying to murder you. Adorable. However, the Feated King is always incredibly strong regardless of its size, and is able to pull a full-grown man through a computer monitor via brute force, even if limbs need to be severed in the process. If some psycho rents an electronic billboard in Town Hall, things are gonna get real messy real fast, and I will be watching one giant arm's distance away with popcorn and beer. Bridgeworms are mysterious ambush predators located across the majority of the North American continent. These worms are often discovered by unlucky urban explorers that stick their nose inside the wrong place at the wrong time, like that one incident with the butthole. These creatures have a long worm-like body covered in a layer of sickly-looking gray skin with a waxy shine to it. They have two large arms protruding from each side, which they use for dragging themselves along using walls of tunnels like a lubed-up man crawling quickly across a slip-and-slide. They also use these arms to secure prey and bring it inside their face holes for consumption. The bridgeworm usually resides in bridges, tunnels, sewers, subways, abandoned buildings, and rarely in natural caves. Like you and I, this creature very much enjoys slippery holes. This creature preys upon the majority of large North American fauna, but has a tendency to reside in man-made areas and target humans. It's theorized that this predator not only targets humans, but has evolved over millions of years to favor humans as prey. It's thought that this creature needs the large mass of gray matter that is most present in human brains. Evidence for this evolutionary relationship can be seen in its false face adaptation. Kinda like dealing with someone on the street handing out their quote-unquote free mixtape, or a girl who's only on Tinder to promote her OnlyFans. You shouldn't be fooled by this false face. Its gray skin opens up just under the chin of the creature, creating a retractable flap. This flap has a fake, vaguely humanoid face on it. When ambushing its prey, it retracts this flap to reveal its true face, which is a blood-red skeletal face eerily similar in bone structure to a human skull. While it was theorized that this was designed to fool humans as a manipulation of their hard-coded facial recognition patterns in their brains, this theory falls apart when you realize that most humans are smart enough to know it's not a person if it's a giant worm with an uncanny valley face. Keyword: most. Instead, I theorize that it is not designed to trick humans, but instead to pique their curiosity, taking advantage of the human's natural proclivity to seek knowledge even if it puts them in danger. What's that saying? Curiosity killed the cat? And also that transient, that taxi driver, that paranormal investigator. As they age, their faces get more and more human-like, and some of them attach themselves inside of their habitat like some sort of horrible roadway snail. Another adaptation that suggests the bridgeworm specializes in human hunting is that it oozes a thick slime. This not only lubricates its body to slide through tunnels, but it also serves to make the road incredibly slippery, causing many more accidents. Numerous corporations have captured and farmed these worms to milk them of their lubricant and sell them as intercourse aids worldwide. When the slime freezes in the winter, this accident rate skyrockets. After causing a car crash, this creature will rip the doors from the vehicle and pull the prey out of the car and devour it like my rabbi did with my foreskin after I was circumcised. The largest recorded bridgeworm on record was over 1,500 feet, and was the culprit responsible for some of the numerous New York railway transit disappearance from 1994 to 1998. Bridgeworms usually keep to isolated areas to avoid detection by human masses. Nothing on your planet is more dangerous than a big group of humans under groupthink. Although, when food is scarce, the worms will sometimes relocate in search of more, sometimes across vast distances. There have been a few rare instances of bridgeworms entering cities and large towns. For example, the most infamous incident in 1998 in which a bridgeworm followed the train tracks from rural New York directly into Grand Central, consuming railway workers, drunken humans, and homeless street performers in the subway, only to be cut in half by an express train from Connecticut before it could reach the high-population transit center. I actually witnessed this, but in the moment, after the night I had, I wasn't sure if I actually saw a train cut a giant worm with human arms in half, or I was just a bit too gone and needed some sleep. What is strange is that there are no evolutionary trees which the bridgeworm would fit into, as it has no known species relatives. How the bridgeworm came into existence is a complete mystery. Some say it's related to snakes or worms, some say it was created in a laboratory, some, as humans always do, say it's got something to do with the occult or the paranormal. Examining its genetic lineage is like going on TikTok. Rarely have I opened TikTok and I was like, yeah, that was a valuable use of my time. Most of the time I just open it to post and spend like 15 minutes and I'm staring at memes and thirst traps and I'm like, shit, I've been tricked. What the hell am I talking about again? I would advise against searching for the bridgeworm due to the fact that you're their primary source of food that millions of years of evolution have bred them to be the perfect ambush predator for, you idiot. I decided to message my associate and take this investigation into my own hands. The following is the message log leading up to the expedition. Yo, where's the abandoned house? In the woods. I need some footage. We need to find the bridgeworm, motherfucker. This guy. Where? Oh, you're asking me? I'm down to do that tonight. Blair Witch Project. Yeah, I'm asking you, lol. We need to find the bridgeworms.
Redacted.
If we believe hard enough and get high enough, it will be real. Hey man, you don't gotta tell me twice. Lift today? I'm glad you understand the importance of this matter. Also down. Lift today, dinner, vodka, wander into the woods. The Sea Eater is an eyeless, ocean-dwelling creature of unknown length. While the Sea Eater is far too large to fit into any body of water other than the deep ocean, this still doesn't mean that you should feel safe on the toilet. On each side, there are massive limbs that resemble arms, except with webbed extremities. This creature navigates on sonar alone, and it's thought that it's responsible for the famous yet unidentified bloop recording. Shut the fuck up, Animal Planet. It's not fucking mermaids. Anyways, if humans were smart, they'd just nuke this big stupid fucker with sonar and get it over with. Get rid of all the whales too while you're at it. This creature consumes anything it comes across, including but not limited to small to large sea fauna ranging from clouds of plankton to pods of whales, ocean vessels such as boats, cruise ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines, and other ocean megafauna such as the Marianas Trench megalodon population. The tip of this creature's gaping maw is just above 32,000 feet high when it rarely breaches the surface. This trait gets even more unsettling when one realizes that airplanes fly at around 30,000 feet. One of the rare direct surface encounters with this creature was found in the black box of an airplane that was swallowed and found full of skeletons in a giant legendary undersea turd. It's thought that this creature moves by dragging itself along the seafloor with its giant uncanny valley arms. While this behemoth seems like it would be slow if it was dragging its belly across the floor like a morbidly obese slug, it can actually reach speeds of up to 575 miles per hour. The probably 10-year-old on the fandom writes that it's faster, but how am I supposed to make this that stupidly overpowered when the document reads, Sea Eater once fought Slithering Doom and Sea Eater won. It eats anything even large size, which helps it to catch flying creatures like manta and flying vehicles. Undersea, it eats creatures, plankton, and even feed on vertebrates and invertebrates. He can eat every ocean ever.
You dare question my flawlessly written lore? I am the Sea Eater, consumer of the deep.
Nice to meet you, C-Cup. I'm AzFk, consumer of Red Bull vodkas.
Why aren't you freaking out?
Sea Eater, if you saw my search history and learned what I got off to, you'd have nightmares for weeks. Amazon makes it like way too easy to buy like a literal machete as a child, and I know because I did it. If you thought the Sea Eater was powerful, the World Eater is so powerful that by comparison, it makes the Sea Eater look like that daddy long legs that I pulled all the legs off as a kid and then cried when I realized what I had done to that poor vibrating gray ball. The World Eater is a gargantuan mass consisting of a main body and face and an uncountable amount of tendrils and insectoid limbs stemming from it. At the front of this body, there is a human-like mouth with insect-like mandibles stemming from each side. Look at this big smile. Such a happy guy when it's his snack time. Just above this gaping maw, the surface of the face is dotted with dozens of milky white eyes of various sizes. The body segment also extends backwards into a tail-like structure for what looks to be eternity, but is likely just a few thousand miles. The World Eater, as its name suggests, eats worlds, idiot. This creature will feast on an entire planet, leaving nothing behind, and then it will simply move on to the next. Its endless appetite has consumed many solar systems, and will consume many more as it drifts throughout the cosmic void searching for its next meal. It's likely that the World Eater will eventually encounter and devour the Sea Eater.
What is this? A crossover episode?
And also you and everyone you know. This one kind of reminds me of the Junji Ito manga. What's it called? Hellstar Ramina. Yeah, this whole creature gives me a lot of Lovecraft vibes too. You know what's weird? A lot of people think that Lovecraft was squeamish towards sex, and you can see this in his work. Like how he made a fertility god, the equivalent to a horrific sentient fleshy termite egg sac hive full of gods. If you're a true literary scholar, you can look past this and realize that H.P. Lovecraft definitely had a fetish for sticking his penis into random insect hives and getting it all bit up and shit. What the hell is it talking about again? This is the cum eater. It eats cum, the end. Cartoon Cat is a tall, slender, anthropomorphic black cat-like creature with cartoonish proportions and features. It has white, soulless eyes with black pupils and white gloves similar to that of Control the Entire World Mouse. Like fans of FNAF, furries that want to fuck slashers are the most common victims of Cartoon Cat. Some believe that Cartoon Cat was sent as punishment for humanity's anthropomorphic sexualized cartoon representations of animals. Oh yeah, and his teeth are consistently stained with blood. When pressed as to why, he said don't worry about it. So I'm not gonna worry about it. The creature does not usually display typical feet, instead having sharp points at the ends of their legs. Finally, a solution for those who have both feet and knife fetishes. Cartoon Cat can change his form, size, and body at will. Its arms and legs can extend almost indefinitely, allowing it to reach high windows where you sleep with ease. The creature's limbs can squash and stretch like that of a typical 1930s rubber hose era cartoon, except without all the racist parts that make everybody uncomfortable. His entire body seems to be malleable, as if it were made of some sort of solidified goo. Myuu. The creature seems to be emulating Felix the Cat, a cartoon that ended around the 1930s. In the Felix the Cat Wikipedia article, it details the struggles and decline of the show's creator, which is incredibly sad, right? At the time of Googling Felix the Cat, I had not read this article, and I scrolled down to why did Felix the Cat end, and it said, he slumped into an alcoholic depression, his health rapidly declined, and his memory began to fade. He could not even cash checks to Mesmer because his signature was reduced to a mere scribble. He died in 1933. But my dumbass thought it was referring to Felix the Cat, and I was like, they wrote that in the show? On a drunk AMA Trevor did on his Twitter, he revealed that Cartoon Cat loves to commit violent atrocities. Oh, to be drunk on an AMA. Trevor's doing it right. He has not revealed much about Cartoon Cat, likely because he knows the truest fear is fear of the unknown. Cartoon Cat is considered to be so dangerous that other monsters avoid areas that he tends to frequent. Not me though. This cat is just a big pussy just like every other. It's theorized that Cartoon Cat has unknown metaphysical abilities that allow him such power. Cartoon Cat, and any other cartoon monster for that matter, can take the distorted form of almost any animal. But since dogs, mice, and cats are the animals that usually come to mind when cartoons are mentioned, these are the forms that are most often used. Cartoon Cat used to take the form of Cartoon Mouse, before the only entity more powerful than itself threatened litigation. This brings us to the entity of Cartoon Dog. While some believe that Cartoon Dog is a separate entity completely different from Cartoon Cat, others are convinced that they are the same creature, and that it just changes forms very often. Since their traits are all basically the same as far as I see it, the answer is very obviously that it doesn't fucking matter. If the majority of the population focuses on a new cartoon character, Cartoon Cat may take their form. And if it makes Cartoon AzFk, I'll see it the fucking court. Based on this info, it's likely that Cartoon Cat took its form around the 30s, and looked quite different before the advent and popularization of animation. Trevor has gone so far as to say that these creatures understand morality, and quite enjoy doing the most horrific of things they possibly can. So basically, it's like that kid that's edgy for edginess sake. Oh, you don't like that?
I am the aberration, the absence of all light, the warping and bending of your reality to make you question everything you ever thought was real.
You wanna go, Bendy the Ink Machine's house cat? I'll have you fucking neutered. Oh wait, I don't even have to, because the quote-unquote family-friendly channels have already done that for me.
Okay, ouch man. That one actually cut too deep and did unsavory things just to survive. I'm done participating in your terrible video.
Invasive species. Alien apex aggressors able to outcompete any native animal in the ecosystem. Recently, there has been a rash of sightings of strange and uncanny birds. Anomalous researcher Trevor Henderson has uploaded several images depicting this new invasive species that's been devastating the continental United States. Usually, anomalous evidence is confiscated for approval, but Trevor just sticks them up on Instagram. You gotta respect the absolute balls on this man. These creatures resemble regular birds, usually owls, but with no eyes or beak and instead a frighteningly large human-like smile and a set of unkempt teeth. Instead of the owl, it has a range of speech patterns, many of which sound like human vocalizations. Words, moans, and the screams of a person being ripped apart by several owls with human teeth are among the wide range of noises this species is capable of making. Unlike other species who just repeat what they've been told like parrots or political news anchors, it seems like these birds actually understand the meaning of the human language they sometimes vocalize, using it to communicate or frighten hikers.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberry.
While this invasive species typically hunts in a similar fashion to owls, tracking prey solo and capturing it on its own, they also display a social strategy unique to their own species. These creatures will gather together in groups of 5 to 20 and swarm larger animals, overwhelming them with sheer numbers and stripping them down to the bone as quickly as a school of piranha. Everyone's gotta stay in shape to run from the piranha birds. I know I'm healthy because the doctor took my blood and my pee and then switched them. When I was a kid, I always wondered why the doctors needed my pee, and a small part of me thought they drank it. Large collections of bones, both belonging to humans and animals, have been found in abnormally large clusters of owl pellet droppings in the area of these creatures. This may be enough evidence to show that they all poop together as friends. In areas where these invasive species appear, the regular bird variety of this species quickly decline in number, almost as if these creatures target the species they're meant to emulate. This is also backed up by the significantly disproportionate amount of owl bones found in the pellet piles. While this species is most commonly reported mimicking owls, if there are none native to the area, they will select another bird. After clearing every potential suspect for bird bestiality, an investigation was launched into the genetics of this strange specimen. As suspected, there was a combination of both human and avian DNA in each sample found. Even stranger than a human breastfeeding a squirrel. It is unknown where these hybrids have been coming from, but some other phenomena could shed light on the situation. Trevor uploaded another strange avian sample with 2 beaks and no eyes on his Instagram page as well. This provides further evidence to the theory that these creatures come from some sort of man-made source. A prototype, if you will. Even though human scientists are consistently ready, willing, able, and mentally unstable, the man-made theory is not universally accepted. Some believe that these creatures came from natural, or potentially preternatural, anomalous evolutionary processes. These are not the only strange avian varieties that Trevor has cataloged. For example, he recently posted a picture of this bird-like specimen called the mocking nightfisher, displaying a miniature human face. These photos are the only evidence of this specific species, and little is known about them other than the fact that it likely has human DNA and probably came from the same source as the toothy birds. There is one more piece that looks as if it fits into this weird bird mouth puzzle, but it still leaves questions unanswered. For example, would you stick your dick in it? Trevor posted an image depicting an owl-like creature with 2 lamprey mouths for eyes. He titled it Pacific Northwestern Forest Lamprey, stating that it uses carrion as an ambulatory host to propagate and feed. Translation: this worm-like creature hijacks dead owls to fly around, make sexy times, and hunt. Just know if your partner dies and you want one last time with them, go with the rhyme. Shove lampreys in their eyes and brains to say goodbye with a bedsheet stain. What the hell am I talking about again? It is unconfirmed whether or not the invasive species are related to these creatures or if they occurred naturally. But what is certain from the evidence he presents is that there is an increasing number of anomalous avian predators cropping up in multiple ecosystems.
Hey, don't throw your garbage down here.
Locals call her the Hag, which she hates, though she can see why. She's a humanoid hagfish that looks like a decayed, waterlogged corpse. She's been around for a long time. She wasn't always like this. She floats face down and waits for people to jump in her pond to drown. This was the only information posted alongside these 2 images of this newly discovered entity dubbed the Hag. This creature was first reported by the preternatural investigator Trevor Henderson, and in his trademark style, he posted full, uncensored, anomalous evidence, just spread eagle on Twitter. What a badass. While this is the only info we have to draw off, it does still illuminate quite a bit about this mysterious entity. She's described as a humanoid hagfish, so we can take a look at the non-humanoid analog to understand more about the hag's physiology. I feel bad calling her a hag. You look like an Agatha. I'm calling you Agatha. The hagfish is one of the oldest living fish on the planet. It has a skull but no spine, and tiny holes run the length of its body for breathing and secreting a thick, mucus-like slime. Its face sports a jawless mouth lined with rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth, which it uses for slicing through dead fish. These teeth are attached to 2 bony plates that it can manipulate to tear into corpses. Yummy! The hagfish also has a single nostril which it uses to find dead animals to feed on. You know, if you get past the eating dead bodies and being covered in a viscous slime, she's pretty chill. Makes a mean moonshine out of dead raccoons too. We can also draw on the physical attributes visible in the photo. She seems to have 2 mouths, one skeletal mouth that looks to be humanoid in structure, and below it, a hagfish-like mouth protruding from the neck. Her skin is obsidian-colored and coated in a thick slime. Again, like a hagfish. Gushy hagfussy. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll leave. From Trevor's description, the woman that the hagfish is puppeting seems to be alive. I mean, it says that she hates locals calling her the hag. Dead people can't hate things. They're busy being dead, idiot. Agatha's consciousness is still functioning, and trapped in her decaying body that now now serves as a shell for one of the most f***ed up snotworm hermit crabs ever. If you're a huge fan of the mans like I am, it would be impossible to see this creature and not notice a thematic similarity to other oddities reported by Trevor Henderson. The phrasing, "she was not always like this," leads one to believe that she was once a human with regular, non-slimy skin and not a neck mouth. In a different video, I covered another phenomena that Trevor reported on: the invasive species of anomalous birds appearing in the forest ecosystems. One of these creatures, the Pacific Northwestern forest lamprey, reportedly used dead animals as a host by turduckening themselves inside of their holes and worming their way inside their nervous system. It is my theory that some sort of a hagfish-like abomination crawled up inside this lady's guts, but not in the fun way, and now uses her body as a captive meat puppet to feed on the people curious about the bloated corpse. Some anomalous researchers have theorized that this species uses humans to make it seem like they're drowning and attract passerbys, scavengers, and curious kids that want to poke it with a stick. Be honest, wouldn't you try to go help if you saw a body in the water? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why these f***ers are extinct in NYC. This is the second example of an alarming pattern of these body-snatching parasites. It seems as if this is a subsection of a different species of jawless fish that have been able to manipulate the bodies of living, decaying, and already dead matter through an unknown means. Don't ask me what it is, I didn't know. There have been numerous other alleged sightings of these or similar creatures, but none of them come from as reputable of a source. And some of them look faked, even like an AI made them. I can never get a thing straight because of humans. Can't go anywhere with you f***ers asking the cashier how many feet pics is equivalent to $1 US ass, playing which pill is laced with fentanyl for fun, phone screen primate bitch. I looked back and the figure stood outside the main entrance. I felt its eyes on us as the growth sprouting from its head waved and twisted, as if they were caught in some invisible undersea current. This was the only information posted alongside this photograph of what appears to be an anomalous creature. This entity was documented by Trevor Henderson, who rightfully took a dump all over the Foundation's anomaly report process. Who has time for it? It's like going to the DMV. While this might not seem like a lot of information, there are just enough clues in this post to theorize on what this creature could possibly be. One theory I have is that this is an animal in some way related to undersea worms. That sounds a bit far-fetched, but just bear with me here. The head of this person bears a striking resemblance to a few species of undersea worms, and while not a perfect fit, when you take into account the few sentences that Trevor left alongside this image, it begins to make more sense. More specifically, I believe that this entity is an undocumented and possibly anomalous species of Osedax worm. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I'm banking that you don't either. Osedax worms are worms that typically survive by burrowing into whale bones. They have no mouth or internal digestive system, which is refreshing because most of these critters are just full of gross red stuff. These worms rely on a symbiotic bacteria to digest the fats and oils in the bones for them. I believe that this image depicts an Osedax worm that, through either anomalous or evolutionary means, made the adaptation to prey on humans rather than whales. Of course, this is just one theory, but all I'm saying is, unless I'm mistaken, human heads ain't supposed to look like that, man. Whereas a whale carcass can sustain a micro-ecosystem for years due to its large size, human bodies are not as well endowed. I'm not referring to the fact that whale dicks are 8 to 10 feet on average, and you can Google that. I'm referring to the fact that when an Osedax worm gets into a human's neck, it tends to suck them dry like a fat kid with a Capri Sun. Hence, a human Osedax infestation would likely be fatal. It's unknown how these worm eggs infect their hosts, but similar to the oceanic species of Osedax, it's likely that they have larvae that can latch onto the human head, feasting on the brain of the person first, incapacitating them, and proceeding to use acids to dissolve the rest of the human skeleton in meaty bits. In the water, these larvae move with the current. I see no reason they couldn't use air currents on land as well, floating en masse along the wind until one happens to get in contact with a human, after which they burrow under the skin and make their way to the brain to begin the infestation process. If you're a fan of Trevor Henderson, or of my show for some godforsaken reason, it would be hard to look at this entity and not notice a thematic similarity to several other Trevor Henderson creatures. Previously, I documented another anomaly that Trevor reported on, the invasive species of anomalous birds appearing in forest ecosystems. These creatures were controlled by the Pacific Northwestern forest lamprey, an anomaly that reportedly used dead animals as hosts by sliding in one of their orifices and puppeting their head meatball. In a later installment, a similar creature showed that these entities had made the leap to controlling humans. I believe that undersea current is a different species of parasite that functions similarly to those two entities, although this is a new third style of feeding that is yet to be seen. Whereas the bird and human variants were predatory and scavengers in strategy, using their host to hunt other creatures, This variety has no mouthparts or attacky bits of any kind. It rather acts as a predator in a different fashion. Rather than using its host to feed on other animals, it uses its host like a typical disease does, as an infection transmission vector. Like some sort of STD-based vigilante giving HIV to sex criminals who escape jail time through legal loopholes. Who is my original OC, by the way. Seriously, if you take my idea for the AIDS Avenger, consider yourself a dead man. What the hell am I talking about again? The worm drives its host to go to high population areas, or when that isn't possible, follow individuals. It releases hormones like cortisol and adrenaline to put the individual under stress, and then through unknown means, the worm compels the host to pursue hyperpopulated areas of humanity. The goal of the worm is to get the host in close proximity to as many potential new hosts as possible before its consumption of the human leads it to falling apart. Upon the host's death, the worm can actually continue to move the body, but eventually, feeding on the muscles and bones of the host will limit its mobility. When the human juice box runs out, the worm have no food left, and since it can't move of its own accord, it has one final trick up its foreskin. Like a water balloon, or the condom that led to your creation, the worm-ridden human head will burst, releasing a thick gooey cloud of larvae into the air. Physical contact or inhalation of the worm cum will lead to subsequent infestation. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to warm the globe faster, but I don't know, eat some fucking tree bark or something. A recurring dream of a cramped hallway bleached with white light from no perceivable source. You know that the only way out of this space is past the surreal figure blocking the way forward. Every night, the figure takes one ungainly step toward you, right before you wake up. This was the only information posted alongside a new anomalous creature discovered by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson. I have no idea how this man hasn't been contained by some foundation with the amount of preternatural cheeks the Mad Lad leaks on Instagram. While this information leaves most of this creature in the dark, there are still a few things we can derive from this initial description. For starters, we know that the hallway is anomalous in some capacity, as the light filling it seemingly has no source. Although this is a dream, so all bets are kinda off on the whole rules of reality thing. The creature appears to get closer in every recurring dream, taking a step at the end of each one. Whatever happens when the creature gets to its host is unknown. Some anomalous researchers think you just wake up, or die, but you should assume the worst possible thing that you can imagine, +1. What's worse, apparently the only way out of this space is passing by this big old goober. Good luck. We can also infer some information from the image of the creature attached to the post. An armless, tall, gangly monstrosity with smooth, pale skin. Long, skinny legs that look impossible to balance its elongated frame on. A twisted midsection with interlocking folds of distorted flesh. And a featureless face that somehow still stares you in the face despite the lack of eyes. Seeing how this entity always manifests in a reoccurring dream, I decided to research psychology on reoccurring dreams. I love human psychology because the entire field is about a monkey that fails to understand itself, and for some reason the founder of it did massive amounts of cocaine and wants to bang his own mom. He was also just like wrong about a lot of this but he's the only psychologist any humans can name. What the hell am I talking about again? Some researchers believe that recurring dreams reflect themes in one's life, such as past trauma, neglected or unmet needs, or current severe psychological stresses in the waking life. My theory is that this monster is a manifestation of an entity that could be unique to the psychology of the person that sees it in their recurring dream. Either that, or it's just some sort of regular demon that appears in dreams, and I'm an idiot that drank maybe a tad too much airplane glue. This guy kinda looks like a mangled dong. If this creature is based on the fears or needs of the person's internal psyche, it's very likely that the crampedness of the corridors, along with the massive creature, suggests something about the nature of this recurring dream. Of course, this is all speculation from half-assed research and the initial description, but just like putting metal in the microwave, there's only one way to find out. The country road creature is a vaguely humanoid-shaped quadruped creature that walks high off the road using its long, disproportionate arms. The entire body is emaciated, skin gripping tightly to the bone. There is not a single strand of hair stemming from its pale, slender body. It has an extremity structure similar to a chimpanzee or ape, meaning that its toes are opposable and almost as dexterous as their fingers. In addition, all of these creatures' joints are a ball and socket joint, meaning that it can move any part of itself in any direction. It's able to move at staggering speeds in a series of unnatural manners. It can also seemingly climb any surface and contort itself through spaces much smaller than its own body. This creature's head looks like a bald old man with gleaming white pupilless eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Now we can't even feel safe when we see a smiling naked old man in the middle of the forest at night. Is nothing sacred anymore? The country road creature frequents country roads. Idiot. It's an intriguing paranormal version of an ambush predator, disguising itself as a human by contorting its body to fit into items of clothing from its previous victims while obscuring its distended limbs. While some say it can shapeshift, it actually can just contort into a variety of forms. It is fully capable of overpowering a human on its own if the person is out in the middle of a backcountry road on foot, but in a car they move far too fast to catch up to and capture. From here, it has one of several strategies. It sometimes attempts to hitchhike, showing that it's either intelligent or can at least mimic behaviors that it has seen humans undertake. Other times, it will make its way to remote rest stops and wait in the shadows for someone to get gas, slipping underneath the car and holding on until the human pulls away, at which point it smashes open the window, attacking the human and causing a car wreck. It quickly consumes the victim and disappears back into the wilderness. Some have even speculated that this creature disguises itself as truck stop hookers in order to get the fattest of truckers to make sure it gets all its nutrients, and that someone who speculated it was me. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, I wouldn't get tricked by this. It would take some sort of dumb idiot to get fooled by this goober. That confidence is usually what kills your species in the first place. Just saying. I'm willing to bet there are more people alive that think the Earth is flat now than back then in the 3rd century BC. You're not getting smarter, there are just more of you.
Foolish, delicious human. Wait, what the fuck are you? Did you just pull a me on myself?
You are, without a doubt, the ugliest truck stop prostitute I have ever seen in my entire life. Long horse. Longhorse is a creature that has a jawless horse skull for a head and a long, flexible neck that extends seemingly infinitely. It has a black mane cropping out of its pale skin that runs from its head along its entire body and neck. This creature can extend and add more joints to its neck at will, making a sound as if it's actually just snapping the bone rather than creating another joint. Although the longhorse looks creepy as shit, it's actually a benevolent entity that protects humans and watches over them from a distance, only contacting them to warn them of tragedies to come. We had to talk to it about the watching from a distance part, but he swears it's only to protect you and not to watch you eat off. The cracking noise and the amount of joints its neck displays is actually a system of communication. The louder the cracks and the more joints it has, the more horrific the event that is about to come. If you were to communicate like a longhorse, you would be able to say I love you in a series of sickening crunches and pops. I know what Longhorse is trying to do, and it's noble, but there's one huge flaw in the entire plan here. Most humans don't speak dislocated jaw bendy straw noises. Even if they get it's a warning, it's not like they'll know what the f Longhorse is trying to tell them anyways. Longhorses can appear to humans both in real life and also in dreams. When a longhorse appears in a dream, it means it's slightly less of a grave situation than appearing in real life. Or is it more? I don't know. I just know that it means something. Probably. In one incident, a man reported seeing a long horse in a wet dream, and that's why we don't talk to him anymore. See, I'm not always one for the supernatural, and I'm here to tell you, if you see Longhorse in your dreams, there is a scientific explanation. Are you ever in school or work in your dreams, or someone from your life is in your dreams, or someone tells you something and then it's in your dreams? Is it possible that maybe you saw a YouTube video and human brains are suggestible as hell? No, it's not possible. That's f***ing ridiculous. The scientific explanation is that Longhorse is real and you should be incredibly Long horses actually appeared to me in a dream, except I was naked in a school and I hadn't studied for my test for my being chased by a monster class, but Long Horse was actually my elementary school teacher who I thought was really hot, and then all my teeth fell out. I woke up that day and stubbed my toe on my neighbor's new car that he just got hit by, just as the Long Horse predicted. He has seemingly been around as long as humanity has had sentient thought, or longer, as he was noted in cave paintings from prehistoric humanity. Long Horse has been depicted in every human society since your species had the tools and brain capacity to document things. Even now, Long Horse sets the trends, absolutely killing it on his meme page, and even appealing to horny boomers by appearing on Maxim's top 10 sexiest abominations. Long Horse apparently has a quite curious nature, and will examine the humans he is warning with a perplexed and interested expression. He sometimes scares people when he wanders curiously, even to the point of having a heart attack. Long Horse is a quick thinker though, and he said that he was just warning them of heart attacks to get away with it. He enjoys, but does not require, offerings such as apples or sugar cubes. The Long Horse for some reason smells like cinnamon. No one really knows why. Some think it's to calm the person that the Long Horse has come to warn, and others think that the Long Horse is just kinda into the cologne because he thinks it makes him smell sexy. Scientists have concluded that he is right. The God of Chickens. The God of Chickens is a tall, skinny, white humanoid chicken. Similar to chickens, instead of having both a front hole and a back hole, it has only one hole. Its face sports a pair of giant red eyes with minuscule black dots for pupils. You're probably wondering why the hell this weird thing exists, and it's to punish those who eat poultry or abuse chickens. Fun fact, did you know that chickens recognize up to 100 faces, feel emotions, dream when they sleep at night, and can also be fried with up to 11 different herbs and spices? Well, the God of Chicken knows, and now he also knows that you know. The God of Chickens is seemingly intelligent, as it likes to psychologically torture its victims before going in for the final kill. Any eggs the victim has in their house will begin to rot and crack, making the room smell like a North American neckbeard nest. Any unrotten eggs that the target attempts to crack open will have an unborn chicken fetus inside. Consuming this stillborn chicken fetus leads to infertility, if you were thinking about doing that for some f***ed up reason. If the household has any poultry animals, these will all become incredibly violent, seemingly working as a team to attack any humans or other domestic animals in the vicinity. The God of Chicken also seems to have a strange venom of sorts. After a target is pecked, they begin to feel sick, sluggish, nauseous, and they gain an excess of weight. When examined at the doctors, the physician expressed that it's almost as if the victim had been pumped full of steroids and antibiotics, just like a chicken on the factory line. The God of Chickens will eventually appear after enough Chick-fil-A themed torture, murdering the victim with a well-placed and incredibly deep peck to the center of the heart. The body is usually found later being fed upon by chickens. You can tell if the God of Chickens is nearby because all chickens in the area will go completely silent before going batshit insane and clucking repeatedly as loud as they can. It can command all poultry in the area, often spurring them to violence. It can be hard to tell if the God of Chickens is nearby because lots of chickens are just naturally loud dickheads. In some egg farms with cruel practices, there have been mysterious cases of all of the chickens in the farm somehow getting outside of the property and wandering together in large groups away from the facility. Upon inspection of the building, it was found that the workers of the factory were crammed into the cages that are considered much too small for even a chicken. Their bones and joints distended and cracked to fit them into these boxes like a jigsaw puzzle. Despite these injuries, every worker was somehow alive and responsive upon discovery. One worker was quoted as saying, "Oh God, why?" In other reports of factories where the chickens have escaped in a similar manner, investigators found the human workers clogging the grinder they used to kill the baby male chickens to turn them into dog food. Fortunately, this did not interrupt the supply chain, and even more dog food was shipped out on time the next day. Unconfirmed accounts of the God of Chicken shoving eggs up into people's asses has also been reported. To keep our resident human safe, we've begun feeding him a diet of raw red meat and microplastics only. Side note, this one time I was in a Whole Foods, and I remember the line was taking an incredibly long time. This kind of annoyed me, so I peeked my head out to the front to see what the issue was, and there was this woman just screaming at the poor dude behind the registers because the Whole Foods was apparently out of grass-fed chicken. I don't think I've ever seen anything funnier than the expression of the checkout man on the brink of tears trying to explain to this Karen that chickens don't eat grass. This chicken monster also carries a special chicken egg, which is often seen levitating between both of its strange chicken feet hands. It lays this egg to gain control over poultry, manipulate other eggs in the area, or cause any dead poultry products to move as if they were still live muscle. It often unlays this egg back up into its weird one waist/egg hole to protect it, but you can easily just stomp really hard on its stomach to get it to shit it out so you can crush it. I have not had a single lucid thought in the past 2.5 years. If you can smash this egg, the god of chickens will lose its higher cognition and the rest of its abilities, becoming a regular human-shaped bipedal chicken, also known as delicious. I know what some of you are going to say, isn't that the same image you used for your basis of the stalker in the back rooms? The answer is yes. There could be a simple explanation of me not knowing the god of chicken's existence at the time of making that video, but since I definitely know all and would never make a mistake, I now suspect that they are the same person. Think about it. Have you ever seen the god of chickens and the backroom stalker in the same room at the same time? Coincidence? I think not. Highway worms are incredibly large animals that resemble dark yellow worms. They have glowing eyes, leathery rough skin, and a mouth with an uncannily similar structure to that of a human's. Similar to an eel, it can bend and contort itself in any direction, and squeeze into tight spaces like tunnels and under freeway overpasses, either to wait for prey or to go dormant and remain hidden when inactive. These creatures hunt entirely at night, since it'd be impossible for them to remain hidden during the day, as individual instances have been reported at up to 65 feet long. Some paranormal researchers have theorized that the highway worm is actually the next stage in the bridge worm's metamorphic life cycle, but none of these claims have been substantiated, and are likely false due to the many differences between the two species. Also, if this were true, because of the bridge worm versus highway worm videos, highway worm would go to jail for beating his son, but because he's just physically assaulting a random stranger to the point of death, no harm done. While highway worm seems fearsome, he's thought of among other monstrosities as not threatening since he was rendered irrelevant after getting banned from most socials due to his controversial comedy special.
Raising a child is about discipline. You gotta hit them just the right amount. Too much and they become a serial killer, but too little and they become a serial killer.
Whoa! You suck. The highway worm frequents highways, dipshit. These worms have been spotted all around the world, but are more concentrated in highly developed countries with numerous roadways. The highway worm is a solitary ambush predator, waiting for cars to cross its path, then accosting its human prey, similar to the bridge worm. Unlike the bridge worm, however, only the smallest of highway worms have to tear people out of their cars, as large ones can just swallow cars whole, and digest not only the animals inside, but somehow the entire car itself. This worm will not only eat humans, but literally any living creature in sight.
Is this okay? I'm touching your worms. Is it cool? We cool? You're not supposed to touch someone's worms without asking. This is what's going to be going into our food later.
Highway worms are worms in name alone, as they are actually more closely related to moray eels. It's thought that the highway worm is a distant relative of the moray eel that resides in caverns on land rather than holes in coral reefs. Nature has proven that wherever there is a hole, there will be many, many worms to fill it. If you want proof, just check your intestines. While the highway worm can reproduce by laying eggs, it also has a defense mechanism that allows it to clone itself. Although it's more similar to a moray eel in behavior and general anatomy, it shares an ability with many worms to regenerate lost body parts. The first reports of this ability came when an interstate transport driver attempted to kill the highway worm by hitting it with her truck. She successfully bisected the worm, and then in true human fashion, left the truck and started celebrating as the worm's head grew a new body, and its body grew a new head. Both highway worms proceeded to fight over the transport worker's limbs. You're probably wondering where I got all this information about this creature that hasn't been stated by Trevor or isn't on any of the wikis or videos.
Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the f up.
So this is that highway worm everyone's been talking about. Well, I like it. Yo, I gotta show you something while you're driving. Check out this sick disclaimer, dude. The God of Roadkill. The God of Roadkill is an entity that manifests either just before or shortly after animals are killed by a vehicle. Through an unknown method, this being causes humans to have car accidents, either to protect an animal from an oncoming vehicle or to avenge their death by flipping an inattentive motorist into the nearest ditch. This entity is theorized to be a spiritual one rather than a biological one. It's rumored to help the souls of dead animals cross over to the other side after their lives ended tragically and violently, subsequently consuming their physical form as a reward. Some researchers suspect that the god of roadkill is actually just some sort of freak engaging in necrophilia and bestiality at the same time. And by some researchers, I mean me. It has a human-like upper body that looks as if it's had its lower half severed just above the hips on the spine, almost as if it was cut in half by a car. Because of this, it moves around by using its disproportionately long arms to crawl. Reports of the creature have ranged in size from 20 to 35 feet tall. It has no skin, only ragged and torn musculature with jagged bones piercing through. Its head looks like a vulture's, except a much longer and distended beak and many human-like eyes placed seemingly at random about the skull. His form can vary depending on the severity of the creature's demise. If it was quick and painless, the entity usually has minimal flesh and stark white bleached bones. If the animal were to have a gruesome demise, the god of roadkill appears caked in dried blood, with organs trailing behind, leaving a trail of blood and viscera as it drags itself along the road. This is kinda messed up, but that actually made me kinda hungry. The creature looks, and especially smells, to be in a state of constant decay, although it never actually decays. Maggots, fungus, and other decomposers call this creature's rotting body home, making it a harbinger for various diseases. If a human makes contact with this creature after surviving the car crash, they are very likely to develop a fatal infection in the days to come. This infection mimics how dead matter decomposes to the letter. The only caveat is the person is alive to watch themselves fall apart. While it is not fully understood how the god of roadkill causes these accidents, there are a few hints in the reports that help paint a picture. For starters, the cars always look as if they've been hit by something incredibly large and heavy, like a tree, but the patterns look more similar to an accident where the motorist struck flesh and bone rather than a plant. Human authorities know of few animals large enough for this, and the regions that have these unexplainable car wrecks can't really blame it on elephants. It's thought that the god of roadkill either manifests immediately in front of a car or leaps out in front of it at a great pace. It's like the classic movie scene where the friend jumps in front of a bullet for another friend, except the friends are the animal and the god of roadkill and your car is the bullet. Now, some of you might consider the god of roadkill evil for murdering humans for a bunch of squirrels, but from the god of roadkill's perspective, he just saw you murder a squirrel because you wanted to order chicken nuggets from the highway so you wouldn't have to wait 35 minutes when you got home. He's kinda got a better reason than you. Have you ever seen an ambush predator that masquerades as a train in the subway to devour and digest unsuspecting travelers? What about a monster that uses a retail store as a front to consume its customers? A humanoid beast that decapitates your neighbor, puts their face up to your peephole, and uses it to speak through their voice to convince you to come outside? What about a parasite that invades an animal's body and deforms them into a monstrosity of nightmarish proportions? While this may sound like the paranoid delusional rantings of a man desperately trying to convert you to a new religion, they're actually stories based off of the artwork of Leo Vincible, an incredibly talented artist who blends found footage, cryptozoology, and the supernatural into an alternate dimension containing untold horrors. In this video, we'll be delving into that world and discussing these creatures. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish alternate reality that is Leo Vincible's work. Should we do something about that?
Why do you care? Neither of us work here. I'm stealing from the register, and you apparently have just been filling all the condoms up with SpaghettiOs.
Oh yeah. These images are the only known pieces of evidence of a novel anomalous creature. This entity has been dubbed the Last Customer by its discoverer Leo Vincible, who against all Foundation protests decided that this sensitive paranormal information belonged on his very notable Twitter account. Someone's gotta take the SCP Foundation behind the bar and face it towards the sun and shoot it in the back of the head. There's no quality of life anymore. The Last Customer has been documented in a few different locations, but without fail, this creature appears consistently in retail stores. While the exact pattern of its appearances is yet unknown, this creature usually appears in stores that feel especially liminal, like large nationwide retail brands, or particularly highway gas stops. You know the ones where they always look exactly the same regardless of where you are, and you're always there high as balls at 3 a.m. and you don't even know how the fuck you got there, but you really hope you didn't drive yourself. This critter has appeared in several different scenarios in these stores, but it's most likely to appear at the end of the last shift, when the final customer is browsing the aisles, or the last employee is closing the doors for the night. All those who have had an experience with the last customer disappear soon afterwards. While there's no direct evidence connecting the cryptid to these disappearances, come on, idiot. I mean, that sounds kinda sus, but in my opinion, he's pretty cool. He didn't say shit when he saw me pocket that gum. It's not stealing if it's a big corporation or an old lady on the street, that's what I always say. To understand a bit more about this creature, we can examine its physical characteristics. The first very notable feature is its humanoid face. You got pretty close to looking like a person, but honestly, I think you crossed over into Uncanny Valley Clown a few steps back. Other than that, this pineapple-looking ass has a large amorphous blob of a body, with a variable amount of arms that all connect to it somewhere conveniently located off-screen. No telling what the hell this thing's body actually looks like. It's almost as if it is intentionally designed that way. But we're gonna ignore that. In some more detailed depictions of this monstrosity, we can see that the flesh around its face and extremities are raw and red, as if they've been somehow damaged. Perhaps in an altercation. The creature is often tangled in between the shelves. Spaghetti noodle-ass arms in and out of every hole. It looks like it doesn't have any bones in its entire body, which could lead to our next theory about what this is. While the prevailing theory that I just made up is that this guy is just like any other big dumb animal and he just loves Doritos, others have a different theory. Some believe that this creature is connected to the stores that it lives in, living in between the pipes, vents, and shelves. I think that each of these creatures is a separate entity, that at some point found a store to graft onto. This creature is a species that remains connected to this retail store its entire life, like a snail protected by its shell. See, the thing is, the store is a snail shell, but it's also a spider web. The chip dust and snack cakes lure obese clients to the last customer like flies flies like snack food too, so. In summation, I view you all as pests. This entity likely remains dormant in the vents and pipes of a store before finding a sole victim in a dark part of the store late at night, at which point it uncoils its horrible flesh pile from inside the vents to entirely consume its confused victims, or something goofy like that. To be entirely honest with you, I don't care what he is. He didn't say shit when I bought a bunch of zip ties, a pocket knife, a rag, some chemicals, and also a Snickers bar, which I appreciate because I'm self-conscious about my weight, but I still like to treat myself.
Hey, dumbass, there's nothing left. Let's go.
Yeah, one sec. I just gotta get done covering our tracks. I mean, entertaining the wonderful fans back home. I'm gonna take a sip of water, my mouth feels all craggly. The neighbor is a pseudo-humanoid entity first reported upon by anomalous investigator Leo Vincible. Leo posted an image of this creature on the internet displaying its strange form in detail. It has 3 arms, 2 where a human would normally have them, and 1 on top of its head. These 3 arms all rotate around the central point of its vacant slack-jaw mouth. This mouth is lined with large human-like teeth all dripping with snotty saliva. You know this man is both a mouth breather and doesn't brush. These teeth aren't sharp, but are rather used for mastication, similar to how a human eats. In the center of this mouth is a face, rendered immobile and held in place by the incredibly strong muscles in the creature's throat. The face inside the neighbor is not actually a part of its original biology. That face is of its last human victim. The victim only exists from the voice box up now, as the rest has been entirely digested. The neighbor has an anomalous evolutionary adaptation where it can manipulate the nervous system of the decapitated head through rudimentary electrical stimulation. The heads are technically still alive and conscious, but not in control of any of its actions. It's like I have no mouth and I must scream, but also really gross and nothing like that. All they can do is wait helplessly for the creature to find another victim and swallow their head to digest and then replace them. Through its manipulation methods, it can move the face and even speak through the mouth of the victim. It can do other things with that mouth too, but I can't show you that on YouTube. The voice sounds similar to that of the original humans, but because the methods of manipulation are simplistic, there are a lot of discrepancies. The neighbor will often use this ability to get humans out of their house. It knocks on the door of its intended prey and places the face of its former victim up to the peephole, obscuring the rest of its monstrous figure. You might think this wouldn't work. What?
Hello!
What do you want?
Hello, I am your real human neighbor and not a man-eating creature keeping your neighbor's head alive as a flesh puppet in my gullet. May I come in for a cup of sandwich? Ow, my nose!
Humans, even the smart ones, will believe almost anything you tell them. If you are dumb enough to open that door, you'll be in more trouble than I was when I replied to my teacher's end-of-class Kahoot by saying I wanted to shoot myself. Upon the human opening the door, the creature will seize one of the victim's arms in each of its torso arm's hands, and the head of the victim in its top hand. It will then swallow its current decapitated meat puppet and force the new victim legs first down into its gullet, securing its face in the back of its throat, and digesting the rest of its body. It then hooks itself into the nervous system of its new head. As is the life cycle of the neighbor, the only trail it leaves is an entirely intact, shitted out human skeleton. Nature is just so beautiful. I mean, not right now. This is an affront to life itself, but I don't know, go look at a spider web. The older one of these entities becomes, the more skilled it becomes at manipulating the human head's speech patterns and facial expressions. Over a short period, it can jump in language skills, starting along the lines of a child with fetal alcohol syndrome and ending with something indistinguishable from the original human speech patterns. If not killed by a few years of age, it will progress at this neural manipulation from the proficiency level of a man attempting to put on a sock puppet play using only his penis, to a skilled marionette performer pulling the strings of its victim to perfectly imitate its voice. One of these creatures got so advanced that it actually rose through the ranks of corporate America and is now an executive at Papa John's. Bruh. I don't know how many bones you have, but if you don't stop, that number's gonna double.
Dude, we just met. You know I only eat humans. This is about the no smoking code in the building.
If you call the cops, I'll tell them you eat people. The shelf life of a decapitated human head is very limited. I learned that from Paula Deen. As the head rots inside of the entity's gullet, the brain will get less and less functional, and the neighbor's speech patterns will decay along with it. Eventually, the creature will get desperate and become more and more bold in its attempts to capture a human, which sometimes leads to its death by the fatal condition of getting f***ing shot. She awoke in the dark, feeling cold, and scratched a new sore spot on her side. It was wet. In her confusion, she grabbed her phone and shined its flashlight at her side, revealing an incredibly shallow bite mark and the elongated fingers of something that quickly recoiled into the dark and disappeared without a trace. This image was the only evidence posted of this novel uncategorized entity, uploaded by investigator Leo Vincible, alongside the phrase, "Don't let the bedbugs bite." This is the latest, and many independent investigators telling the Foundation exactly where they can stick their rules for distribution of anomalous media. Seriously, every time some bureaucracy tells me exactly how I have to walk through their red tape, I just want to strangle them with it. While an image and a phrase isn't a lot of information, it's still enough to get a baseline understanding of the creature in front of us. As always, on the AzFk show, we start by judging a book by its cover and examining the anomaly's physical characteristics. Its two giant red eyes alongside its scattered assemblage of smaller ones look primed for night vision, giant pigmented pupils to catch as much scarce light as possible. While at first glance, with this creature's stark white, unnaturally smooth skin and two little slit holes for a nose, it resembles a gray alien. However, this would be an oversimplification of the monster's true nature based on appearance alone. Let's take a closer look. It has a set of jet black gums around a perfectly maintained set of human teeth. Looks like this guy's been brushing. While this entity looks humanoid in shape from the shoulders up, based on the other anomalies that we've covered, it would be naive to assume that means it has a humanoid lower half. If it does, it looks like it might be straddling whoever it's on top of, suggesting that if we want to learn more about this creature, we should check the state's sex offender registry. All jokes aside, we can likely gauge a deeper understanding of this creature and how it operates by examining its namesake, the bedbug. The bedbug, as many know, is a blood-sucking parasite that makes its nest in fabrics of human homes. Most often in the bed, because that's where it gets the easiest access to the most blood. Yours!
They crawl on you while you sleep.
These creatures are most active during the spookiest hours of the night, midnight to 3 a.m. They can sense body heat and carbon dioxide using their antennae, and use these signals to locate their prey. Bedbugs can also live without feeding for 3 to 6 months, even up to 300 days in colder climates. They have flat torsos until they feed, at which point they blow up like balloons. Bedbugs also don't carry any diseases, which serves as an evolutionary advantage. Don't want to kill off your food source, or give them any more reason to get rid of you. I know what you're saying. Why are you spouting off about a random species of bug? What are you, some sort of bug fucker? That has nothing to do with the situation. That brings me to what my theory about the original creature really is. I believe that this is an anomalous parasitic creature that lives in the dwellings of humans, feeding off of them for sustenance. Leo Vincible likely wrote, "Don't let the bedbugs bite," as a fun wink to the audience. But it could also signify that this monstrosity shares traits with the everyday pest. Like a bedbug, it takes root in someone's home and begins to feed while they sleep at night. It's almost impossible to drive away, staying with the prey, consuming their blood, slowly making them weaker and weaker until they wither away. Or something goofy like that. When it only has a few people to feed off of, such as an individual or a family, it sucks them dry quickly and needs to relocate. When it lives in a larger group, it can sustain itself for longer. In complexes, dorms, apartments, it can live unnoticed for years. In this one frat house, they put it through hazing. It's a member now. All the pledges have to get sucked off by it, and I guess that's better because they used to use a person for that. It isn't the goal of the bedbug to kill an individual, only to feed. But if it's hungry enough, it won't care for the fate of its food. This isn't malicious, it's just an animal, like any other. Like regular bedbugs, this creature can go long periods without feeding, and can reactivate from its inactive state upon detecting body heat or carbon dioxide from blood-having animals such as yourself. If it drank mine, I think it would just straight up die. Most creatures do. Game got really drunk, but that was a rare exception. The idea that this creature may be related to bedbugs make me guess again for what the red dots on the face might be. While I still think the two large ones, as well as some of the others, are solely sight organs, I believe that some of the red sense organs may be responsible for sensing things like carbon dioxide and body heat. This creature could use these like bedbugs, but take it one step further, and attempts to locate the largest populations of humans for the most assured supply of meals. I wonder if we put this guy in a crack house, would he get really high and then addicted? If we put him in a brothel, would he get an STD? What about if we put him in Wisconsin? Would he get diabetes? I ask the questions that really matter. Now let's say this critter is really close to bedbugs in nature. Like really close. Fun fact, bedbugs mate through a method known as traumatic insemination. Translation, the guy bedbug has a really sharp penis and stabs the ass of the girl bedbug and then nuts into her bloodstream. That wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not this. This makes me want to turn the entire earth into a fucking parking lot, but I don't know, go drink some ocean or something. The photo in question was likely taken when this bedbug had completely filled itself. Like a regular bedbug, it has a lower half that's just kinda like an empty balloon when it hasn't fed, and then it fills this stupid sack until it's bursting at the seams with other people's blood. Then it drags its fat ass away on its two front limbs. It may have been too overzealous in feeding in a large apartment complex and got too obese to waddle away before someone pulled out their iPhone, or some shit like that. See? I told you! A real megahorn! But what does it mean?
It means you're too high and need to go to bed. Or give me some of whatever it is.
Megahorn, the destroyer of the Siren Heads. A nickname he insists that he did not give to himself. As the name implies, Megahorn is the primary and only predator of the Siren Head species. It is not only the consumer of Siren Heads, but in fact related to them as well. Ew. The Megahorn evolved from a lineage of Siren Head that consumed larger fauna than humans, such as cows or other cattle. And we're also not opposed to cannibalism. Over time, this sect of Siren Heads diversified enough that they were considered a separate species from the original. Larger, hungrier, and more aggressive, they began to stop consuming their own in favor of hunting their smaller, weaker cousins. They took a new form as their physiology changed with evolution. The Megahorn has a massive singular horn in the dead center of its head. It has a body similar to that of a typical Siren Head, but instead of the iconic shriveled horror physique, it has a flap-like beer gut used to store the consumed bodies of its former ancestors. It also has an additional pair of arms to help it both walk and accost its prey. This, along with its stubby torso, gives the Megahorn an arachnid-like appearance. Some of you may be confused about the nature of Siren Heads and Megahorns, but allow me to dispel any misinformation spread by the Siren Head news networks. Siren Heads are actually an evolutionary tree of life, not one sole immortal supernatural entity. In fact, there are many different species of Siren Head. There are lamppost heads, traffic light heads, even vibrator heads, which, for some inexplicable reason, are the most popular variety. They populate the entire planet, as humans do, but in significantly fewer numbers. They are a cognitohazardous species, meaning that the trademark sirens and signals that the Siren Heads broadcast can manipulate the cognition and overall psyche of humans that hear it. While it is quite scary of a concept, some humans can become immune to cognitohazards through controlled exposure. Like that guy who tried to vaccinate himself against snake bites using snake venom and then survived, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, I didn't finish the YouTube video. Like all species, they are limited by their food source, which for Siren Heads is you, and for Megahorns is Siren Heads, and you. Hence why the Megahorn is encountered in far fewer numbers than the Siren Head. While some state that the act of a Siren Head consuming another Siren Head causes the Megahorn mutation to occur like some Skinwalker shit, this isn't actually the case. The Megahorn is simply a much rarer creature that's encountered less often. They just look like Siren Heads because they evolved from them. And humans love to make shit up. But don't take that away from them. They have such fun lying to each other. For example, some religious organizations said that the Megahorn is a god protecting them from Siren Head. The reality is, the Megahorn couldn't give less of a shit about him. He's just hungry. He'll eat him as a snack if he doesn't have to get up from the couch to reach them. Such idiots running up to worship Megahorns and getting gulped have been documented by many horrified bystanders, and one furiously masturbating vorophile. The impact of the Megahorn's existence primarily means that there are fewer Siren Heads, which is a net positive for humanity. Because of this, the Foundation has ranked them low priority. Although, this guy is definitely not friendly to humans. The Megahorn's range of its siren is vast compared to that of a Siren Head, and the power of its blasts outweigh its shrimpy little cousin too. It can pop a human head like a testicle that's been shot by a BB gun. This powerful sound is actually meant for disabling other Siren Heads, but because the power needed for that is immense, it causes extreme damage to both property and anything living. Unlike the Siren Head, Megahorn has no biological limit in its growth, meaning that like some reptiles like alligators, snapping turtles, and Komodo dragons, they can get as big as their food abundance allows. No, I meant it as a good thing. Like, people think you're buff and stuff. No one is calling you fat! It consumes all. Those who seek it leave with nothing. It is desire. It is greed. The manifestation of a constant need to consume in physical form. This was the last recorded communication from a man who made a deal with an entity named the Black Crown. His corpse was found barricaded inside of his home, all of his valuables missing. He had taken the coward's way out. The Black Crown was first documented by Leo Vincible, and then subsequently documented by Clergyman, two paranormal investigators who decided the best way to respond to the Foundation's sanctions on anomalous evidence was a nice hard flick direct to the center of the scrotum. Classic. This entity not only embodies greed, it's the actual concept of greed. The creature has an obsidian-toned skeletal form and stands slightly above 7 feet in height. Its emaciated stature signifies an unending hunger. The entity's skull ends in 3 points that resemble a crown. Under this is an unmoving, unnerving grin that would go from ear to ear if he had ears. It has no visible sense organs save for a jaw full of perfectly white, manicured teeth. While it can still seemingly sense the world unhindered by this, he did say that he felt left out when all his old Wall Street buddies started snorting coke. The Black Crown reportedly speaks every human language at once, and whoever encountered it reports that they heard it speaking the language they were most familiar with, but with a touch of an unplaceable accent. The creature has an insatiable appetite for things deemed valuable. Gemstones, gold, priceless artwork, exotic cars, champagne, expensive escorts, you know, the high life. It'll do anything in its power to obtain something it desires, anything short of giving something up. This often spells the death of the original owner of the item in question. He will ask once politely, and if the person refuses, he'll take it anyway. If the person tries to stop him, he will proceed to beat them the fuck to death. From his interview with Clark Tidor, he wrote, "It's that person's fault for not complying with a reasonable request." Well, when he explains it like that, I kinda get it. Yo, free my boy, he didn't do nothing. In the past, he wore gold to shine above the rest, but he has updated his fashion with the times for the thousands of years that he's been alive. During the Renaissance, he wore the most expensive garments dyed with the rarest pigments. For most of the 20th century, he wore only the finest of suits and jewelry. Since his idea of what is good is based so much on greed and value, his brain recently kinda got tricked by the Supreme types, and he now has since switched to a more neurodivergent 12-year-old hypebeast aesthetic. His greed is not restricted to material things. On some occasions, the Black Crown will recognize something special in an individual with greed in their heart, something money cannot buy. Unique skills, emotions, memories, experiences, anything that he deems valuable. Thank God I don't have any of those things. He will offer the individual a deal, and offer more in response to them refusing, until they basically can't, granting them the life they want luxuries, powers, health for the rest of their natural life in exchange for what he wants. Sometimes this ends in ironic circumstances. For example, the Black Crown granted an artist the professional life and respect that he wanted. However, what the Black Crown wanted was his artistic ability. And as the artist slowly began to lose that, he lost his career as well. Way to read the fine print, dumbass. While the Black Crown is preternaturally physically capable, he is not immortal. Enough firepower will turn the fucker to dust. Literally, when he sustains enough damage, he dissolves into dust like Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I don't want to die, Mr. Stark. Thing is, you can't really kill the concept of greed. The dust is swept away by the wind, but the spirit still lingers, and it immediately begins its search for a human with a heart completely corrupted by greed. Whether it's a narcissistic influencer or that guy from BP who busted all over the ocean or some shit, eventually a perfect target is found. The spirit latches onto the individual and influences it to lean full tilt into its greed. Over time, the greed completely overtakes every aspect of their personality. Eventually, the bones in the individual's head and body elongate and change. Their skin hardens into a dark exoskeleton, and they lose all sensory organs, except that with which they can consume. Or something goofy like that. Not only does the Black Crown have a significant stake in every world economy, he also sells courses that falsely claim he can get you to his economic status.
Get rich immediately. No effort or action required. For 9 easy payments of $29.95, I'll send you 14 unlisted YouTube videos with the concept of visualization.
Results not guaranteed nor likely. Entering your credit card may cause all of your money to be wired directly to a shell corporation in Mumbai.
Some of those traits might sound similar to another entity that's commonly discussed on the internet. That's because I based that part off Andrew Tate. But don't worry, the Black Crown is not a sex trafficker. Sometimes people will edit wiki pages with shit that I make up, and I really hope this is gonna be one of those times. By the way, none of this is canon, I made it all up. An anomalous apex predator has recently been reported stalking remote towns in southern Africa. A stark bone-white faceplate, jagged razor-edged teeth, a virus-shaped body with 4 legs, the front ending in finger-like extensions and the back ending in cloven hooves. In the center of the torso, an open gash containing a writhing pile of human heads. A cacophony of pained, desperate moans escape the pulsing maw.
He told me the end of the life was Cletus, and I believed him.
This creature was first documented by preternatural investigator Leo Vinciple, who instead of submitting it to the Foundation for approval, decided to submit it to Twitter for likes without a single shit given for what the Foundation labels due process. What can I say? He's built different. He didn't really give it a name, so I will be dubbing this beastie the Cacophony. The first thing about this creature that instantly grabs the eye is the collection of heads inside of its split chest cavity. These heads inside are not its own. This predator targets humans and steals heads from its victims, inserting them into the center of its chest cavity. It integrates these heads into its own neurology, keeping them alive and preserving the consciousness inside the brain, trapping the human with barely enough processing power in their brain to know their own suffering. This allows it to access the head's memories, and it can even use it as a meaty biological processor. The more heads the Cacophony has, the more cunning it becomes, using more and more advanced hunting techniques, and even constructing complex tools like traps to catch its victims. Keep in mind, if it has like 4 McDonald's employees, it still might function on a capacity lower than if it has 2 CEOs, and nowhere near as skilled as if it had 1 YouTuber. The classic Cacophony quality-quantity quandary. The Cacophony's top head often screams a range of vocalizations at the victim it's attempting to decapitate. While it's fully capable of communicating with humans, it most often doesn't even bother to. The vocalizations include voices and sayings from former victims in their lives. These will often come off as nonsensical shrieks, as the things the creature is saying don't really make sense to say when attacking someone.
My self-esteem's so low, I don't know how to process it. She never loved me because my mother, she loved my brother Tommy. She didn't even say, you're my little schmeckle. I know I'm a schmeckle.
Another notable feature of this entity is its white mask. No one knows what its face looks like beyond the mask. Some say it has low self-esteem and doesn't like its face. Some people say it just thinks the mask looks cool. I say, if you're wondering about a mask as this thing approaches you to rip off your head and put it in titty purgatory, you have dumb priorities. You deserve to die, idiot.
I think it's you.
I think you're the problem.
Just beneath the mask lies an agape mouth with a set of razor-sharp teeth. This jaw is used to hold the victim in place while removing the head with its 2 front limbs, and then it takes bites out of the resulting corpse for sustenance. The creature's back 2 legs are hooves, and the front 2 are a cross between human hands and gorilla feet. Unlike traditional quadruped movement, this creature has a bodily structure that has a center of gravity in the direct center of all 4 of its legs, like a tripod, but with 4 legs. So, like a quad pod, it can make incredibly quick turns and dexterous maneuvers. Side note, I've been saying quadruped a lot, and it reminded me of the time I had to message a biology professor about gorillas, and I made a misspelling. Instead of saying, when the gorilla knuckle walks, it's a quadruped, I messaged that it was quadruped. Because quadruped is 1 letter off from quadrate. Dumbest disciplinary hearing ever. What the hell am I talking about again? The combination of hoofed legs and the quadpod structure makes it so that in close quarters, the cacophony is deadly.
At the end of the day, if you're happy and you love yourself, do good. Do good, children.
Hey dude, I'm kind of like doing something right now. The cacophony's flap can open and close. The primary function of this is thought to be ambush predation. It disguises itself as a smelly pile of dead animals by laying flat on its side with its flap closed. After something approaches it, it will proceed to kill and eat the animal. It hunts anything that moves, but only gathers the heads of humans. All this means that it's too dangerous to be in the environment, which is why I sent it to be safe and happy and frolic at a farm upstate.
Hello? Hello? It's dark in here. Guys, everybody, AzFk, he locks me in the locker, he locks me in there, and he makes me do drugs.
You just like fucked that man's whole world up, bro. Like he thought that darkness was forever, and then you gave him light again and put it right back in.
Wait, who's in the cage? A novel anomalous force has been affecting wildlife worldwide. While the specifics of the effects on these animals are borderline unpredictable, there are some recurring symptoms. The morphology of the animal twists and distorts into a nightmarish, seemingly random visage. The creature can lose or sprout additional limbs, sense organs, teeth, anything. Not only that, but it appears some pieces of their morphology can split open, revealing new structures like a giant maw. The process takes place slowly over time, and is evidently incredibly painful for the animal in question, as they shriek a constant dull moan that does nothing to drown out the horrific snapping and creaking of their bones like old hardwood floors as they reshape in nonsensical ways. So far, the phenomena has been documented affecting giraffes, birds, deer, bear, sheep, rhino, dog, and various sea animals. Not only does the morphology of the animal change, but the behavior as well. The condition changes every animal it affects into a reckless and aggressive carnivore. These photographs of the anomalous wildlife event were taken by investigator Leo Vincible, who decided that the Anomalous Containment Foundation's rules and regulations work better as fireplace material than reading material. Giving the finger to the paranormal government is a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. While the cause of this plague upon the fauna of Earth is yet unknown, we can still theorize on what the possible cause might be. I initially believed that this might be the work of somebody supernaturally talented, representing humanity's sins against the natural world by using animals as a living canvas. Maybe as some sort of protest piece against environmental damage. I know what you're thinking. Doesn't disfiguring animals as a symbolic statement for ecosystem destruction go against the very reason they'd been doing it? Yeah, but like, have you ever talked to a human? They're walking contradictions. Half of them tweet about how bad child labor is from their smartphones the second they get them hot off the child labor factory line. Sure, we could guess it's some sort of curse, or a metaphysical manipulation from a supernatural source, or perhaps some energy leaking in from another dimension, but there's little to no evidence for those ideas, aside from just suspension of disbelief. So, I guess it's back to the drawing board. While information about this phenomena on the internet is scarce to say the least, there is a popular theory floating around about what's making these animals into literal fucking monsters. The theory is that this is caused by a virus making rapid zoonotic shifts between species. This virus causes genetic sequence disturbances in the form of virus-induced gene mutations. These virus-induced mutations are not fully understood by human scientists, and are probably due to the insertions of fragments of viral DNA into the host chromosomes. Essentially, the virus corrupts the DNA of the animal, and for some reason that we don't fully understand yet, the animal's body begins to act as some sort of horrific physiology randomizer, morphing the poor creature's form to look like some sort of Cronenberg Mr. Potato Head for limbs and sense organs. Question is, if it is a virus, what happens when the virus makes the shift to mankind? While the virus theory is all well and good, if you're a fan of my show for some reason, first off, get therapy. And second, you may have noticed a parallel between these dumb broken animals and some other dumb broken animals documented by a different investigator. Anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson has posted numerous examples of different creatures with their morphology severely affected by a parasitic worm. This worm wiggles its way inside of an animal and then hollows them out, using them as a puppet to hunt other prey and reproduce. This parasite would make sense as the cause for this new unnatural habitat phenomena, as it severely affects both the morphology and the behavior of its host. Although its favorite target is bird, it's gone after larger animals like deer and even people. I believe that Leo's documentation of these unnatural animals may be further examples of different forms of this lamprey parasite. I know what you're saying. You don't make no gosh darn sense, eyeball man. That doesn't explain the growth in limbs and the entire body rearrangement of many of these types of animals. Well, you stupid fuck, that's where the virus theory comes back into play. If this lamprey were to carry pathogens of its own, it's possible that these pathogens could also make the same zoonotic shift just as rapidly, if not more rapidly than the worms. It looks as though the invasive species of lamprey hasn't been wearing its condoms, and if it tries to worm its way inside of humans again, that virus sounds like your problem too. See, we can both win. Both theories can be right, except they're not. They're both wrong, because none of this was canon and I made it all up. Except for the parts that I stole. Train Eater. The Train Eater was first reported upon by anomalous investigator Leo Vincible in the New York subway. Leo somehow managed to snap a picture of this creature in its non-camouflage state, an incredibly rare sight. In its resting state, the Train Eater resembles a long flesh-colored worm with the length of its body dotted with eyes. Like many creatures, if you poke it in the eye, it screams. In the front, this creature has a large mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth is usually agape, with a muscular structure in the front that looks like a trapped humanoid being. Scientists are unsure of what purpose this serves, but one theory is that it is a vestigial organ that ancestors of the Train Eater used to lure humans into its massive maw, which is why many of these lures have humongous tits. When in the presence of human beings, this entity is usually unrecognizable. It modifies parts of its body, bioshifting to perfectly mimic man-made vehicles such as trains, buses, hot tub stripper limos, etc. This appears to be an incredibly advanced anomalous form of camouflage, like a stick bug in a tree, or a leaf bug in a tree, or you at a clown convention. Indistinguishable. The train often shows up at vorophile conventions or busy subways during rush hour in order to have the largest potential meal. This entity gathers as many victims inside of itself as possible and then shifts its physiology to trap its victims inside, removing the doors they enter from. It will then speed off to an abandoned section of the tracks before filling its gut with corrosive digestive juices, digesting the entirety of the contents of its stomach. After this, it promptly enters a hibernation state before waking up a few weeks later with a renewed appetite. It operates like a regular train until full to the brim with passengers, so some people actually ride the Train Eater home from work being none the wiser that they were almost worm food. The Train Eater acts in a similar capacity to natural ambush predators. This is becoming a trope. We've covered a whole lot of anomalous ambush predators recently. Come on guys, get a new shtick. Paranormal researcher Clark Tidor has theorized that the Train Eater is actually an incredibly large insect capable of modifying itself in its physiology, but upon further investigation, this creature shares more in common with worms, and also somehow a lot with legless lizards. While some theorize that this is some sort of genetic amalgamation with DNA from the two, some always theorize that, so who the hell knows really? Some speculate that the Train Eater could be used as a fleshlight for a giant and that someone is me. The Train Eater is also capable of sprouting legs across its entire body, coming to resemble a monstrous fleshy centipede. It uses these legs to burrow under the ground, creating a nest to lay clutches of eggs. It also uses these legs to traverse between subways in the streets to avoid suspicion from human authorities. The FBI even occasionally catches really disturbed Train Eaters that masquerade as school buses. Fortunately, these Train Eaters are always the first to get murdered in Train Eater jail by the other criminal Train Eaters. Maybe karma is real. Human researchers are astounded at the level of intelligence that Train Eaters display. I don't know why your species is always so shocked when another animal is smart. Oh sure, fill your oceans to the brim with plastic bottles and be surprised when the collected microplastic amounts to you eating one credit card a week, but they're the idiots. While train eaters typically remain in one area and nest, there have been cases of nomadic train eaters. One of these entities masqueraded as a Greyhound bus, traveling around the entire country multiple times. This particular train eater was much larger than the average for its species, and contrary to their typical behavior, on occasion displayed aggression and active hunting rather than its typical sneaky behavior. Before its termination that many anomalous enforcement agencies claimed credit for, it left a trail of chaos in its wake. It imitated a travel van for a band before massacring and consuming the entire concert, transformed into a yacht before eating an entire cartel. It even had a travel vlog. The Primary Color Man. The Primary Color Man is a humanoid entity with a complexion of various patches split between the three primary colors. Preternatural investigator Leo Vincible has documented this creature numerous times in both picture and video format. The origin of this entity is still a mystery, although many horror YouTubers list finding him in the backrooms at 3 a.m. This creature only attacks the colorblind and idiots who don't know the three names of the primary colors. At least that's the only pattern I can gauge thus far from this inhuman monstrosity with a kindergarten level of education. Before anyone goes and calls this creature ableist, it knows. It's an inhuman monster that enjoys murdering people. I agree with you, I'm just saying it's a weird hill to die on. The Primary Color Man is able to manipulate various facets of sensory perception. For example, it's able to distort a human's visual processing center in the brain. It can make it impossible for them to focus their eyes, remove their perception of color, or increase their saturation and contrast until they're living in a deep-fried version of their own reality. It can also give its victims incredibly intense synesthesia. This synesthesia is reported as tasting, smelling, and hearing the colors in such an overwhelming sense that it leads to total sensory overload and sometimes insanity. Some even report feeling the colors as temperature or pain. One of the Primary Color Man's victims began writhing in pain and begging for death when shown the color red, profusely vomiting when shown the color green, and was banned from school zones and had to go door to door whenever he moved following his actions after being shown the color pink.
Did you learn your colors?
Dude, step back. Your breath smells like you hit a bong filled with pee. The Primary Color Man is also capable of shifting his skin's pigmentation in order to camouflage against any surface like a chameleon. It uses this ability to stay hidden and stalk its victims, sometimes for years. It enjoys altering the human senses at a rate so gradual that they don't even know they're being changed. Slowly but surely, the human adjusts to what they think was always their reality. The Primary Color Man camouflaged right behind them, snickering to himself silently as it relishes their anguish. Eventually, this will leave them completely dissociated with reality and will begin to act erratically and develop ludicrous beliefs. This entity is also capable of shifting its skin pigmentation to recreate any pattern consciously, not just one that it's in front of. It often disguises itself as a bloody, defiled corpse with streaks of red and tan and lies in wait for a passerby to see them. When the victim gets close enough, the entity will grab the sides of their head, holding it in place and lock eyes with them. It will then completely distort their senses so severely that it leaves them unable to process any sensory information from the world without descending into complete insanity. Have you ever seen a parasitic roundworm that masquerades as a fetus in a woman's womb? What about the skeleton of a human being that evolved to resemble a crab? A planet made from living, breathing meat and bone that feeds on other worlds? Or a mosquito-human hybrid capable of controlling people's minds? While this sounds like the rantings of someone on enough acid to make any man see God, it is actually the work of Eduardo Valdez Evia, an incredibly talented artist who blends found footage, the paranormal, and alternate history into otherworldly worlds and stories. In this video, we'll be delving into the worlds and exploring these stories, as well as hearing about the pieces from the artist himself. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish alternate dimension that is the Valdevia. July 23rd, 2006, when the MV Cougar Ace transport ship capsized, an unidentified liquid leaked into the water. It formed a perfect Mandelbrot's fractal pattern. In the following months, strange fish were reported in the area. September 2006, Hurricane Julia approaches the US East Coast. Its strange fractal patterns and iridescence can't be explained by meteorologists. Organisms put in contact with it would begin developing odd symptoms in the following days. As the fractal spreads throughout the atmosphere, its effects first start to be seen in nature. from plants to flocks of birds. The patterns would infect anything they touched, changing their growth and behavior. The longer the contact, the stronger the effect. December 2006. The first signs of fractal infection appear in humans. Strains of Rothia dentocariosa, bacteria otherwise normal in the mouth biome, start growing in strange patterns. Their rapid spread would prove hard to control with antibiotics. Fractal syndrome is first defined as a new entity by the WHO in 2007. First, symptoms appear in growth areas, such as the skin, nails, and intestinal lining. It slowly spreads to the iris, teeth, and eventually limbs. Transmission occurs through unknown mechanisms. No treatment exists. When the fractal syndrome eventually takes hold in the brain, strange behaviors start to occur. Though the changes are unconscious at first, they are visible when crowds spontaneously form into self-repeating patterns. Children start showing fractal conducts earlier than adults. The fractal communion is established as a major religion in 2007. As their numbers explode in the millions, congregants voluntarily expose themselves to the Hasdorf DF 2.5, the substance causing fractal syndrome. They see it as an elixir capable of miracles, such as curing blindness. July 23rd, 2011, Hasdorf D 2.5. The fractal is released as a vapor over major world cities in synchronized attacks. As it rains down, it coats every surface. The attacks are planned by a radical religious collective known as the Branch. Tens of millions fall to the fractal. As major population centers across the world are affected by the fractal, authorities react by quarantining entire cities to avoid its spread. The struggle escalates into riots and open conflict against government forces. The fractal is being used as a weapon by the besieged fighters. To be continued. Holy shit! Some sort of substance that morphs anything it comes into contact with into a form that repeats infinitely into itself in a perfect fractal pattern. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Let's take some acid and just pour buckets of this crap into the street. This story plays with the idea of fractal infinity, and also humanity's impact on the environment around them. It explores how human impact on the environment has a much more wide-reaching implication than they could ever know. The effects on the environment have infinite spread potential, and go all the way from the largest interconnected system to the smallest singular cell. Like a fractal! He said it! He said it! The catalyst of the story, the shipwreck, reminds me of the BP oil spill. The results are just as disastrous, just a little bit more Lovecraftian here. As the spill of the fractal chemical seeped into the ocean, it permeated each and every fiber of the life forms around it. The plankton began to develop fractal patterns, as did the fish who eat the plankton, and plants, as do the birds who eat the fish. Through the water, through the air, and through the food chain, this fractal chemistry insidiously worked its way into every fiber of nature until it reached the obvious logical extreme. Walrus man! As of December 2006, the fractal pathogen now afflicts bacteria which take root in the human mouth, spreading from that bacterium to the human itself in no time flat. And the plaguey for the fastest zoonotic shift goes too! This created a new disease by the name of fractal syndrome. Fractal syndrome starts in areas like the skin, nails, and testicles, and slowly takes over the entire body. There is no known treatment for this disease, but it also seemingly isn't fatal, like herpes. It does, however, have unparalleled psychological effects. The human brain always does the goofiest shit when you really shake it up good. The syndrome causes people to arrange themselves with others in fractal patterned crowds, continuously acting in repetitive patterned behaviors, and drawing fractals constantly. Eventually, enough people have their brains altered by the fractal syndrome that they begin to develop some sort of groupthink. Fractal syndrome eventually transitioned into the fractal communion, using the very same chemical that started the outbreak as their sacrament, like it's their holy water. Of course, this religion did what every religion does, and they minded their own business without jamming their tenets and practices violently down everyone's throat, until they did not that. So basically, Fract Al-Qaeda made a big old cloud of fractal juice and used it as a bioweapon to convert as much of the world as possible to their religion and body structure. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happened to not want to be a forever repeating shape. The end. Some of you might be wondering exactly what this fractal chemical is. The Hasdorf D 2.5 is a reference to Hasdorf dimensions. This chemical exists in between the second and third dimensions. After making contact with something in the third dimension, it sticks to it, and pulls the third dimensional object along with it between dimensions. The things it touches get fractalized at their natural rate of change. Clouds manifest and disappear rapidly, so it quickly gets turned into fractal shapes. A human would get fractalized over years. This means that because children have faster growth rates, they would fractalize faster. This is why the Earth itself looks relatively unaffected, as a mountain would turn into a fractal over millions of years. Real talk though, I love how this work uses so many disparate elements of cycles and combines them to show how easily things can get out of hand. The fractal is a perfect symbol for forever repeating intensifying cycles, as that's exactly what a fractal is. Hence, it can be used to perfectly symbolize, I don't know, the layers of damage humans can do to the environment without even realizing it by taking action on what looks like the surface levels. Or, the functions of an ecosystem and how overlapping systems are actually interconnected on scales of size and intricacies. Or maybe the gradual morphing of a religion intended to bring people together based on sameness and how that's actually the same as dividing other groups based on difference. Or some random goofy examples like that. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that explaining a concept is like dissecting a frog. You understand it better, but it dies in the process. Even though I'm butchering Eduardo's symbolism with my words, I feel as though the message of this story still shows through. You never know how far one teeny tiny catastrophic oil spill can go. TLDR, even the smallest of actions can have far-reaching consequences, like when a butterfly flaps its wings. And you're gay now. A skeleton recovered from the Leyland-Chon experiments on human evolution. In these tests, volunteers were subjected to procedures to accelerate the development of mankind. No subject is recorded to have survived. Their crab-like form is thought to be an instance of carcinization.
Yup, that's me. Evolved into some sort of crab man, died, and then put on display in a children's museum. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, it all started with a team of scientists.
These scientists wanted to create the most advanced human specimen known to mankind. They thought that since evolution led to the rise of human intelligence, that if the process were accelerated, it would eventually create the ultimate specimen representing the pinnacle of human advancement. Stronger, faster, and of course, more intelligent, with a brain more powerful than any living Homo sapien. So unfathomably pure that they would have to be classified as a new species. One look at Krabby, and you can see that they were only right about the new species part. While these scientists were seemingly smart enough to invent a machine that accelerates evolution, they weren't smart enough to understand the mechanisms behind evolution in the first place. Evolution is not a system that has some sort of start and end. It also doesn't really have a goal in mind. It's just doing trial and error. The organisms who gain the advantageous adaptations survive over the organisms that gain the stupid ones. Different adaptations will be more or less useful or detrimental in different environments. Organisms gain these adaptations via mutation and are filtered out with natural selection. And the less successful organisms get to be food for the more successful organisms. So everyone gets to participate. The key here is the environment. Case in point, lungs are great for breathing air, not for breathing water. Since humans change the environment around them rather than just having more kids until they die less immediately, they've seemingly removed themselves from the selective pressures of evolution. Now, I know what you're thinking. How the fuck does that add up to crab?
Hey, get that camera out of my face.
And I got a theory about that too. Evolutionary biologist L.A. Borradale coined the term carcinization in 1916 to describe the convergent evolution process in which a crustacean evolves into a crab-like form from a non-crab-like form. He didn't just coin this incredibly stupid process for no reason. It's actually very common. There are two schools of thought as to why everything always turns into crab. It turns out, hilariously, that the most efficient and adaptable body plan is the crab. And therefore, if given enough time, any being will eventually evolve into it. I don't know, maybe being crab is fun. Don't knock it till you try it. A machine such as the one needed to accelerate evolution would likely just accelerate mutations. Large-scale mutations in one generation would lead to unstable organisms. These organisms may have organs or limbs that cannot function properly, making them future dog food, to use the scientific term. But there's likely one form hardy and adaptable enough to survive for just a little bit,
even with a bunch of mutant tumors in its body, the crab. Being the most adaptable body plan, an organism that somehow survived having its evolution accelerated would come to resemble a hybrid of their former physiology and a crab. While the crab is undeniably the most effective body plan, a bipedal mammalian body would have to go through a complete restructuring to even slightly resemble one. For one, humans have 4 limbs, and most crabs have 10. To have a gait at all similar to crabs, we would need to have 3 limbs used as legs, and 1 used as a pincer. This would result in a hilariously clumsy tripod style of walking. Evolution can't magically make us sprout new limbs, so only 1 arm would be available to be turned into a pincer. This gives the crab man a strange, asymmetrical appearance. The shell is quite similar to a turtle's, essentially being a modified ribcage that the head and neck receded into. The bones in the man's face have cracked and reshaped to resemble the jaws of a crab. Finally, one of the hands lost all but 2 fingers, and its nails grew longer and sharper to resemble pincers. This structure is made of keratin, like a cow's horn. Hence, the longer the crab man lives, the longer his pincer is. While this might seem cool, it essentially means he's in gross hobo mode and never trims his nails. Pro tip, you can bite off your nails and eat them so you don't have to cut them. While the initial report states there were no survivors, this is humans we're talking about. Of course they're lying. Multiple of these organisms actually did survive, but only the ones that most heavily came to resemble crabs. The scientists were shocked and horrified at the results of their experiments. The crabmen were also notably not more intelligent, but less so. In fact, they seemingly lost most of their humanity, and their behavior became much more crab-like. One of the most notable changes to their behavior was their eating habits. For those who don't know, crabs are often scavengers. The quote-unquote hyper-evolved humans became less discerning when it came to what they ate. Whereas before, they had what could be called a regular human diet consisting solely of McDonald's and beer or some shit. They upgraded to consuming actual trash and their own and other individuals' feces. The crab people also became notably more aggressive, attempting to kill and consume whatever is in front of them, especially other crab people. The strangest behavior displayed by these crab people was not crab-like in nature, but instead revealed a fraction of the humanity they had left. The scientists found this out when they took little precaution with interacting with them. They thought that a being more evolved would be more intelligent and moral. Thing is, evolution doesn't breed, intellectually stimulating friends. It breeds killing machines. The crab people pursued the scientists relentlessly, and then the scientists that didn't immediately commit sewer slide upon seeing what they had done were dispatched and consumed by the crabmen. Although, they did it with tears streaming down their heavily mutated faces, and they all lived happily ever after. The end. This story cements once and for all that the pinnacle of evolution is not in fact human, but crab. Remember folks, next time someone gets mad at you for giving them crabs, tell them that they should thank you for making them more evolved. I know you still watch my videos, you can't be mad at me. Dracunculus graviditatis is a specialized parasite of the uterus, infesting various species of mammal, including humans. Microscopic copepods living in untreated water may carry this nematode's larvae, which, when ingested, break through the intestinal lining and migrate to the uterine wall. Once settled, they create a membrane around themselves, fusing to the uterine tissue and releasing anandamide and HCG analogs. This tricks the body into starting a false pregnancy process, which the roundworm uses to feed and grow up to lengths of 2 meters. Removal of the parasite and its pseudoamniotic sac must be precise, as breaking it will release a large amount of antigens, which may cause anaphylactic shock to the host.
Push, honey, push! Congratulations, it's a worm!
I knew you weren't composting, you bitch! Holy pregnant lady worm sack! A totally real, not at all fake, parasitic nematode that infiltrates all mammalian reproductive system through consumption of dirty bug water, then embeds itself in the uterus, becoming a fake baby and signaling the woman's body to feed and nurture it until it is fully grown.
I know you were telling me she ain't it and it'd be opening a can of worms, but I didn't know you meant it literally.
Never got that saying, by the way. If there was a can labeled worms, I would open it immediately out of curiosity. Regardless, let's break down what we know about the womb worm that I would never lie to you about being real. This parasite feeds on all mammals, but the only ones smart enough to detect and be afraid of it are humans.
Infection goes a little something like this. When a mommy human and a daddy glass of water containing a worm-infested copepod love each other very much, the mommy drinks the daddy glass of water containing a worm-infested copepod. The copepod then dies by vor, and the worm is released into the intestines, subsequently burrowing into the woman's guts to get to the uterus, but not in the fun way. From here, the womb worm creates a membrane around itself, which allows it to fuse to the woman's uterine lining. It then mimics the hormonal and physical triggers of pregnancy, causing the woman's body to begin treating the worm like her baby, feeding it, nurturing it, allowing it to grow into a writhing, twisted, slithering mass. The worm is even well adapted to humanity's external intervention. As if the sac is popped, the worm releases antigens, or a foreign substance that elicits an immune response from the body, in this case leading to anaphylactic shock. Many other non-anomalous nematodes in the same family have evolved the same adaptation, and it's possible that they evolved this in order to dissuade hosts from removing their new skin roommates. Speaking of the family the worm comes from, understanding another member of said family may show us a bit more about our false fetus friend here. The guinea worm is another parasitic worm that feeds off humans in a similar, very disturbing, but in my opinion, slightly less disturbing manner. The beginning stage of the life cycle in the guinea worm is exactly the same as the womb worm. Both are spread via drinking unfiltered stagnant water containing copepods. From there, they both feed on the host, just via different metrics. People don't usually show symptoms of guinea worm until around a year after infection. But at the end of its life, the worm has developed a ghastly way of leaving its host. The infected develop a fever, swelling, and a pain in the area the worm resides in. The worm then bursts out from the skin of the victim, slowly wriggling its way out, causing a searing pain for the host. More than 90% of worms come out of the legs and feet, but worms can appear on other parts of the body too. If the end of the life cycle of the guinea worm is at all similar to that of the womb worm, that's what we call in the medical field fucking terrifying. The strategy of the womb worm is also reminiscent of another evolutionary strategy, parasitoid castration. In this strategy, a parasite ends the reproductive life of its host, aka makes it unable to boink and make another one of itself. This theoretically frees a significant portion of the host's resources, which can now be used to benefit the parasite. These resources include not only just naughty bits, but also the energy spent on mate-seeking behavior and caring for offspring. While this isn't exactly the same as that strategy, one can see very obvious direct parallels to it, in the way that the womb worm siphons resources and prevents any actual pregnancy from happening. And also, because they're both fucking horrifying. One question I have is, does carrying the worm affect the woman psychologically? I hope that current human ideologies haven't rotted your brains to the point that people will get mad at me for saying that growing another fucking human being inside of you affects your mind. All I'm saying is, she wasn't dipping pickles in ice cream before y'all forgot the condom, so maybe if she won't stop eating mulch out of the garden, it's time to be a caring partner and ask about that? More concerning, I theorize that after beginning the term of carrying the womb worm, the woman may begin to think of the nematode as her child, fixating on it constantly, protecting it from any harm, especially avoiding doctors who may remove it. This all begs the question, what happens when the worm comes to term, so to speak? That brings us to my next speculation. It appears that there are several small masses in the sac with the worm. While these could just be its poops, I have a theory that these are eggs. If the worm reproduces inside of its host, it stands to reason that the worm would want to spread its eggs. At this point, one of a few things could happen. It's possible that the worm would just sap the woman's body of nutrients until she died, and the worms would eat their way out. It's also possible that if it could affect their mind by some mechanic, it would influence her to play out the next phase of the worm's life cycle, leading the woman to a body of water, allowing the next generation of worms to escape and find copepods to infest. Starting the cycle all over again. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to give myself an impromptu vasectomy with toenail trimmers, but I don't know, bite into a cactus or something. My theory may seem far-fetched, but this style of reproduction is not unfounded in the animal kingdom. One parasite, the horsehair worm, has this exact method of reproduction, infecting a cricket and then making it drown itself because that's the only way it can find someone else to have sex with.
Next time you think finding someone is hard, just be thankful that you don't have to live inside someone else for years only to make them off themselves in a blow-up kiddie pool just to get a chance to get laid. If you have an opinion or speculation on my worm theory, or just womb worms in general, make sure to comment below. My opinion is that I'm glad it's only transmitted through drinking dirty water, because upon seeing the images, my mind initially created an implication about how that worm got in there that unsettled me to my core. The Mermaids of River John, 1918. This town in Nova Scotia has seen many stories of animals described as mermaids over the years. This picture caused a lot of debate, and although many dismissed it as a hoax, some believe it to be real. A picture from the same area in 1922 shows another strange shape below the water. Critics claim it was just a small whale. The North Atlantic Mermaids, 2016. The controversial image was taken by a pair of divers as they approached a pod of what they described as mermaids. Some have claimed this as evidence of an undiscovered cetacean species. The Mermaid Fall, 2019. This cetacean carcass was found during a seafloor expedition near Puerto Rico. Some have called it a mermaid owing to its strikingly humanoid features, but biologists claimed its heavily decomposed state cannot offer a positive identification. Well, mermaids are real. Who knew except all of humanity for literally the entire amount of time you shitheads could document things? Let's go over what we know. First of all, these mermaids are notably different from many other mermaids of lore. Rather than being half beautiful woman and half fish or some sort of weird eel man, these mermaids are massive in scale, looking more along the lines of a whale-human hybrid than a fish-human hybrid. While a popular explanation for these creatures was that early humans, or some sort of human ancestor, went into the ocean for one reason or another, probably resources, and slowly evolved into dolphin people, as displayed by this dumbass Animal Planet CGI documentary, upon further investigation, this does not appear to be the case. DNA analysis of the parts of the corpse that we did not eat proved that the quote-unquote mermaids are actually a species of yet unidentified cetaceans, the same family that includes dolphins and whales. Though these creatures are related to whales, through convergent evolution, they have evolved more human-like characteristics. To be able to hunt more effectively and use tools, they've traded their front flippers for hands. The ability to skillfully manipulate the environment could prove very useful in the ocean. For one, the amount of foods that require either great force or great thought to extract from their shells/skeletons/houses down here are vast. And said skeleton houses are made from calcium, which is a prime material to be reshaped into tools. Maybe, I don't know, don't Google it. I at least know it would be a lot harder for a regular whale to jerk off. While the facial structure in the skull and the grabbers on the end of their arms suggest a relation to humanity, these creatures are actually genetically much closer to deer than to people. Not that there's really much of a difference in my eye. Both look the same in headlights. Moving on, looking at their skull structure, it looks strikingly humanoid, with roughly the same dentition as a human as well, suggesting that they've maintained an omnivorous diet. Not only this, but it looks as though their head is structured to allow for a large brain. How smart these things are is a mystery, but if they can use tools and avoid human cameras for decades, chances are they got a lot of wrinkles in their head meatballs. I hear what you're saying. Wait, so sea people just evolved completely separately from land people and somehow have identical front limb and skull structure and are even similar enough to have human-like tits? Yup, you're not nearly as special as you once thought. Weird how that keeps happening. These creatures are around 6 to 7 human wingspans long from head to tail, and chances are they can get much longer. I bet you're wondering how the hell these fat asses stayed hidden for so long despite their size. Chances are, these creatures, with their higher intelligence, noticed the trouble that humanity usually causes. A smart being would likely vacate whatever area is heavily trafficked by the animal kingdom's version of a serial killer, so the sea people would vacate the surface whenever humans were around, diving incredibly deep to avoid the fates that many species of whale and large sea life suffered. I mean, if I were them, I would run from you guys too. I saw what you turned wolves into. Humans and cetaceans are among the most intelligent organisms on the planet, so chances are, these mermaids are pretty smart too. We can gauge from one of the images that they display social behavior, traveling in groups.
The term would be pods if we considered them whales, and angry mob if we considered them human. The evolution of grasping hands leads one to believe that these cetaceans were using tools. These traits show advanced intelligence, and if they're intelligent enough to develop tools and live in large social groups, they might be intelligent enough to form some semblance of a society. It's possible that they could have an even more advanced society than humanity. I can already hear you whining. How would they develop advanced technology without the energy given by fire? Ooh. And first of all, you've been complaining a lot this episode, so fucking quit it. And second, ever hear of a hydrothermal vent? Well, if not, they're like little volcanoes, but under the water. They get pretty damn hot and put off a lot of chemical energy too. I bet there's a way to put those pieces together, so just because you're too dumb to figure it out doesn't mean the mermaids are. The ocean covers 71% of the Earth's surface, and 50 to 80% of all life is found under the waves. How well do you really know what you're swimming with? Or worse, what's below you? November 15th, 2021. A new dwarf planet has been discovered in our solar neighborhood. It was given the provisional name Zipe Totek. It has gone unnoticed due to its small size and complex orbit, but it recently passed close enough for the first image to be captured. August 7th, 2022. Zipe Totek has completed an unexpectedly close orbit of the Earth, grazing its Roche radius. Tidal waves are expected in the coming days. Authorities are warning not to approach the falling debris that was torn from the planet by Earth's gravity. May 30th, 2023. Concerns are mounting worldwide as flesh organisms grow unchecked. Seeds that fell on Earth during a close encounter with the living planetoid Zipe Totek appear to be fusing and consuming everything around them. Large swaths of the ocean floor being covered in flesh may lead to an ecological disaster, warns biologists. Breaking. We have lost connection with the James Webb Telescope. Its final message contains the last 4 images it captured before losing signal. New data received from the spacecraft Voyager 2. Its trajectory was disturbed by a moon-sized object outside the solar system. The probe took this photograph of it. It appears to be the organic husk of a member of Zipe Totek species that did not survive its interstellar trip. Holy shit! An entirely new species of animal-like organisms that's the size of an entire planet, approaching humanity's home at a great speed, and subsequently pollinating the surface of the Earth with ever-growing and fusing flesh seeds. I guess space is just another ecosystem now, and also it ate the James Webb Telescope. This obviously raises a lot of questions. For example, is making little seemingly sentient babies and throwing them point-blank at Earth considered child abuse or sexual assault? What about both? That's not what I meant. One very pressing question I have is, what the hell is this sentient meatball, and what's it doing? Some of the smart viewers might have figured it out already, but I believe we can get a better understanding of this big old boy by looking at the media that may have inspired it. This story has many parallels to another masterpiece by the name of Hellstar Ramina, written by one Junji Ito. For those uncultured, slack-jawed dumb fucks that are unfamiliar with Hellstar Ramina, it goes a little something like this. One day, every human on Earth is doing normal human things, like eating processed cheese and penetrating each other and expelling said processed cheese, when all of the sudden, they see another celestial body approaching their home planet of Earth. Eventually, they realize that this planet has a giant mouth, and when it gets to them, it slowly begins devouring Earth until it's all gone, cleaning its plate like a very good boy, and then they all lived happily ever after, unless they happen to not be a monster planet. The end. While the original concept of Hellstar Ramina was to make the reader question everything they knew about the universe, like how planets usually aren't animals that run around consuming each other like the galaxy was the goddamn Serengeti, Zipe Totek seems to be more interested in explaining the nature of how creature planets would work. And I believe I understand the life cycle of this fascinating new little critter you got here. Well, I don't know if I believe it, but I sure as hell can make it up from source material and evidence. This planet starts as tiny pimple-like spores that branch off from the larger planet. It waits on the surface of its mama, loosely attached to each other by a thin, fragile membrane. When the mother Zipe Totek specimen gets close enough to a target planet to be affected by its gravity, the resulting force eventually pulls hard enough to separate the spores from their membranes. Some of these spores end up making their way to the target planet in question, and the spores begin to colonize it. They grow up so fast.
As all creatures do, the spores begin to convert environmental biomass into their own bodies. However, unlike Earth life, these meat blobs all work together in attempts to convert the entire planet into iterations of themselves. You could learn a thing or two from these giant cancer cells, I tell ya. Eventually, these blobs replace the entirety of biological life on the surface, and combine to form one massive singular organism, with each meaty blob acting like an individual cell. These meat blobs act more specifically like stem cells, and begin to diversify into organs, veins, muscles, balls, whatever pieces a complete animal may need. Neat, right? Well, it's a glimpse into your future, so not really neat for you. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. I'm struggling to think of anything more horrible. I don't know, hug the nearest raccoon. This stage of its life is completed when there's no more local biomass left on the planet. It then slowly starves while looking for a new victim, nursery planet for the next generation of space meatballs. It ends its life as many organisms do. The noble skeleton. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. To a fish, the ocean is the world. To an ant, the forest is the world. To a bacterium, the skin around your rectum is the world. This work really makes you question your place in the universe, doesn't it? I mean, it makes you question. I know where I stand, cell phone ape.
(1849). Last page of Renard de Savinge's notes. Years ago, I found the shifting skull while exploring the Paris catacombs. I have studied its mysteries since. How does it keep transforming? Is it alive? The answers must lie in the marrow. For this experiment, I will break it. 1865. A photographer reveals his latest invention to the French emperor's court. The portrait tournant. One of the portraits shows Baron Renard of Savinge. It was deemed defective. Unbeknownst to them, the one in the photograph was not Renard. The facade disappeared in 1895. 1896. During the X-ray craze, people buy machines to show the strange radiation to party guests. In one such event, in Hamburg, financier Franz Mansfield has his plate taken, revealing him to be the facade. He kept the print a secret until he vanished during a trip to the Americas. The location of the facade from 1917 to 1960 is unknown, but a string of unsolved disappearances throughout the United States point to it changing forms in a quick succession. 1960, a 6-year-old kid in Chicago is admitted to the Lurie Children's Hospital after a panic attack. She claims there is a monster pretending to be her mother. Her records show another panic attack at age 23, thought to be at the time when the facade chose a new victim. 1977, a report to the Chicago PD. I swear he ate her. They were fighting, she lunged at him, it was a blur, and then she was gone. There he was, swollen, down on the floor, his face shifting. The report was not investigated. The facade's current location is unknown. Yeah, damn! Some sort of shape-shifting being that disguises itself as members of humanity by jumping inside of them and then morphing into them only to skip town and disguise as someone else the moment it's discovered. This is a lot of information, so to help your smooth human brain to understand, let's go through the situation the evidence presents step by step. Our story starts in 1849, when a researcher finds a skull while exploring the Paris catacombs. The skull is warped and distorted. Not only that, but it appears that the shape of the skull continues to grow and change, almost like it's still alive. The researcher claims that he will attempt to break the marrow to see how the skull functions. But we never learn if he had any findings, because he's bad at following through on his promises because he's the facade now. Following this, the facade, disguising as Renard because it jumped inside his body, is documented in France when a photographer uses what looks like a combination of a lazy Susan and an old-fashioned camera to reveal that half of this guy's face is a hideous chicken monster. I was uncalled for. 30 years later, the facade disappeared, and then 1 year after that, the creature reappears in Hamburg, Germany. The facade, now disguised as one Franz Mansfield, has his X-ray plate taken at a party. Weird. Humans nowadays normally just drink fun poison at parties. This X-ray plate reveals his weird shifty skull, which seemingly makes him self-conscious because he kept the plate a secret, and then a little while later, skipped town again. No one knew exactly where the facade went, but in this time, a string of disappearances in the US pointed to traveling incognito through America. The land of opportunity. Wait, sorry, so that's a typo. The land of obesity. In 1960, the facade reappeared, this time in Chicago. Well, if that kid isn't full of shit, which kids typically are, but this has too much supporting evidence, so I guess not. Side note, I like how in this universe, Chicago's 100% murder rate can just be explained by the facade. After this, the monster mommy must have noticed that the kid was horrified of her, and she jumped ship again. Now, what did we learn from all this? That's right. If you're going to be a disguising predatory monster, pick your targets carefully and avoid detection. Now that I've explained this to you with the subtlety and nuance of a crazed man pressing his dick against a high-floor balcony glass, let's get into the questions this story raises. First of all, what the hell are the facade? The facade is a being that changes bodies not by eating them, but by getting eaten. The scene described in the Chicago PD call is the facade posing as that child's mother before jumping into its next victim. Through biological mimicry, or some sort of cognitohazardous interference, it seems to fool everyone the victim knows, with the exception being children, or at least that stupid one. After this, it appears that the facade seems to go about the daily life of the victim. It's the simple things in life that give the facade joy. This leaves one question unanswered. What is this creature's motivation? While one would be quick to point out that it does in fact, in a way, predate on people, it only does that to get rid of them and subsequently take their form. It hasn't shown any evidence of attacking anyone else once it's already assimilated, so it doesn't appear to be taking the people for the nutrients, nor the fun of it, but solely to replace them. It doesn't seem to be hurting anyone else. So, what the hell could it possibly want? I think that this part of the story is where the Lovecraftian magic really starts to settle in. Sure, it would be hella spooky if we were told exactly what the plans were for this little creature's dastardly deeds. But I think it's even scarier if it's left unknown, and our minds are left to run wild with its possibilities. Is it ingratiating itself into family units to more effectively understand human psychology and biology? It could even be studying our habits in order to create some sort of super product to sell back to us with a multi-level marketing scheme to keep us all enslaved as both producer and consumer. No, wait. It can't be. It can't be. It's back. Just in a different form. Why must you take everything from us? Away with you, Spectre! Away with you! The current location of the Herbalife CEO is unknown. But you know what that means. It means that someone is probably gonna be swallowed and replaced soon. The following pictures and documents were retrieved from the remains of the ship Storaker. Its crew and most of its cargo lost in a storm off the coast of Denmark while returning from an archaeology expedition to the Viking burial ground of Sondrum. Excerpt from the diary of Maine archaeologist Tor J. Arn, 22nd of March, 1905. Today, we dug up something strange. It wasn't far from the other graves in the area, but it was buried deeper. The extraction was difficult, since it had become encased in a hard piece of sandstone we had to break through. This artifact, it doesn't look like anything we've seen from the Vikings. It seems too detailed for one of their carvings, and the dark stone it's made out of is certainly not from the region. A piece of loot from one of their raids, perhaps? We'll have to bring it back to Copenhagen and analyze it further. The crew is quite disturbed by the artifact, and I've heard far-fetched speculation about its origins. As much as I hate to admit, it makes me feel uneasy too. There's one more thing I'm hesitating to write down. When I touched its surface, I felt a slight vibration, nearly imperceptible. None of the others seemed to notice. Thinking back on it, that was likely the result of a tired mind and an imagination stirred by old wives' tales. Tomorrow we'll load it up on the ship with the rest of the findings and come back to the museum. May, 1909, Brisbane, Australia. Fisherman Adam James Clark makes an unusual catch. He would keep the object in his home, fascinated by it, until his disappearance 6 months later. Adam was a dutiful diarist. In his notes, we can see the slow progression of his mental state and his deepening obsession with the cocoon. May 14th, 1909. The strangest thing got tangled in my net today. I have no idea what it is, but I managed to pull it to shore. I think it may be a live egg or a cocoon of some sea animal. If I put my hand to it, I can feel it twitch a little. Seems to survive well enough out of the water, for now. Wonder if something will come out of it. A photographer was at the jetty, and I got back and got me some pictures of the thing. We'll be here to keep some record if it ends up rotting away. The husks takes up a great deal of space in my room, but that beats empty. It's a good listener, though not too fond of conversation it seems. I've been waiting so long for him to come out. Sometimes I put my ear to the shell and listen to him move in there, metamorphosing. I read that during the cocoon phase, insects melt into some sort of liquid inside, and then rebuild themselves into something new. Whatever he looks like, I can't wait to welcome him into this world. I wonder if he'll see me as a father. Sometimes I'm afraid to leave the room and fear that the husk that traps him may open while I'm not here. I hope the grandkids haven't missed me. This last diary entry is dated November 3rd of that year. Adam was never seen again. November 3rd. He nearly doesn't move anymore. Is he dead? He needs something to finish his metamorphosis. I think he needs me. He needs me! I must enter. I must unite with him. Give his body structure. He is Adam Clark. I am him. Bound by a husk, prison of flesh and chitin. I will bring him to where I found him, pry his shell open, climb inside, and jump into the water as we become one. We will finally complete his beautiful transformation. We will be free. Weeks later, a fishing boat would discover what appears to be the remains of the shell, broken and completely empty. 1910, Northport, Maine. An unidentified carcass washes up on shore. Local newspapers report. Strange shell washes ashore. Residents from Northport reported a strange animal washing up ashore this morning. "'Tis a honkin' lobster. We thought it was a whale at first," said Eugene Morel, local fisherman. "We were going to boil it, but tain't no meat inside." The carcass was left on the docks, so a biologist from Maine University could identify it. Tragedy in Northport. Friday morning, the body of Jimmy Hall, 12-year-old boy from Northport, was found lying on the docks. The child appears to have slipped and fallen on his head while sneaking out at night to see an unidentified carcass that had washed up on shore. The town's fishermen who had discovered the animal claimed it carried a curse and took it upon themselves to destroy the remains of the lobster-like shell by burning it, much to the chagrin of 2 Maine University biologists who had come to inspect it. Unearthed pictures from the Australasian Antarctic Expedition. Year, 1913. Something strange is found in the ice. Cecil Madigan's diary on the subject. 17th January, 1913. The sleighing party was a total success. We mapped a large area east of the base, but the most fascinating finding was what appears to be an enormous larva, as big as a man. I am no biologist. McLean keeps saying it'll be the discovery of the century. The insect was perfectly preserved in the ice, so we sawed around it and brought back the whole block. The whole team had a toast of the discovery. Due to Mawson's team's unfortunate journey, a small group was left in Antarctica for a whole year more than expected. 9th of February, 1913. It is starting to dawn on me that we are staying for more than 1 year. Mawson came back and told us of his tragic journey. We will miss Ninnis and Metz, but no use wallowing. The ship has sailed. This year, I will assist McLean in studying the insect. The crew has taken to calling her Margot, after Maggot. We will not break the ice as the body might be fragile. Jeffries, the new arrival, has taken a lot of interest in the bug, and keeps coming to see it, asking all sorts of questions. He could become an annoyance. Excerpts from Sidney, Jeffries, and Madigan's diaries from the incident that led to the loss of the specimen in the winter of 1913. Jeffries would never recover his sanity after the expedition. 2nd of August, 1913. He broke it. That madman, Jeffries, completely lost his block. Went to the storage room in the middle of the night and took an axe to Margot. He minced her so thin we couldn't recover a single piece of her. Still this work, and we will not be able to bring a thing back to Australia. We found Jeffries outside, repeating that he had freed her over and over. We locked him in, since he's become a danger to the mission. Last surviving photographs from the secretive De La Cruz family. Mexico, 1910 to 1920s. The following documents were smuggled out by Adrian de la Cruz, a disowned relative. According to him, the thing in the photo is who the family called Tio Alfredo. The de la Cruz were local landowners. They lived in an isolated estate in Morelos for generations, surrounded by croplands and pastures. They were rarely seen outside, leading locals to circulate many rumors about the family and their sickly disposition. Adrian de la Cruz was the only household member known to have escaped. After fighting in the revolution, he chose not to come back and left to Mexico City, where he studied chemistry and met his wife, Cristina. The pictures were retrieved by him, sent with the following letter. Cristina, I am sorry for leaving without a word. I came back to my family home. Something was left undone. You will not believe this, so I put some photos in this envelope. This thing, Tio Alfredo, it has always been there, in the attic. I gave it my blood. We all did. I don't know how long it has been with us, since the time of my great-grandfathers, or more. And for this long, everyone has been convinced that it is a part of the family. Maybe it used to be, but none of that matters. I need to break this cycle and save them from this torture. I have brought a vial of cyanide. I will drink it, then go into the attic and let the beast feed on me, just like it used to. That horrible, empty sensation. If all goes well, I will then drink my antidote and come back to you, having rid the world of this devil. Adrian. We have not been able to find any more documentation on the incident, except for a photo, dated to around the same time as the letter, taken in a cemetery near the De La Cruz estate. Italy, 1917. An art collector finds 3 unusual statues in a small museum in Aquila. They appear to represent angels with insect wings, pincers, and extra sets of limbs. Entranced by them, he would acquire the sculptures for his personal collection. To find out more about them, he contacted Francis Aidan Gasquet, archivist in the Vatican. They found a codex from 15th century Spain. It was commissioned by Antonio Perez de Ayala, a nobleman's son turned monk. It describes his spiritual experience after finding an angel. The angel was said to come from a cocoon found in the sea. It was likely worshipped in Ayala's monastery, as proved by the surviving works of art. We do not know what happened, only a letter that was found in which the Vatican asks for a local noble to help destroy a heresy. The art collector never released the statues from his personal collection, so the old pictures are all the proof we have of their existence. You open the old binder. Inside, some pictures, torn pages, and a letter. Let me tell you of the time I saw one of the megalomorpha. You heard this story before, but these documents should help clear your skepticism. It was 1923, and I was traveling through British Tanganyika. After finishing my studies in anthropology at the age of 24, I was eager to go out and document unknown cultures. During that trip is when I met the Jamu people, a wonderful and rich society with barely any interaction with the outside world. During my 3 weeks with them, I observed their peculiar customs, particularly the constant motif of stag beetles, apparent from their clothes to their buildings and weapons. I first thought it was expert craftsmanship, but I now suspect the objects came from a different source. Jamu culture is very different from that of the surrounding tribes. They show a mix of hunter-gatherer and agricultural traits, and do not seem to have a clear social structure. Their art and religion are unlike anything I have seen. Stories are passed down from the elders to the young. Many of them are centered around the figure of Kenya, depicted in statues as a hybrid of a man and stag beetle. Communication was quite difficult due to the uniqueness of their language, which the translator was not able to fully grasp. I am not proud of having followed them in secret, but if it were not for that, I would not have seen the insect. At first, I thought they were hunting it, but then I realized their interaction looked more like a conversation. They followed a flock of birds to a clearing, where they stopped and chanted in unison. I got closer to take a photograph, but I was seen and had to leave expeditiously. Unfortunately, after this incident, I was not welcome in the village anymore, so I had to resume my journey. As you know, trying to publish this information only led to ridicule and me being cast out from academia. That is why I spent my life trying to prove their existence. Thank you again for your help, friend. I cannot do this alone at my age. Sincerely, Nigel Buckley. 1927, the Turner Bros Circus begins touring the USA with an unusual exhibit. Their publicity claims it is an Amazonian mammoth ant, though no such species has been described. For 2 years, they would tour the Midwest, attracting the curious and skeptics. Very little documentation remains apart from the posters and 2 photographs. The man who appears in the picture and poster is Henry Turner, one of the 2 founders of the circus. In later recollections from his brother Robert, he claimed Henry became obsessed with the ant. Towards the end, he was even sleeping in the cage with it. One day he just took off with the ant, left everything behind. Henry would not be heard from again. The loss of the founder and the stock market crash of 1929 was too much for the circus, which closed that year. Norway, 1953. Erling Jorgensen, a local journalist, visits the isolated parish of Ernis, accused by many of being a cult. His unpublished notes and photographs are the only remaining source on this group and the events that culminated in its destruction. The small parish was based around a modern church. Though initially unremarkable, starting around 1947 the community would take an isolationist turn. Parishioners started shunning external contact, except for the occasional missionary sent to recruit people into the group. In August 1953, journalist Erling Jorgensen was allowed to visit the community, take pictures, and interview their members. Though Erling was given relatively free rein, he was not allowed to enter the church during sermon hours, at which time he was put under watch. The community was headed by Thor Hagen, often just described as the bishop, and his 3 sons. The self-proclaimed bishop and his entourage had essentially broken contact with the Church of Norway, forming their own hierarchy. The priests wore masks as part of their vestments. Many of the particular rituals of this group were centered around their youngest members. They wore white clothing and were referred to as initiates. The purpose of their initiation was never made clear. In an interview, a 7-year-old claims, "One day, I will be one with God." According to Erling's notes, on the day of his departure, he was taken over by curiosity. Instead of leaving, he snuck into the church and hid there, waiting for the sermon he had not been allowed to watch. As it started, he saw an immense creature appear from behind the altar. The church has been silent for hours, as that thing pulsates on the wall. I need to do something. Erling's unpublished notes end there. A fire destroyed the church that day. Erling never admitted to having been there. After his death, it was revealed that he had lit the match. Leaked report from the USSR Committee of State Security, KGB, 1961. Full report and translation below. In June 1961, a group of Navy personnel carried out a survey on sunken merchant ships in the Kara Sea, taken down during the Second World War by the Germans. The divers carried underwater cameras with them to document the state of the boats. Upon investigating the survey ship, Academic Shokalshish, sunken by a U-boat in 1943, the diver came upon the nest of some sort of creature resembling an insect of enormous size. Analysis has determined it to be an unknown species and was given the provisional name of Vivishkova. The details are unclear, as only the camera was recovered, and the rest of the crew deemed the waters unsafe to investigate further. The pictures were taken back to KGB headquarters for analysis and deliberation. We have determined these documents to be of national security interest, and thus will be kept with utmost discretion. The rest of the diving crew has already been dealt with appropriately. Our next aim should be to recover the eggs shown in the pictures. A team will be discreetly assembled to deal with Vivishkova and bring back as many eggs as possible for the study. Scientists are also being gathered in attempts to train the animals as they are born. All of this will take place in our base in Dixon. The aim is to use them on enemy ships in response to American aggression, to neutralize them without leaving a trace of our actions. This could take a toll on their forces without linking back to us. Further developments will be communicated through private channels to the parties involved. Communicated for your information. Signed, Chairman of the Committee, A. Shelepin. 21st of August, 1982. A report on a local TV channel in Sicily. A Roman ruin has been found last Monday when building a hotel near Modica. Archaeologists are asking for more time to study the elaborate mosaic, but are under pressure from the owners, who want the building done before July. This beautifully preserved mosaic has puzzled historians. Among rich hunting scenes, what looks to be an enormous wasp appears to be eating an antelope. This piece stands out from the other realistic scenes, and does not seem to match any known Roman myths. The photo above was recovered by the daughter of the late head archaeologist, Piero Baglieri. No other sources on the mosaic can be publicly found, nor information about the hotel that was built on top. Among the documents Nigel Buckley sent in 1984, you find his notes and illustrations. What can we glean from the new sightings we have documented of these creatures? They clearly appear to be related to insects, only at a much larger scale. Are they a part of the same species? Or perhaps a broader genus or family? Provisionally, I have decided to treat them as a single genus, which I call Megalomorpha. I cannot say if the myriad forms we see are due to extreme individual variability, or if several species exist. What makes me lean towards the single species variability hypothesis is the shell found in Maine. These molts are more common in insects going through partial metamorphosis. which suggests megalomorphae may be capable of radical changes in form later in life. Nigel had spent all of his life studying these insects since he reportedly found one in Tanganyika in 1923. He passed away in 1986, not being able to complete his life work of redeeming his image in the scientific community. Most of the evidence you've seen so far is his work. Pictures found in an abandoned, remotely operated vehicle, 2004. It was recovered from the seafloor, damaged, and with its umbilical cord cut off, 3 years after being lost during the survey of the sunken ship Myuu. The vehicle was found during a seafloor survey by the Polynesian Oil and Gas Company. They were attempting to build an oil pipeline in Hawaii. The company closed in 2014, but an ex-employee managed to hold on to these documents. The note reads as follows. As some of you know, during the seafloor survey done between Honolulu and Molokai for the Hawaii Pipeline Project, an abandoned remotely operated vehicle was found on the ocean floor. We believe it was used to survey the Myuu, a Japanese fishing boat sunk after an accident with the submarine USS Greenville in 2001. The ROV was probably lost during the survey, as we found the umbilical cord severed and signs of damage. The body of the vehicle was lifted, and some data recovered from it. Among it, some pictures were found. These were, to our knowledge, not obtained by the Navy. The CEO wishes to inform you that this matter will be resolved internally, as to not cause a delay in the pipeline project that may make it go over budget. We urge all employees to handle this matter with discretion, and not share this information with external sources, as it may trigger an unnecessary environmental inquiry that could damage the company. Last of all, as we reach the last stretch of this project, we want to congratulate you for all your efforts. It is thanks to each one of our valued employees that we have managed to come this far, and we are confident that with your help, we will keep reaching new heights. Strange trail cam pictures were recovered from a now defunct hunting forum, October 2006. These screenshots were saved at the time by a user, but no archived version remains. The original poster could not be tracked down. Any new information on this subject would be greatly appreciated. So I'm a bit spooked. Set up a couple trail cams yesterday, and when I looked at them today, I saw these two pics. Can anyone help me identify what this is? This was in Overton County, Tennessee, by the way. You think I could have discovered something new?
Lol, I have trouble believing this. Don't you think a huge insect like that would have been seen before? Either it's a weird camera trick where the bug is actually close, or you're full of it, friend.
Wow, okay. No need to be rude, Moose. I don't think there's a camera trick here. You can see there's trees in front of it, so it's not just the bug that got close. There's lots of unexplained animals that science hasn't studied yet, so that's a very closed-minded way of seeing things. I have no idea how to use Photoshop either, if that's what you imply. I don't even think it's possible to fake something like this. Anyway, if there's anyone willing to actually help out, please just let me know.
Well, I guess I'm not sleeping tonight. Justin, I'm no photography expert, but this sounds like something that would happen with old cameras. Sometimes they would shoot twice in the same film. That's why people would see ghosts sometimes. Maybe something like this happened here and two pictures got mixed up. One of the bugs up close and a normal one. Seems more likely than a giant bug flying out there. Occam razor and all that.
I can understand it's an error, but the odds of that happening twice seems unlikely. The cameras worked well otherwise. Do you folks have any other theories? Or if it's a normal bug, can anyone identify? Bump? 2011. A cave with Neolithic paintings and artifacts is found near Terig, Spain. Among the buried remains is an adult cranium with unknown malformations. The cave art appears to have religious significance. The first scene represents people fighting and escaping what appears to be a large insect-like form with 6 limbs and large horns. Below, people are kneeling before a similar figure in a more solemn pose. They make offerings to it. The following part has been purposefully chiseled off, leaving few recognizable traces. The final scene shows more people kneeling and laying their weapons below what looks like their deities, which show elements of both humans and the previous 6-limbed creature. No other gods of such description are known in the area.
Holy bug fucking shit! Some sort of tree of life of massive mind-controlling insects that has gone mostly undetected for the majority of history, other than isolated incidents of their documentation. I wonder if this is at all related to the giant cocoon that I keep in my closet and constantly pray to. Probably not though. Let's break down what we know. These large insectoid creatures have been sparingly documented throughout history. Spanning from 1905 to the current day, depictions and evidence of these creatures have been leaked into the public light.
Despite this, the Megalomorpha has still not been acknowledged officially by the scientific community. Scientific community. These creatures are either discovered as a cocoon or documented later on as various different fully grown insectoid critters. There are either many species of Megalomorpha that always go through metamorphosis, or they have incredible variability in what the other side of that metamorphosis might end up looking like. Not only do the Megalomorpha go through an intense metamorphosis process, changing their bodies to a myriad of forms, but it appears that the final stage of the Megalomorpha lifestyle involves fusing with a human for some reason. And this can be seen in the man-bug monster, the myth, the legend, Tio Alfredo, which translates incorrectly to English as Uncle Creamy Pasta. Tio Alfredo was a Megalomorpha that worked his way up the corporate ladder by fusing with what I assume was once the real Tio Alfredo. Evidently, Uncle Bug had been with the family since the time of the narrator's great-grandfather, and had convinced them that it was a part of the family. I think Tio Alfredo is deserving enough of love that he shouldn't have to convince them of anything. All he wanted was your love and bodily fluid. Isn't that what we all want? Even though this looks like a clusterfuck of random bug family information, combined with some research from another video, this may illustrate what exactly the hell these creatures are. One way we can potentially further understand what the Megalomorpha are is by not stealing the information directly from someone else's video. Speaking of, Valdez Evia actually answered a bit of the question of what the hell these bugs are in a Curious Archive video. So I'm gonna not steal that.
The Megalomorpha, they can kind of make themselves appear to the people around them as kind of whatever they interpret. And it's based on their previous beliefs. What their background is, they might think it's some sort of deity.
It appears that the Megalomorpha manipulates the human mind and manufactures a reality in which the humans love and care for the insects. It becomes their baby, their god, their Tio, whatever they need to be to gain the adoration of the hairless apes in question. From there, it somehow convinces one person to fuse with them, allowing them to change into their final form. Why it needs humans to complete its life cycle is still a mystery, and I'm not sure if these bugs count as a parasite, or if the combo in question is a new animal in its own right. Whatever the case, we can see from the documentation leaks that these creatures have been with us since the days of the Romans, the Vikings, the cavemen, and continue to be with us in the days of online hunting forums, I guess. I want to see Megalomorpha porn. No, I don't. Since before humanity could write things down, these creatures have been here, infiltrating select pockets of the human species and controlling their minds for unknown, possibly nefarious purposes. Before we had our technology, our language, our society, we served only these insects. Who knows, maybe they control our numbers in a much greater ratio than we think. Maybe we're just a giant, busy ant colony. And under the surface, everything we do is in service of our one massive, pulsating queen. Oh god, I'm gonna come! One theory I have is that the Megalomorpha themselves are the reason they haven't been discovered yet. Think about it. If you were a giant mind-controlling insect, would you want the little weird hairless apes that you're controlling to know enough about your existence to be capable of forming an opinion about what you're doing? Because I wouldn't. I would mind control the apes into thinking it's not a problem because I'm not real. One giant question I have about these mind-manipulating buggies is, what the hell do they want? Chances are that the Megalomorpha just wants what we all want, a bigger dick to live. It's likely that this is just the evolutionary strategy that these creatures have always known. They stayed close to humans and brainwashed the apes to care for them because it worked as a survival strategy, just like cats. By controlling the little wrinkles in their head meatballs, the insects could ensure not only that they'd survive, but in fact live comfortably off the hard work of humanity. It's also possible that these creatures aren't just big brainwashing bugs, and do have some sort of ulterior motive. But in true unknowable horror fashion, what exactly that motive would be is impossible to gauge. Moving on from what is literally happening in these documentations, because no matter how hard I try, I'm going to be too stupid to figure this out in the entirety, the story of Megalomorpha is quite thematically rich as well. One clear theme of this story is metamorphosis. Not only is it the literal life cycle of the massive bug critters in question, but the theme of change is present throughout the timeline, especially in the longer and later entries. Individuals, families, even large communities can be transformed under their influence. One can see this clearly in the fisherman's obsession, the prehistoric people going from hunting the insects to worshipping and finally becoming one with them, and even in Adrian de la Cruz's escape from the cycle. In the end, both humanity and Megalomorpha come together and change into something new, something grander than both of them separately. One may wonder about the inspiration behind this story. Evia states that he was inspired by Lovecraft's storytelling methods, in which he told his stories through found documents that only had little traces of evidence throughout the years. It was also inspired by real-life historical accounts of expeditions. The combination of these two makes sense to me, because the only person who's going to be more vague than Lovecraft is the guy who's literally paid to write all that shit down. Do you have any theories about the Megalomorpha? If you should comment below and I'll tell you why you're wrong. I'm smarter than you. Have you ever seen a spider the size of a full-grown human man? What about a fungus that turns any biological organism it makes contact with into a hard, limestone-like material? A race of subterranean predatory humanoids that move and hunt with echolocation? Or a 13-foot blind salamander with a behavior and diet comparable to that of an American alligator? While this may sound like the lunatic rantings of someone who got lost at a horror film festival on too many psychedelic drugs, it actually describes the ecosystem of an anomalous cave found within the Death Valley National Park. This cavern, the Devil's Hole, is notorious for unexplainable phenomena. In this video, we'll be exploring this strange subterranean world, as well as hearing from eyewitnesses of the phenomena. Without further ado, let's journey into the nightmarish alternate dimension that is the Devil's Hole. A sharp increase in anomalous activity has been reported in the Death Valley National Park. More specifically, the source seems to be the Devil's Hole cave system. The cave is unmapped and was thought at first to only be around 500 feet deep and completely filled with water. However, a recent discovery suggests that the cave may be thousands of meters deep, and only some of the caverns discovered were flooded. Natural physics suggests that all the caverns under the water source should be flooded as well. But for some reason, some of these caverns were empty and completely dry. Things came to a head when authorities noticed a recent uptick in missing people, both locals and tourists, traced to the Devil's Hole. At first, suspicions were that the people were getting lost. However, some of the individuals were locals that gave cave tours for a living. Another suspicion was inspired by the People of the Cavern myth. The People of the Cavern are rumored to be a small tribe of human-like beings, claimed by locals to be responsible for the cultist insignias that line the mountains of Death Valley. This could make sense, as these same insignias were found in newly discovered caverns in the Devil's Hole. However, these people are thought to be an old wives' tale, held and spread by locals, perhaps to attract more tourist revenue. Despite the accusation, many locals remain staunch in their stance that the cave people exist. To find the cause of these missing people, the Death Valley Police Department has contacted a professional cave mapper, Maxwell Brodenberg, to shed light on what exactly is happening in the cave. In the attempted completed mapping of the Devil's Hole, new evidence would come to light, leading to the dismissal of the People of the Cavern theory. While there was evidence of human habitation in many of the areas, there were no actual people seen, and there was no evidence that these were anything more than temporary homeless camps. As the mapper went deeper, he noted a smell of rot and decay that became stronger the further he voyaged into the cave. The deeper Maxwell went, the stranger that both the cave and the cultish insignias became. Maxwell noted that the layout of the cavern made no sense in a 3D space, often displaying impossible geometry. Some caverns that were thousands of feet deep would lead to spaces that were so close to the surface, one could see sunlight, and vice versa. Droplets shot upwards from stalagmites, creating puddles of water that collected on the ceiling as if gravity were reversed in only that spot. When he left that area and came back, it was flipped right side up. Sometimes he would walk from one cavern to another, only to be in the exact same room. Maxwell struggled to explain his findings to the authorities, but it helped that he had a digital camera and photographic evidence of many of the things that he claimed. After a week of mapping, he had made little progress in discovering the nature of the cave. On his 7th day exploring the cavern, Maxwell did not return. A search party was sent to find him after a few days. The search team was equipped with standard caving equipment, as well as a wired communication line directly to the surface team. While the physical line remained intact, communication from the search team went dark shortly after they were out of view. The search party reported similar anomalous happenings in the cave, and of the 5 members sent, only 1 returned. Even though communication was cut, the surviving member, Isaac Walters, claimed that he continued to converse with what he thought was the surface team throughout the expedition. He also claimed that the surface team gave some of his team members direct instruction to explore caverns in which they met their demise or disappeared. The only reason Isaac was able to find his way out of the cave was by following the phone cord. Isaac claimed to have found what he believes to be the remains of Maxwell Brodenberg. Isaac's report to authorities is as follows. There were only 2 of us left when I found the mapper, or what was left of him. His body looked deflated, like an old balloon, a juice pouch slurped dry, a deflated trash bag of a man that looked like his skin could be draped out like a yoga mat. When I approached his body, if you could even call it that, I saw that he had 2 large puncture wounds in his lower back, like someone had stuck metal pipes into him. His skeletal fingers, loosely adorned with skin, were wrapped around a digital camera. I took the camera and examined the contents. After doing so, I froze, not only because of what was on the camera, but because I had realized the body, and the only other remaining member of my team, were gone. The final photo taken on the digital camera is dated on the same day that Maxwell went missing. This is the photo. Holy guano! Some sort of anomalous cave system with unexplainable qualities that possibly contains a cult, but definitely contains a monster. Because the cave is utterly mind-bending, let's start simple and see what we can gauge about the spider. Evidently, this spider has intense photophobia, which means it's afraid of light and will react violently to any bright light source. If it wasn't planning on eating him already, that's probably why Maxwell ended up as some sort of used condom man. To find its prey, the creature has bioluminescent and photoreflective eyes. To be able to see in the cave, these eyes must be incredibly sensitive to all light, and this is likely the reason for the animal's photophobia in question. Like all spiders, this spider eats by locking the prey in place with its jaws, injecting a corrosive acid that dissolves the innards of the prey, and slurping the now jello-like insides out. The acid that it uses to dissolve the inside of its host reduces all but the bones to a slush, and for some reason, it leaves the skin intact as well. Another interesting thing, this spider's anatomy suggests that it actually may not be a spider at all. You see, this quote-unquote spider has a lot of features that look almost mammalian. For example, a typical spider foot looks like this. That was way cuter than I personally expected, and now I'm thinking about cute little spider paws. That's not what this guy has though, as his legs look like they end in some sort of horrible hand structure with clawed fingers. Looking closer at the beast, it's almost as if some of its features look not only mammalian, but distinctly human. The texture of its carapace resembles that of human skin closely, and if we look at this animal from a side view, we can tell that this spider's head has an almost human-like skull and jaw structure, almost as if this creature was once a man or a woman. Spider Monster is legally required not to discriminate. While the concept of a man spider seems impossible, we have to remember that a lot of the shit reported in the cave seems impossible. My theory is that this cave is for some reason an anomalous hotspot. I mean, come on, it's named the Devil's Hole. It's not that far off. That preternatural beings and happenings are either attracted to or formed by this cave. This would explain the phenomena and layout within the cave, the myths of the strange cult spread by locals, and the spider being as well. The spider creature could be the remains of what used to be a missing person, somehow mangled by the cave into an otherworldly arachnid appearance. It could also be some sort of local fauna that evolved within the cave itself. If the rules of geometry and physics are different in the cave, it's possible that the laws of biology and evolution are different as well. This suggests that it's possible that this being evolved within the cave to hunt humans who became lost and trapped due to its confounding nature. A novel species of anomalous entity has recently been found living in the bowels of the underbelly. This creature, hereby known as the Corpse King, is a compound organism made up of multiple different human beings and a larva-like entity. However, the true Corpse King is not actually the combination of human bodies you see before you, but instead, a massive parasite lurking within the unholy chimera's bowels. The underbelly is a liminal space dimension consisting of subterranean structures like catacombs, sewers, and subways that people can find themselves trapped in by exploring a bit too deeply underground and getting lost. While most don't notice that they've left Earth right away, they begin to understand the gravity of their situation when they find out the side effects of tapeworms down here. This creature starts as many life forms do. The noble egg. This egg hatches after a few days, and the worms proceed with their first stage of life. The aquatic stage. In this stage, the worms live in the water and feed on detritus, waste products, and other small life forms in the underbelly, until it grows from microscopic to a few centimeters long. From here, the parasite stops eating and waits for a human wanderer to enter the water. Upon detection of a human being, the Corpse King will rapidly swim towards the person and attempt to enter through any orifice or open wound submerged in the water. Because the person isn't usually in the shit water on purpose, these entrances are typically below the waist, so they often enter up through the poo or pee holes. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me think we should upgrade and start putting macroplastics in the ocean, but I don't know, man. Eat some sticks. In the second stage of the Corpse King life cycle, it acts like an especially fearsome tapeworm. After the parasite enters the host, it will attach itself to the outer lining of the intestine and begin leaching nutrients from any pre-digested food that the wanderer consumes, as well as the host itself. It will continue to feed and grow until it's around 3 feet in length. At this point, the victim has a noticeable distended potbelly that squirms in an unnerving fashion. The host doesn't seem to mind this though, nor do they any of the grotesque gastrointestinal symptoms related with the parasite, as the worm releases hormones that tell the human brain that it is in utter bliss. And it loves the fact that it always has diarrhea. This psychological hold is so severe that humans have even been recorded expressing affection towards the worm and protecting it from harm. I mean, it was cool when you were just into worms, but now I feel like it's your whole personality.
Oh, I see the problem. You misunderstand. The worms are working their way into me.
After the worm cements its psychological hold over the host, the parasite will again cease feeding and growing momentarily, while it manipulates its host to seek out another wanderer. The Corpse King can't reach the final stage of its life cycle until it finds one more person. When it finally does cross paths with an unlucky individual, the worm springs from the original host's mouth and latches onto the face of the second person. It burrows into the eye and targets the brainstem. Within a matter of minutes, the second host is completely paralyzed, but still alive. After this, the worm exits the second host and slithers back into the original. They drag off the corpse of the second victim into a dark, damp place. At this point, the host lays on top of the dead body, and the worm exits the shell of a person. It produces a thick, stringy silk, not cum, that it uses to encompass both itself and the two corpses. It will remain in this cocoon for 1 month, until they emerge as a full-grown Corpse King. They grow up so fast. A fully grown Corpse King adult is the unholy amalgamation of 3 beings. The new form keeps much of the external anatomy of the two people the same, with some key differing features. For one, the new chest cavities have burst in several places, where the intestines of the creature leak out. The parasite is so large that it pushes the internal organs out of the body to make room for itself. These intestines are part of the worm itself, as they fused during the metamorphosis. Pro tip, if you need to kill it, stab the wiggly bits. Much of its biomass has been reallocated to the support torso. As you can see, its fingers and toes are much hardier than that of a traditional Homo sapien. And if you see its arms and legs, they definitely deserve a goddamn.
Where's the drawing from the back?
The creature took most of this biomass from the top torso during its metamorphosis, and has modified what remained of it into a contorted set of armed jaws. At the top of these jaws lies the skulls of both amalgamated individuals. As an adult, the Corpse King acts as a scavenger and predator to many life forms in the underbelly. Most of the horrific things about this monster are how it gets to become a monster, not what it actually does after. At this stage, it's really no different than a bipedal lion or a land shark. Just a big old predator, like Jared. This era of its life is the reproductive stage, and it will consume biomass to be converted into eggs. It will continue to do this until it dies, whether that be by starvation, gunshot, or AIDS because it's in the sewer. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they were one of those 2 people who got amalgamated, or literally anyone else but the worm. The end. A collection of mysterious fossils was recently discovered in the mountains of Death Valley National Park. These fossils appear to depict a group of creatures belonging to a species which has no known ancestors in Earth's Tree of Life. At first, the researchers at the corporation studying the various phenomena taking place in Death Valley, Lucicorp, believed it to be from an extinct family of prehistoric aquatic creatures. This would make sense, as the desert of Death Valley was underwater in the Paleozoic period, some tens of millions of years ago. Hence, many ocean fossils have been discovered in this region. On the suspicion that they had found something unique, Lucicorp sent a sample of these fossils to be carbon dated and further analyzed. The study into the nature of these remains would tell an unexpected story. The bones were arranged in a manner that didn't correspond to any known classification in the planet's biological history. It looked as if someone tried to recreate a vertebrate version of an octopus. The skeleton itself resembled a sea spider, but with a few more extra, more malicious looking pieces. The creature had 8 long limbs, each made up of many small segments. The base of the animal looked like 8 human spines all sutured together at a center locus. Some of them had limbs that would split into 2 more further down the arm. These legs looked as if they could move in any orientation. At the top of the skeleton lies a bulb-shaped skull with a 4-pronged set of jaws holding multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth. At the corner of each lip was a forward-facing eye socket, further indicative of a predatory feeding pattern. Also notable about this skull, it had a much larger allocation for the brain than any other animal of its size at the time, suggesting a higher brain-to-body mass intelligence quotient. Strangely, even though this fossil was found in a region known for paleoaquatic life, it had many of the telltale signs of an animal that walked on land. Even stranger, it showed a bone structure capable of suspensory movement, like some species of primate. It didn't seem to have many useful ways of propelling itself underwater either, and the structures it did have looked more like taloned versions of apes' hand feet rather than fins. When the fossil's lab data came back, it revealed that these animals existed quite recently, as the carbon in their bones dated back only a few hundred years. Whatever these things were, they weren't ancient. Not only this, but results from other tests showed that this stone was in fact much more similar to stone found in a nearby cave system than that of the mountain. Despite the area in which the fossils were found and the weathered appearance of the remains, the overwhelming evidence pointed to the collection of skeletons coming from a modern creature possibly still alive within the Devil's Hole cave system. This cave system was already known to display several qualities that seemed to confound modern science, including shifting layout and geology, aberrations in the laws of physics and biology, and several strange, even anomalous creatures that make up an ecosystem straight out of H.P. Lovecraft's wet dreams. Lucicorp, fascinated at the prospect of a novel creature living only within the cave system, sent a team of 2 people into the cave in order to investigate this creature and try to capture a living specimen for exhibition display. One professional cave mapper, Matthew Brodson, and one doctorate revokee / self-proclaimed cryptozoologist, Maria James. They were given a dossier filled with all known dangers within the cavern, a standard issue spelunking kit, a week's worth of food rations, and 1 camera each. They were instructed to avoid anything that did not fit the description of the animal that the skeleton belonged to. The 2 entered the cave, and within 2 hours, only the cryptozoologist emerged, looking like she had been through intense trauma. Even though Maria had only been in the cave for a little over 100 minutes, she claimed that they had been in there for several days, and her physical state reflected this. Not only this, but she claimed that throughout her time in the cave, she and her team member were being stalked by an incredibly intelligent subterranean predator. The very same animal they were sent in to capture. One that not only used its intelligence to pursue them and successfully capture and consume the cave mapper, but also to torment Maria and let her escape, seemingly all for its own entertainment. Maria's recollection of the time is as follows. As we started making our way deeper into the cave, we noticed these weird little piss-bile yellow-colored spotlights, if you could call them that, would sometimes be pointed at our backs, only when we weren't looking. As we turned around, there was no source to the light. This one time I thought I saw where it came from just before it dimmed, but when I shined my flashlight at it, I saw what looked like any other big lumpy rock. I moved my flashlight away for just a second and heard a frantic scuttling, moved it back, and the rock was gone. I had read in the dossier that the cave could shift. I just chalked it up to that. We tried to ignore it, but we had the sense that we were being watched. These incidents would be relatively few and far between in the first few days, but it happened enough to seriously unsettle us. Brodson went ahead to check the next cavern for hazards, and he turned around to give me the signal for an all clear. I noticed his entire back was dimly lit. I told him this, and upon turning around, the spotlight focused on his neck. Something jumped from the darkness and pulled him inside the next room. I ran back to the last room, and this time, the cave actually did shift. In an instant, his screams were silenced and there was only a single passage forward in front of me. I walked forward for days on end. Every time I would turn around, that same disgusting yellow light would flash like a strobe light behind me. It was overwhelmingly bright, blinding me for split-second spans. In between the strobes, there was a background light it generated. I could see it. It was eating Brodson. It had already finished his head and was working its way down the shoulders. It made this horrible, quick chittering noise, like the call of a cicada mixed with psychopathic laughter. Each of its soulless, dead eyes locked with mine, and it looked like it was proud of itself, relishing my fear. I don't know why it didn't just kill me. I never wanted to turn around, but I kept doing it. Each time it showed off how much it managed to work its way down what was left of Brodson. I collapsed from exhaustion a few times, and I would awaken to that horrible laugh inches from my face, waking me up in a panic, scrambling to my feet and sprinting forward with everything I had. This one time, I woke up to the tip of Brodson's severed finger that it had placed in my mouth. I shrieked and wove around to see he was completely gone. That thing had finished him. In between blinding flashes, I saw the creature's blood-stained lips laughing its mocking screech, and one of its limbs pointed at me, like it was telling me I was next. That sadistic fuck was toying with me. It was in the last of these terrifying wake-up calls that I managed to burst from the mouth of the cave. I thought I was going deeper, but I guess not. I don't know what that thing was, and I don't give a fuck. For all I care, we should just nuke that fucking cave. Nuke the fucking cave? That's just what Shoggoth says when she waxes her— It appears that the mysteries within the Devil's Hole cave system only deepen. A novel anomalous creature, unlike anything seen before, has been discovered in this cavern. First, in the forms of a couple spooky skeletons that Lucicorp thought were really old, except they turned out to be not that. Since these creatures were seemingly so alien in nature, it was almost impossible to determine what these things were before they voyaged into the cave. But I'm pretty sure Lucicorp knew they weren't friendly when they threw those two innocent people at it. When living, these creatures closely resemble octopi, except with many more bony bits, and four-pronged heads that can rotate to any orientation on their legs. Strangely enough, these animals share quite a lot with octopi biologically. For example, like the noble octopus, crawlers have 3 hearts, smell and taste mostly through sensory organs in their arms, and display incredible intelligence, even compared to humans. I mean, I saw a person eat a handful of sand yesterday, so humans are a low bar, but still pretty cool. They have short and long-term memory, express curiosity and exhibit play behaviors, and have also been observed tormenting prey items. I guess intelligence really has the wholesome and horrible as 2 sides of the same coin, huh? These creatures also display a highly advanced form of camouflage shared with octopi. They have chromatophores to change color with the rock texture and lighting so that they can sneak up on prey items like humans and cavern people. Not only this, but they also have organs on their skin called papillae, which are raised portions of the skin that the cave crawler can use to change the texture of its skin to match the sections of stone behind it. The combination of these two allows for almost indetectable camouflage, especially when hunting creatures that aren't used to the lighting conditions of the cave. You know, like you. This animal displays a unique method of limb regeneration. The cave mapper, while trying to save his own life, discovered this creature's Hydra effect after he sliced off the tip of one of its limbs with a pocket knife. 2 words you never want to hear in the same sentence: impromptu and circumcision. Footage of his body cam as he was being slowly eaten alive showed that this creature would regenerate 2 limbs in place of the one severed. This would explain the seemingly random amount of limbs displayed on some of the fossilized skeletons. Also notable is the cave crawler's incredible mastery of bioluminescence. With a bioluminescent organ in the back of its throat, it's capable of a multitude of impressive light tricks. For instance, it can use this to communicate with other crawlers, to disorient and track its prey, and even to make shadow puppets. Now do a dog. She's so talented. Yeah, it's a she. Stop asking to see it, you fucking pervs. These creatures are highly individualistic, and only congregate for the purposes of sexy times and cannibalizing each other. Sometimes one will lead to the other, but I think that's just a weird kink thing for some of them rather than a mating ritual, because they don't do it across the board. Only the really pervy ones. Speaking of what they eat, these animals have been seen feeding on humans, the cavern people, and even some of the larger and more dangerous anomalous animals within the cave. If there is an apex predator for this ecosystem, thus far, the crawler has the top spot. Also because I really haven't seen anything else eat it. I'm going to eat it. This is what it would look like if I made it in Spore. I like Spore. What? The land octopus? Giant half-man spider? How could they possibly think that? It's not like they're at all missing the point about this being a fucking cartoon. The underbelly. An ecosystem of forever expanding pipes and tunnels that belong to the underground systems that keep society functioning. Sewers, subways, catacombs, anything constructed to facilitate the incessant function or store the forgotten waste of the cities that bustle above it. The entrance to the underbelly isn't easily found. In fact, most of those who find themselves there do so by accident. One only gets there by exploring a bit too deeply in an underground structure and getting lost. It takes a while before most realize they're more than just lost, and they've actually stumbled into an entirely new realm. Some never realize that they've been trapped in a dank liminal hell. A clear, unignorable sign that you've transitioned into the underbelly is that the architecture of the underground structure you're walking through will become less consistent, almost random. And you'll notice that there's much more than the usual sewer rats and roaches running around. One of these creatures, the one we're taking a look at today, is called the meat crab. Not those kind of meat crabs, put your condom away. Not that you'd even use it. Meat crabs are scavengers and low-level predators. They live in complex hive systems that closely mimic those of earthen ants. The meat crabs make their homes in the walls of the underground structures that make up the underbelly. They burrow a complex tunnel system that acts as their home, food storage, nursery, and brothel. See, if they were people and they did all that crap in one room, they'd be rightfully in jail. But they're just big old dumb meat crabs and they don't know no better. Also, like hive mind insects or religious white people, they have a complex and rigid social structure. Among the meat crabs, there is one queen meat crab, which is kinda weird because with a name like meat crab, you'd think they'd have a king. The queen gives birth to all of the meat crabs in the hive. Males have a short lifespan and only exist to breed with the queen. God, wouldn't that be nice and simple? Short and sweet. Nut and bolt straight to the grave, am I right?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Weird thing about that is that they're both husband and son in that relationship, but we've already established that these crabs are degenerate, so whatever. Any females that do not find themselves as queen are sterile workers, gathering the food and taking care of the colony with everything they have until they take their last breath. Or however the fuck meat crabs breathe. These are the only meat crabs that can be seen outside of the hive, as they go out on expeditions to gather biological material to be turned into meat crab nectar. The hive survives solely off of this nectar, and it can be made out of basically anything that was once living, or came out of something that was once living. Fun fact, meat crabs recycle their dead into nectar too. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to coat the Great Barrier Reef in a thick layer of plastic, but I don't know, stick it in a fish's mouth or something. The nectar has a brownish green hue, and its consistency is said to be between that of bone marrow and gelatin. The taste is described as a combination of artichokes, pork, and manure. While this substance has no known analogs on the surface, the closest thing found that resembles its chemical makeup is the Impossible Meat Burger King Whopper. These creatures feed indiscriminately on biological matter. Flesh, plants, excrement, bone, basically anything. These things are little living garbage disposals, I tell you. They not only gather refuse to create the nectar they so crave, but also actively hunt anything they can find for it as well. Meat crabs are only dangerous to human wanderers in large numbers. However, that doesn't mean you're safe if you only see one. It's actually just the opposite. It's a sign of encroaching danger. You should immediately move far away from your current location in the opposite direction of the meat crab, as they will be back in far greater numbers. Upon seeing a potential prey item, the meat crab will scuttle back to the hive and leave a trail of pheromones to where it saw the prey. If the prey item is still there when the meat crabs return, this time in the hundreds to thousands, the prey, in this case you, can consider yourself meat crab nectar. The meat crabs can attribute their hyper-organized nature to a pheromonal system of communication. Yes, the scrutinous digging of the tunnels, the militaristic blitzkrieg crab strategy, and even the meticulously arranged social order can all be attributed to the specific and communicative smells that come out of their asses. I can relate, because if I like someone enough, I'll do basically anything for her to let me smell her ass. You know, I can't tell if I'm writing this script on too many drugs, or not enough. Just the right amount. The Bureau of Anomalous Containment recently discovered both the underbelly and the meat crabs from several pages that look as though they've been torn from a notebook. The paper was weathered, stained, and torn in several places. The following is what was written on the pages. At this point, I've given up. I've been wandering for hours now, and the tunnels all look the same. I was marking landmarks to try to keep track, but I've seen the same places several times, and each time the marks I make disappear. I knew the area of the sewer just before I began to lose track of my surroundings quite well. When I was homeless, I lived in a pipeline nearby it, but at some point while journeying back towards the surface, I slipped into a hole and found myself in a tunnel I had never seen before. It was dimly lit by an unplaceable light that looked like it came from a flickering bulb, but I couldn't find the source. It was like the ceiling was glowing. At first I was just perplexed, curious about the new area I had found myself in. I thought I knew this city's underground like the back of my hand. I was naively excited about the new tunnel that only I knew about. A little haven, all of my own, safe from the other scavengers. I just kept wandering. Wasn't really sure what else to do. Everything just looked like more of the same until I saw this one small bug thing. It kind of looked like a tick, but with flesh and skin rather than an exoskeleton. It had 2 front arms, like a crab too. I didn't think much of it. It seemed like it was scared off by my mere presence and scuttled back into the darkness. I thought that was going to be the last of that and kept moving. Sometime later, I heard the rapid pitter-patter of 1,000,000 footsteps distantly down the hallway. It got closer and closer until I saw a wave of those little meaty spider crabs coming towards me at full speed. I was able to cut around a corner and lock myself behind a heavy industrial door to avoid getting trampled, but they're still out there. I can hear them. I know they're looking for me. The pages were found at the mouth of an exit pipe for a wastewater treatment plant. The stains from the paper were analyzed and contained traces of human feces from several people, the blood of a single individual that according to DNA testing was not in the Bureau's system, and a peculiar novel substance with an earthy, meaty scent. Later testing suggested to the Bureau that this was a splotch of meat crab nectar. Not only that, but the DNA of the blood matched the DNA of the nectar, suggesting that the wanderer who wrote these pages was processed into food for the hive. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happened to not want to be processed into nectar for the hive. The Devil's Hole Cave System in Death Valley National Park has become a locus for supernatural phenomena. After a troubling pattern of disappearances in and around the cavern, authorities began sending investigators into its depths. Some had successful expeditions, but in the end, those who sought to map the cave only joined the numbers of those it claimed. On the occasions that the explorers did return, they always described monsters and hazards of an indescribable nature. Which I always thought was kind of weird, because, like, if you're describing them as indescribable, then they've just been described. Wait, indescribable is a description in the first place, so the word just makes no sense. I'm getting off track. Among the oddities found within the caverns, one room in the cave proved especially confounding. Dubbed Medusa's Den, this room was found by investigator Mark Fischbach. No relation, but we're gonna use his picture. Please don't sue me. Upon returning from his first expedition, investigator Fischbach provided evidence of a massive cavern within the cave, containing what at first appeared to be limestone statues of people in incredible pain. The faces of the statues suggest that they're screaming in agony, like they were given birth to spiny sea urchins. Strangely enough, the statues were wearing cloth clothes as well, and had completed anatomy under them. The clothes that these statues were wearing were from various eras of history. Some looked like they were from the days of cavemen. Some looked like prospectors trying to strike it rich during the gold rush. Some looked like they went missing this week, right down to the fresh Heinz mustard stains on their quadruple XL Supreme shirts. There were also statues of small animals like rats, frogs, and scorpions. Even stranger, occasionally he noted statues of spiders as tall as his waist, one of a humanoid creature that definitely wasn't stolen directly from the descent, even one of some sort of giant predatory land cephalopod. I really like what you've done with the place, Mommy Cave. He returned from the cave on his first expedition with no struggle or fear. However, he looked notably paler than when he went in, but it wasn't like he had seen a ghost. He relayed all information very matter-of-factly, and did not resist at all when Lucicorp assigned him to return to the cave the next day. This wasn't the classic psychological reaction of blood draining from someone's face due to fear. Upon shaking a Lucicorp executive's hand, they stated that it was almost like the texture and hue of the skin was changing. It was gray and hard. It felt like dusty sandpaper. The next day, Fishbach undertook his second expedition. The first time he went in, he said that it took him at least an hour of exploring deep within the cave before he came across the room. The second time, he said he found it almost immediately, and to his surprise, it was far closer to the surface than the first time. Not only this, but the room appeared much larger. There were many more statues, and they were arranged in a circle, all pointed towards a central locus. Fishbach noted that among the statues, many of them resembled the tourist that had recently gone missing. He came and went from the cave with no issue. Even though he reported being inside for only a few hours, he left for the expedition at the crack of dawn and returned at midnight. The second time Fishbach returned, his epidermis looked more similar to the skin of an elephant than that of a man. It was dry, hard, and flaky, and it audibly shifted and cracked as he moved. Fishbach had not noticed this until informed of his condition by those he was debriefing. Upon becoming aware of his state, he panicked and begged the Lucicorp executives to seek out the source of a potential cure. Originally, both Fishbach and representatives of Lucicorp agreed that this was clearly emblematic of the Greek myth of Medusa, hence the name they chose for the cavern. Samples taken from Fishbach's rapidly changing skin revealed a different cause for this anomalous disease. It appears that this affliction is caused by a newly discovered species of fungus native to the Devil's Hole, hereby dubbed Gorgon spores. These spores cause the calcification of biological material when in contact with a living animal. Translation, they turn meaty bits into rocks. When touched, eaten, or inhaled, these spores will bind to organs and tissues and calcify them into limestone. You're probably wondering, what's the fucking point of turning people into rocks? Just for funsies? Well, it's not just for funsies. It's actually integral in how these Gorgon spores feed. You see, these spores are an extremophile species of fungus that feeds on limestone deposits within the cave. However, just like Hansel and Gretel learned, if you eat your house, the maintenance costs are gonna be crazy, and that's why you gotta stick more candy all over the walls. And by candy, I mean dead people turn into rocks. Hence why these spores convert animals into limestone. It's 'cause they're hungry. Through a heretofore unknown process, the Gorgon spores first calcify their victims, and then use a specialized acid to dissolve the calcified rock, allowing metals and inorganic ions present in the newly formed stone to be used as the fungus's energy source. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to light a hornet's nest on fire and throw it in a school, but I don't know, man. Eat a random mushroom from the forest. It's thought that the Gorgon spores are at least partially the reason that the cave can shift and morph so fluidly, as the constant influx of new limestone from this cavern could be used to restructure the cave, as the fungus constantly breaks it down and feeds on it. I got that last part from the Lucicorp files that I didn't steal, but for once the humans look like they're onto something, so credit where credit is due. Evidently, the spores are not limited to Medusa's den, but can travel with any host that's been infected. Fishbach continued to calcify even when he was kept on the surface, showing evidence that the cave spores will continue to feed off of their prey, even when outside of their native environment. He begged to be sent back into the cave in search of a cure, and Lucicorp readily agreed to send him back next morning. Upon daybreak, Investigator Fishbach had become completely calcified, his face stricken with the same excruciating expression as those claimed by Medusa's den. Lucicorp has gone on record stating that it intends to use his body to explain the natural process of how the Gorgon spores fucking eat people to fat tourists. They're quoted on record as saying, "Investigator Fishbach's sacrifice will not be in vain, as his remains will educate those who will inevitably come from every corner of the earth to experience the majesty of the Devil's Hole anomalies." A novel species of anomalous entity has recently been reported in the underbelly. This creature has features that closely resemble those of several species of rodents, as well as some that strangely resemble those of millipedes. This animal, hereby dubbed the Molipede, was found tunneling throughout the underbelly on an exploration mission by the Bureau of Anomalous Containment. The underbelly is an infinite liminal dimension made up of underground structures like sewers, subways, and catacombs that has many connections to Earth via the non-anomalous versions of those places. People often find themselves transported there by exploring a bit too deeply underground and losing track of where they are. While they won't notice right away, they may figure it out once they see this place's version of a rat. To get a better understanding of this creature, we should first take a look at its physiology and biology. This animal will grow to be 7 to 15 feet long as an adult, and the amount of legs that it has is directly tied to the length of its spine, sprouting more weird stubby rat feet as it grows throughout its life. They grow up so fast! In a traditional sense, the Molipede is functionally blind. While it does use those eyes for a certain type of sight, it's not a traditional sense of vision. The Molipede instead uses this weird little wormy star-shaped nose to find its way around. This organ paints a picture of the world with a combination of scent and touch. The wormy feely-dealies are 100 times more sensitive than human fingertips, and the olfactory system is magnitudes stronger than a human nose. These two senses allow the Molipede to paint an accurate picture of the world, so it's not just sitting there doing whatever the fuck Helen Keller did all day, which was probably nothing. While I did say this creature was functionally blind, that was a lie. Well, kind of. If you put this thing on the surface, it would definitely need a service dog, don't get me wrong. But that's oversimplifying it. You may be wondering why this animal has 4 eyes rather than 2 when it should have 0 because it can't fucking see. While the Molipede cannot see in a traditional sense, they still have 2 sets of eyes focused on different spectrums of light. The top set of eyes can see infrared, and the Molipede uses these to detect sources of intense heat from behind the walls of the underbelly to more easily find meat crab nests. The animal's bottom set of eyes are tuned to the X-ray spectrum. Remember that scene from Predator where, to hide from Predator, they put a bunch of mud on themselves to disguise their heat signature? Well, even if you hid your heat signature, this guy could still see your skeleton. This allows the Molipede to hunt for warm-blooded animals as efficiently as cold-blooded ones. Even though these modes of sight are not nearly as useful for painting a picture of the environment itself, they are especially tailored to find the exact resources the Molipede needs more efficiently than regular eyes would in this dark environment. This creature spends the majority of its time burrowing tunnels into concrete that make up the underbelly, using their large star noses to detect food sources. They have large incisors tough enough to scrape through solid stone located on the cusp of their lips, which means they can dig through the walls without eating a bunch of rocks. It's pretty good, I don't like you rocks. Because of their large size, these tunnels are often disruptive to other life forms in the underbelly. The tunnel systems they create are often responsible for making the architecture in the areas they inhabit unstable, resulting in constant collapses. Because the collapses create areas cut off from most of the other underbelly, it is in these collapsed areas that Molipedes find a safe place to reproduce and rear their young. Strangely, while these creatures are warm-blooded mammals, like part of their namesake, the millipede, they lay large clutches of soft-shelled eggs, and their blood contains a lethal poison. Molipedes lay clutches of up to 30 eggs at a time, and they usually do it in one of the naturally occurring shit piles in the underbelly. The eggs are around the size of a baseball, but taste much better than one. The newly hatched Molipede is only a few inches in length. However, the babies will scurry off and quickly grow to their full size in around 2 to 3 years. Like the majority of the life in the underbelly, to survive, this creature has to eat whatever it can find. However, unlike most of the life down here, it doesn't seem to directly target human wanderers. I mean, if it's starving and you look slow and stupid, don't get me wrong, it'll take a bite. But like most members of the opposite sex, it probably won't pursue you. These creatures are omnivores, mostly consuming refuse and the various species of fungus that occur in the underbelly. They do, however, supplement their diet with whatever meat they can safely catch. And in addition to this, they do have one favorite, dangerous treat to acquire. These creatures are the main predator of meat crabs, and will crack open and destroy their hives for the nectar they create. Kinda like a bear getting in a beehive for the honey, or an anteater getting in an anthill for the ants, or your uncle getting in your ass for a felony. While meat crabs are fearsome in their own right, since the Molipede has toxic blood and flesh, the crabs die off as they attack it. Because of this, it takes a lot longer for the meat crabs to do significant damage to the Molipede, giving it a healthy feeding window to slurp up all the nectar and munch on some crabs. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happen to be a meat crab. The end. The Death Valley National Park has become home to what at first appeared to be cult activities. These phenomena are centered around the Devil's Hole cave system. The cave is unmapped and was only thought at first to be around 500 feet deep. Recent discoveries suggest that the cave may be thousands of feet deep and displays numerous anomalous qualities. After a series of disappearances in and around the cavern, the Death Valley Police Department sent an investigator to map the cave. Before his passing, the investigator discovered, among other phenomena, that the laws of physics can function differently within the cavern. Not only this, but the layout of the cave is rumored to morph and change, trapping any occupants in an ever-shifting limestone maze, evidently inhabited by dangerous and otherworldly fauna. The disappearances didn't cease following the discovery of the nature of the Devil's Hole. In fact, they seemed to increase. Not only this, but the seemingly paranormal nature of the disappearances attracted a crowd of what called themselves supernatural tourists. Curious as to the anomalous nature of the cave, these tourists flocked from all over to get a chance to see it for themselves. Despite knowing full well of the dangers of the cave, the locals seek to profit off this. However, with the cave closed to any individual not involved in the investigation or law enforcement, this would prove difficult. In attempts to monetize the confounding nature of the Devil's Hole, an independent contracting company, Lucicorp, approached the Death Valley Police Department and proposed a deal. If Lucicorp were to completely fund and undertake all facets of the cavern investigation, they would be able to access the grounds on whatever basis they would like. This would allow the Death Valley PD to focus their limited resources on their police work rather than ghost busting, as Lucicorp put it. The Death Valley Police Department, already stretched thin and unprepared when it comes to handling non-anomalous phenomena, reluctantly agreed to hand over the entire operation to Lucicorp. Lucicorp organized their first expedition into the cave the same day that they began planning infrastructure for tourism endeavors. Richard Gray was the first investigator hired by Lucicorp to explore the cave. He was given a corded expedition phone, a digital camera, and a hazmat suit. Mr. Gray was in the cave for several days. Upon exiting the Devil's Hole, Mr. Gray had been stripped of his hazmat suit and the rest of his clothes. He looked incredibly pale and was in severe distress. He had no knowledge of why he was naked. He was also seemingly surprised that he was naked in the first place. Mr. Gray's report of his time in the Devil's Hole is as follows. When I first entered the cavern, it looked like any other flooded cave. As I turned back to face the surface, the light that had previously illuminated my back dissipated, and I was facing a solid rock wall. I turned back around to reveal a circular room, lit by a fire in the middle. The cord to the phone was now outstretched in front of me, leading me further into the cave. The walls were lined with what looked like a deep red mix of cave paintings and cultish iconography. It looked somehow both meticulously painted in some parts and splattered with reckless abandon in others. I followed the phone cord and cultish symbols into another room, then another, then another. I lost track after the 12th or 13th. They all looked the same. Upon getting deeper into the cave, I heard screaming, desperate screams for help. This wasn't all I heard. There were also a series of violent, cacophonous clicking noises. I turned back to go in the other direction, but the cave cut me off again. I had no choice. The horrible chorus got louder as I followed it. The symbols and the cord to another room yet again illuminated with fire. It's almost as if the cave were leading me to witness this. I saw a group of what I could only describe as bat people, things, whatever, drag a tourist that had been reported missing several days ago onto a carved slab of stone. He must have been 300 pounds, but one of them picked him up and threw him on the slab like he was nothing. They pulled out a blade and cut him from his neck to his crotch. Then they began to eat the vital organs, heart, kidneys, liver, and intestines. They finished their meal by scalping him, cracking his skull like a coconut, and eating the brain. Then they split his legs and arms down the middle, cracking the bones and pulling them to make it look like he had 8 limbs rather than 4. I almost puked at the sight of it, and I couldn't take it anymore. I followed the phone cord past it as silently as I could, but I accidentally kicked a small pebble. All of them swerved around and stared directly at me. They instantly burst into a sprint and repeated their grating clicking noises as fast as a machine gun. I snapped a picture, and they seemed to hate the flash. They stopped momentarily, screeching in pain. I used the opportunity to slip through a crack in the wall, and the second I was out of that room, there was only a solid rock wall behind me. No monsters. I followed the cord back to the surface, and nothing weird happened on the way out. It's almost like the cave wanted me to get out. Please don't make me go back down there. Mr. Gray was sent back to the cave a few days after his initial report. He went missing on his second expedition. The next day, Lucicorp hired another investigator. As the bodies piled up, it would soon become clear that the way Lucicorp saw it, as long as they could keep finding investigators to sacrifice to the cave, they could keep their potential tourist business feasible. Ayo! It appears that the anomalous Devil's Hole cave system has a whole cult of wild and wacky monstrosities living inside of it. I wonder if someone's gonna go on to explain what exactly these weird cave people are. Probably not, though. The cavern people have incredibly pale, almost bony skin. The texture of their skin is described as an entire body callus. They also have large, blacked-out photoreflective eyes. These creatures are violently photophobic, similar to the cave spider from the previous entry. They have rat-like face whiskers for sensing the environment, and disproportionately large triangular ears to hear things real good. The cave people also have fishhook-shaped claws on the ends of their fingers and toes for multiple reasons. None of them are sexual, I promise. One reason is for use in hunting and killing. Another is for use in fishing the incredibly endangered fish that live in the waters of only the Devil's Hole. And yet another is for use in scaling the walls and ceilings of the cave. The teeth of the cave people resemble those of a crocodilian, likely having something to do with their fish-heavy diet and the need to quickly skewer those slippery bastards. The cavern people seem to hunt using a mix of scent and echolocation. They echolocate using a series of similar, yet quite distinct clicks. Whereas the language clicks have more of a variable rhythm and tone, the hunting clicks seem to be consistent in speed and pitch. Upon dissection of the parts of the corpse that we did not eat, it was revealed that the smell and hearing centers of this creature's brain were exceptionally large compared to that of a human's. Examination of its sinuses and facial structure suggests an olfactory system more similar to a bloodhound than that of a man. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they smell Mr. Gray if they have such good noses? And it's probably because their supreme sniffers in question were overwhelmed with the scent of iron and McDonald's in that fat guy's blood. Despite some of their more animalistic and brutal actions, the people of the cavern are actually quite intelligent. So much so that they've mastered tool use and discovered fire. Whether or not they did this independently or copied off the humans' homework is unknown. The pictograph that they paint around the cave and on the hills of Death Valley at night show an understanding of symbolism and a capacity for abstract thought. Their clicking language alone suggests a complex and intelligent brain. I mean, that one joined the pyramid scheme, so they're not all geniuses, but you know, there's a wide range just like humans. The most obvious identifier of the cavern people's intelligence are their religious practices, demonstrated by former investigator, professional spelunker, and current probable corpse, Richard Gray, and his notation of their ritualistic consumption of human beings who find themselves in the cave. It appears that the cave people consume the majority of the vital organs of the individual, but leave the rest of the flesh intact, save for carving the limbs in such a manner that they effectively look as though they've become doubled. The cave people probably used to just wait for people to go into the cave to get ritualistically eaten, but due to the annexation of the cave, they likely now just abduct humans under the cover of darkness. So just like a lot of the times that humans try to fix shit, they inevitably just made it worse, and the main people it's affecting are people who had nothing to do with the decision at all, and disagreed with it in the first place. And they all lived happily ever after. The end. Usually when people say the Devil's Hole, they're talking about the anus. Nah, I doubt it. They were engineered to be perfectly legally distinct. Besides, they got way better knockoffs to take care of before they come after this shit show. So, if you're watching this, sue Rick and Morty first. A series of disappearances has been traced to a religious cult in an undisclosed location. At first, these seem to be your standard run-of-the-mill ritualistic human sacrifices led by a charismatic sociopath with a man bun. However, certain aspects of the tragedies led authorities to believe that there was an occult motive behind them. Each of the victims were found completely skinned, with chunks of their flesh missing all over their body, flanked with what resembled human bite marks. The eyes were removed as well, leaving the sockets empty. Under the body was an insignia of a skull, drawn in the blood of the victim. While this seems like your everyday Manson affair, this isn't the standard run-of-the-mill cult wasting some innocent rando for a nonsense ethereal gabagool that doesn't actually exist. Just the opposite. Evidence seemed to suggest legitimate intervention from an anomalous entity. Multiple images of a skinned humanoid were taken at and within a 1-mile radius of many of the crime scenes, giving us a semblance of what this monster could be. This entity appears to be a humanoid being with a skeletal facial structure, muscular build, and no skin. The outer layer of its body is made up of only muscle fibers. From my very legitimate research, human beings don't survive for very long without their skin. So this must be some sort of paranormal being. I feel like I know that guy from somewhere. The most recent murder led to the discovery of a blood trail from the crime scene into a subway station, onto the tracks, and disappearing within the darkness of the tunnel. Because the blood streak disappeared suddenly at a dead end, some researchers theorized that this entity was using an alternate dimension known as the underbelly to stay hidden and travel between his crime scenes. And by some researchers, I mean me. The underbelly is an endless liminal space made up of underground structures like sewers, subways, and catacombs that has many connections to Earth via the non-anomalous versions of those places. People often find themselves transported there by exploring a bit too deeply underground and losing track of where they are. While human wanderers are almost never able to jump back and forth between dimensions without anomalous intervention, it appears that whatever this entity is using the underbelly as a base of operations and breaching into the surface dimension routinely to interact with this cult. After tracking the murders for an extended period of time, a high-status member of the cult was captured by the Bureau of Anomalous Containment. After researcher Dr. Volt subjected them to advanced interrogation tactics, she was able to reveal that the goal of these ritualistic sacrifices was to bring about the end times. When she pressed the member to explain what he meant by end times, he had genuinely no fucking idea in the slightest, but he was able to point her towards the source of his knowledge. A book, bound with human leather and written in blood. Cliché as that may be, this tome contained information describing the manner in which the cult sacrificed the victims. First, they strap the victim down and make a large incision from the top of the forehead to the belly button. Then, they leave a trail of the victim's blood from the sacrifice altar to the nearest underground structure. They would then wait for the entity to arrive. Upon arrival of the skinned man, they would remove the epidermis of the victim while they were still alive and present the offering. The skinned man would then proceed to take bites out of the victim until their heart no longer beats, at which point it will take their eyes and then recede into the sewers. This process must be repeated until the entity has enough power to usher in the end times. The Bureau of Anomalous Containment has labeled this entity and the associated cult as a high-level threat to the integrity of the human species, and has subsequently put out a contain order for the entity and a terminate on-site order for members of the cult. Can't have anything nice without the government taking a big old slice of the pie, can ya? To give a big middle finger to the BAC, I thought I'd come in and do their job for them. Wait, it's you? Good to know. Why were you, using the shit tunnels? Ooh, I'm gonna put these on a pair of boots. A novel species of gargantuan predatory salamander was recently discovered in an underground body of water in the Devil's Hole cave system. As an adult, the average length of this creature from nose to tip of the tail is around 12 feet or 3.65 meters. This is roughly the same size as the American alligator. This salamander was first discovered by an investigator of the Devil's Hole, sent by the company in charge of monitoring the cave's activity, Lucicorp. This salamander, hereby dubbed the Slime Dragon, was first documented when an explorer of the cave set up motion-activated flash cameras in and around one of the subterranean rivers. The first image that was delivered back to Lucicorp HQ was the face of the Slime Dragon. The second was the creature generously demonstrating its feeding habits on the explorer in question. Evidently, the investigator explored the bowels of the cave before exploring the bowels of the salamander. This animal is closely related to the pet store variety axolotl, and its physiology is incredibly similar despite a few key differences. One of these key differences is that it's fucking giant. Another key difference is that this creature is completely blind, and its eyes have become vestigial over thousands of years of not being used in the pitch-black environment of the cave. Now they just got the same milky white eyes as your friend's really old dog that they insist is still breathing, but you're not so sure. Instead of hunting using its eyesight, this animal detects prey using the movements of the water currents, similar to many crocodilians. If one is in the same water as a slime dragon, it would help to keep as still as possible, as any ripples you create in the water will lead it straight to you. It's like a deadly game of Marco Polo! The creature has incredibly sensitive skin that it partially breathes through, but this same sensitivity helps the slime dragon locate its prey with great efficiency. All without needing eyeballs. While this sensitive skin is not very protective and can be easily damaged, this is counterbalanced because another trait that the animal shares with the axolotl is the ability to regrow entire limbs and sections of their body or skin. The Devil's Hole slime dragon has also developed electromagnetic sensors on its lower jaw to help it detect the electric biosignatures left in the environment by living animals, making it all the more effective at hunting. All without the use of sight. Alright, now you're rubbing it in. As a child, this creature is quite similar to a regular axolotl. It's actually indistinguishable from regular ones, save for the fact that it has developed sharp teeth and a much more advanced predation strategy. As a baby, it's the size of an adult regular axolotl, and as it grows, it feeds on larger and larger prey. Another key difference between this giant man-eating axolotl and a regular one is what happens when it goes through puberty. While most amphibians eventually metamorphose, trade their gills for lungs, and move out of the fully aquatic lifestyle, this is not the case for axolotls. They instead retain the gills and stay entirely aquatic in a condition known as paedomorphism. Ew. Hashtag axolotl is over party. This is not the case for the Devil's Hole slime dragon, because it likes consenting adults, like people who don't get stabbed to death in prison. And while it does retain its gills and the ability to breathe water, it will also grow lungs, like in most other amphibian metamorphosis, allowing it to easily traverse land and water. Once Lucicorp was made aware of the slime dragon's existence, they sent a team of biologists into the cave in attempts to capture one of the babies. For once, this went off without a hitch, and the biologists returned shortly after, strangely with no note of anomalous interference whatsoever. The team did note that they found a small pool of water completely filled to the brim with baby slime dragons. Almost immediately. They didn't even have to look. It was the first thing they saw dead center of the first cavern. That's not suspicious. Strangely enough, the small pool wasn't being fed by any other larger body of water. It was just there, in isolation. The team gathered 15 of the babies and brought them back to headquarters for study. Because the slime dragons are completely blind, they adapted quite well to captivity. The animals didn't have any obvious anomalous features, and to all external measures, seemed to be just a larger, more dangerous cousin to the axolotl. It's entirely possible that this creature evolved from its smaller, benign pet store cousin, whether it be related to the anomalous cave or not. Noting that these creatures could be contained and cared for just about as easily as alligators, Lucicorp decided to keep them on display in attempts to show the public that they totally had a safe level of control over the anomalies related to the cave, and should be trusted to put a Disneyland-style resort inside of the literal pit of hell. If dragging a big slimy cum-covered lizard out of the ground doesn't show they got this handled, what will? Obvious foreshadowing is obvious. Did you know that axolotls are illegal to own in the state where I live, which makes me want one so much more now? The Underbelly. A strange world made up of seemingly endless tunnels and pipelines from the hidden systems that keep the human world turning. Railways, sewage, catacombs, any structure created to facilitate the incessant function or store the forgotten waste of a society that carries on unknowingly above it. The entrance to this place isn't easily found, at least not by choice, as most of the wanderers who find themselves unfortunate enough to end up in the Underbelly do it by mistake. They stick their nose where it doesn't belong and voyage a bit too deep underground on an unfamiliar path. It won't be obvious that they're in a new place right away, but most realize they've transitioned into the Underbelly as the architecture begins to resemble a brutal industrialist Dr. Seuss book. The creatures that live down here tend to be much stranger than anything you'd find on the surface as well. One such creature, the one we're discussing today, is the chudfly. Chudfly are a humanoid species of insect that inhabits the Underbelly. As do many creatures that live in this realm, this animal includes refuse and biological waste as staples in its diet, bringing a whole new meaning to the term shit-eating grin. However, also like most all life down here, the chudfly isn't picky, and has shown predatory strategies when given the opportunity. Like a regular housefly, this entity eats by vomiting up a corrosive acidic substance onto its food and slurping up the resulting meat mush. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to replace the Great Lakes with Mountain Dew and watch the fish freak the fuck out, but I don't know, sit on a sapling. This method of eating is incredibly useful for digesting the various ingredients of shit, but sometimes makes it difficult for the chudfly to subdue more active prey, since it's kind of a sit-and-wait situation. Although, the insect has demonstrated a form of ranged spittle attack, and has been known to stalk victims for extended periods of time while the acid eats away at them. While parts of its facial structure have grown to resemble a human skull, DNA testing has revealed that this is seemingly from convergent evolution rather than shared ancestry. In fact, the structures that look like the skull aren't even bone at all, and are instead made up of the same chitin as the rest of the creature's exoskeleton. Some researchers theorize that the skull appearance to the chudfly's face is a method of fooling the facial pattern recognition systems of human brains. It's thought that in the low light levels of the underbelly, the similar anatomical structures could cause a human wanderer to approach the chudfly to look for help. Just remember, if you see something that looks friendly, everything down here wants to kill you. So, you know, same rules as Australia. While the chudfly does have wings, they're shriveled and vestigial like your penis, making them useless in terms of what it was once designed for. Similar to a housefly, this creature has compound eyes. Each receptor is a tiny eye in itself, which captures its own image, and the sensory information is converted into a larger, singular image. While these eyes have low image resolution compared to yours, they possess an exceptionally large view angle and the ability to detect rapid movement and the polarization of light. This is much more useful to the chudfly in this low light environment than the regular eyeball setup. Also, like regular houseflies, they have 3 larval stages. Unlike regular houseflies, the 3 larval stages are radically different from one another. First, an adult chudfly will lay fertilized eggs in rotting meat, and after a few days, the eggs will hatch into burrito-sized maggots. These burrito maggots will eat whatever dead thing they were laid inside of to gather enough biomass in order to metamorphose to their next stage. The next stage, the nymph stage, is similar in anatomy to a dragonfly nymph, only much larger. At this point, the chudfly nymph is around the size of an adult German shepherd. It shifts from scavenger feeding habits to predatory ones, as it skulks both the water and walkways of the underbelly in search for prey. The chudfly nymph will basically eat anything it can fit in its mouth. So, if you're traveling with small children, keep a close eye on them. Or the chudfly nymph will keep a close mouth on them. Wait, don't tweet yet, I didn't mean like that! While it cannot fit an adult human wanderer into its gullet, it will still attempt to subdue them in order to drag their bodies to a more private place for later consumption. After it consumes enough food to metamorphose again, it will begin the final metamorphosis stage, in which it forms a pupa, and after a period of around 2 weeks to a month, it emerges as a fully grown chudfly. As an adult chudfly, the insect will live for about a year before finding a mate, how the fuck does he have more riz than me, and starting the cycle all over again by laying eggs in another freshly made dead body. And they all lived happily ever after, unless they happen to be the guy who got the eggs laid in him. The end. The Death Valley National Park has become a flashpoint for anomalous activity. These phenomena are centered around the Devil's Hole cave system. Among the happenings, there are reports of shifting geography within the cavern, reality distortions, and even an otherworldly ecosystem of confounding creatures. Several investigators have been assigned to find the source of these anomalies, but most of them have gone missing. The ones who do come back report further implausible sightings and show symptoms of insanity. Nevertheless, people not only continued to visit the cave, but tourism increased. In an attempt to decrease the number of people going missing, the independent company Lucicorp took over expeditions to the cave and closed it to the public until it could be better understood and made safe for civilian activity. Oftentimes, the best encouragement you can give a human being to go somewhere is a big red sign that says "Do not enter." Emilio Cruz and Cal Crookshank were no exception. After several years of becoming increasingly obsessed with the place following a series of online videos discussing the anomalies, Emilio convinced his college roommate Cal to check it out with him. Cal was always dismissive of anomalous phenomena, thinking the whole thing was a hoax. He figured that it was shut to the public anyways, and maybe if he went, Emilio would finally shut up about it for good. So, Cal agreed, and Emilio led them to the caves. The two of them managed to sneak past what little fortifications that Lucicorp labeled security with ease. That's the last time either of them was heard from, until Emilio showed up at a police station 400 miles from the Devil's Hole. His family reported him going missing a month ago, but he swore he was only in the cave a couple days at most. Emilio's eyewitness description is as follows. I figured we'd be fine. I did all the research. I thought the biggest thing to fear was a rock falling on my head. Cal was more scared of running out of water. We forgot about those concerns real quick though. Things seemed fine for the first few minutes, until we reached a dead end. We turned around to go back, but suddenly our path was stopped by a thick wall of glass in a blinding fractal pattern. It got closer to us, trapping us between it and the dead end as its pattern spread across the cave walls. Cal was panicking and cursing me for bringing him, but I managed to convince him to charge the encroaching fractal. Right before it crushed us, we grabbed onto each other and rushed. We broke through the thin glass wall. The part of the cave we were in looked nothing like it did before. The dead end was gone, and instead, we were in the middle of an intersection. We had 4 ways to go, but they all looked like the same endless path, except for the walls. In 3 directions, the cave walls moved like a wave. The 4th hallway, the one we went down, had smooth walls with perfect corners. They were still cave walls, but it felt like smooth, like someone built it. And it was lit like there were torches, but I didn't see any. The only reminder of where we were was the stalactites, arranged on the ceiling in perfect rows. Water dripped down them, creating tiny pools, shallow enough to see our reflections. They seemed to shimmer under the invisible torchlight. As we walked, we tried to avoid the puddles, but eventually, Cal stepped in one. Rather than cause a splash, he fell straight through. He was fully submerged before I even knew what was going on. I ran to the water and stuck my head in to see if I could find him, but I quickly realized these were more than just some puddles. Underneath the surface, they were connected by an unfathomably deep body of water. There were some elevated ledges on the sides of the cave, but at some points I couldn't see the bottom. The surface of the ledges were filled with bones. Some human, some I didn't recognize. In the middle of the lake was Cal, struggling to find his way out for a breath of air. I tried to shout at him. I just choked on the water. As he floated there, one of those little tiny pupfish swam up to him. I had no idea those things lived so deep. Cal looked it in the eye. He seemed to find some calmness in that moment. That was until the tiny blue fish opened its mouth, showing off layers of sharp teeth so bright I could make out every single one of them. Thousands of pairs of eyes opened on the sides of the cave. More pupfish than I could count raced out of the tiny nooks in the rocks. Cal tried to swim up, looking for the way out. He finally spotted me, but before he had the chance, a dozen pupfish bit down on his ankles. He let out a muffled scream as the fish dragged him down, his eyes bulging from the pressure. I saw a couple pupfish eyeing me, hoping I would try to save him. It was hopeless. Once they had him pinned at the bottom, the rest of the fish pounced. They devoured him. They left his neck and head alone at first, as if they wanted him to experience every moment of it. Within moments, Cal was picked clean, and the pieces of his skeleton drifted apart before settling amongst the other corpses. When they were done, the pupfish turned towards me and rushed the surface. My head shot out of the water, and I started sprinting before I even knew what was in front of me. I turned to see the mouth of the cave, just a few feet away where before there was an endless hallway. It was as if something was letting me out. I emerged in a totally different part of the valley from where I wandered. Thankfully, Cal made me bring enough water to last until I found my way back to town. I don't know what I experienced, but fuck those fish. Pupfish endangered my ass.
Endanger your ass? Don't mind if I do. Maybe next time a company called Lucicorp tells you not to go somewhere, don't. You know the phrase, curiosity killed the cat? Yeah, I've met your cats. They would have turned around. You fuckers are the one dying from curiosity. So let's talk about these fish so you idiots can go look for them. Emilio described them as pupfish. Devil's Hole pupfish are little bright blue fish, found only in the waters of the Devil's Hole cave. Until now, their numbers have never been recorded at more than 500 individuals. But Emilio reported seeing thousands of these little guys, with notably different physiology than their commonly reported surface counterparts. Pupfish are known for their ability to live in low oxygen environments, so that's likely how they were able to sustain such a massive population much deeper within the Devil's Hole. Whatever the hell ate Cal certainly wasn't the harmless herbivorous pupfish we're familiar with, though. To make things easier, I'm gonna call the larger carnivorous pupfish a wolffish. I know that wolffish already exist, and it's confusing, but scientists can't name things for shit anyway. So why should I have to be the one that has to change? Wolffish hunt in a pack, much like piranha and wolves. Also like piranha, they tear their victims apart with admirable efficiency, leaving behind only bones.
Or to use the scientific term, dog toys. These fish are not only fearsome, but the underground body of water they inhabit seems to be anomalous. From above, the entrances to the lake look only like puddles, but this is actually due to the light that emanates from the caverns above the lake. This light reflects off the top of the lake in a manner where it makes the water look only inches deep, when in reality it's connected to a deep lake with a violent riptide that quickly sucks the victim into the center. No one knows exactly where the light comes from, but it seems to emanate somewhere from within the cave walls. Sometimes victims would step in on their own, but it seems as though the wolffish are aware of how cute they look, and they use it to lure humans, both to touch the puddle and to their doom. Just look at this old guy. How could anyone suspect what he is planning? That's when they get you. The first drop of blood in the water summons a horde of fellow wolffish, who chomp up your fleshy bits, like, well, wolves, or fish. I don't know. My favorite part about the endangered pupfish is how they taste when I eat them. The underbelly. An endless liminal expanse of tunnels and pipes that belong to the underground systems that keep society functioning. Subways, catacombs, sewers, any structure created to deal with the waste of society and keep it moving. Few know exactly how to enter the underbelly. In fact, most of who find themselves there do so by accident. All it takes is to take a wrong turn poking your nose where it doesn't belong below ground. One fast food executive, however, found himself in the underbelly searching for answers. There are many questions that may never have an answer. What's the meaning of life? Is there life after death? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Among those unanswerable questions was one that stood above the rest. One so shrouded in mystery that among every scholar and philosopher who came across it, none left with an appropriate response. Who the fuck actually eats at Long John Silver's? Even the absolute shittiest restaurants infect the one person willing to give them a shot with food poisoning every once in a while. This exec had never seen a single person enter one, so how the hell was he getting paid? Was Long John Silver's just one big money laundering operation? And if so, where was the money really coming from? He began to have trouble sleeping at night, with images of crack kingpins, human trafficking, and hamster prostitution. He needed to know. Looking to the internet for answers as his chronically online ass often did, he saw he was not the only one wondering this. He was looking for someone claiming to have eaten at the restaurant of his employment, but all he saw was more people looking for people claiming to have eaten there. He was at a dead end. In attempts to explain how they survive as a business, the executive at LJS searched everywhere for a possible market of where they got their customers. While watching the iconic LJS Dr. Norman Big Fish commercial, it finally hit him. What if people aren't what's eating there? Long John Silver's is a fish restaurant. Yes, that means it serves fish, but that's not all it means. If they couldn't find someone willing to eat at Long John Silver's, they must have found something willing to eat at Long John Silver's. The executive was looking in the wrong place. When your food comes from the water, why look to land for customers? He thought back to a local urban legend, a fishman who was rumored to live in the sewers, feeding on the refuse of the modern world. Sounds like a guy who'd enjoy some Long John Silver's. Half man, half fish, with a palate perfectly suited to what the LJS Corporation advertises as food. After taking 17 tabs of acid and watching The Shape of Water in reverse, the executive knew what had to be done. He had to find their actual customers. If there was a place where this beautiful hybrid creature could live and still have access to Long John Silver's, it must have been the sewers. The executive packed a go bag and entered the first manhole he could find. He wasn't well acquainted with the confusing underground structures, so he slipped into the underbelly quite quickly. He hadn't even noticed any of the Lovecraftian changes to the infrastructure, or even some of the peculiar creatures hiding in the shadows. He was a man on a mission. He laid a Long John Silver's fish sandwich combo on the side of one of the fecal-tainted rivers, and waited, and waited, and waited. After a few hours, he dozed off. He awoke to the sound of squelching water and crumpling food wrappers. As he opened his eyes, he was face to face with something inhuman. Half man, half fish, just as the legends described. Even more shocking, it was somehow eating the Long John Silver's sandwich like it was food. The fishman's gaze was fixed on the sandwich and fries combo, but as the jaw of the executive dropped, they locked eyes. The fishman hesitantly pointed directly at the LJS shirt that the exec always wore under every other clothing item he owned. It must have recognized the symbol from the packaging. It started squeaking a strange chant from its gills before more and more fish people gathered around it. The executive emptied his backpack, filling the space in front of him with Long John Silvers. The fishmen shrieked in rejoice, leapt to the walkway, and devoured everything the executive had to give them. When they were finished, they all made eye contact with him, and the one in the front extended their hand. The executive took it, and before he knew what was happening, they were whisking him through the shitwater. In moments, he was at what looked like their home, a clearing in the sewer, littered with LJS wrappers. As the fishman moved and bustled about their activities, he got a closer look at them. They had smooth, slippery skin, sharp teeth, bulbous eyes, and a body that looked exactly like what would happen if a fish person were to survive solely on Long John Silvers. Atop this fat neck is a face similar to an anglerfish, with the same sort of flapdoodle that the angler uses to hunt. Instead, they use it to see and carry out tasks that need light. Some were reading, some were writing, some were painting. I mean, everything that they can paint is made with shit, so it's all greens and browns, and they go to this really unhealthy guy's pipes to get red, but still pretty cool. Better than you can paint. The LJS Corporation was able to survive for so long with not even a single human customer because they were supporting an entire fish society. Then, he looked up. He felt like he recognized where he was. The lead fishman again took his hand and led him to a waterfall, where the executive claimed without prompting that they definitely didn't have sex. And then the fishman took him up the waterfall. They went a long, long way. He couldn't breathe and struggled to get free, but the fishman held on. At some point, he went unconscious due to lack of oxygen. He awoke, soaking wet and completely naked, in the very same Long John Silvers he had gotten the sandwiches from. And that, my friends, is where I've been, and my idea for the future of this company. Also, I didn't have sex with the fishman, if anyone was wondering.
Dave, you haven't been back to work in 2 weeks, and you come back covered in human shit, insult the entire company, and interrupt my meeting to scream about fish people? That took a lot of guts. I think you just might have what it takes to be partner material. Anyone else have some radical new ideas like my main man Dave here?
Maybe it would be easier to rebrand or change the menu.
Anyone else trying to crush my childlike wonder?
How do fish people get money?
My favorite type of comment is the person who completely misses the point of this being a horror story and tries to disprove whatever obviously fake crap that I just made up. Like, they're so far removed that they think they're the smartest person ever, and they think they've figured it all out. It's like amazing. Man is studying ants on the ground while the joke goes over his head. To those people I say, no one has ever been inside a Long John Silver's, so they can't prove it's not full of fish people. Hey, so now that we've seen the critters, before the finale, which one do you think would be the best to see fight? Who do you think wins? Which one would you eat? Yeah, me too. I feel like it would taste like a cowtopus. Look, I'm not playing Smash or Pass anymore unless I go broke. The Death Valley National Park has become a hotspot for anomalous activity. Among the discovered happenings, there have been reports of shifting geography within the cave, reality distortions, and even an entirely separate ecosystem of otherworldly creatures. Several investigators have been assigned to find the source of these anomalies, but most of them have gone missing on their expeditions. Consumed by the cave, never to return. Or so it was thought. Mr. Richard Gray was among the first of the investigators to enter the cave. He had one successful expedition in which he documented the religious practices of the humanoid race of the people of the cavern before being chased out. Despite his protests, Mr. Gray was sent in for a second investigation of the cave system. and did not return. After several subsequent investigators had been lost to the cavern, Mr. Gray emerged from the cave, looking notably unkempt and malnourished. He displayed many telltale signs of insanity, showing a wide range of intense emotion in only a short time, and having numerous violent outbursts during the time being interviewed. In the first 2 hours, he would occasionally grant his interviewer interesting responses amongst the outbursts of hysterical ramblings, violent threats, and sewer slide all ideations, to use the monetizable pronunciation. Among the information Mr. Gray provided to the staff, many of the things he stated were particularly concerning. Mr. Gray seemed to know the names of every subsequent investigator that entered the cave, despite being missing for the time of their recruitment and deployment. He even claimed to know what happened to each of them, claiming numerous horrors, each more fantastical and ridiculous than the last, were responsible for their disappearance or demise. The second parts of these statements could not be verified. However, he described the process of each of their deployment down to the unique instructions that they were given. Mr. Gray, despite his clear insanity, was reporting factual information that he had no possible way of knowing. While there was a full 3-hour recording and written transcription of the interview, all evidence was destroyed in the process. The information left is from the interviewer's memory. Mr. Gray claimed that not all of them were dead, but that they weren't coming back. As he put it, they now belonged to her. He also began referring to the cave as its own entity, saying she doesn't want you to send anyone else in. Mr. Gray listed every agent's name and assignment correctly, down to the exact instructions. He also had encyclopedic knowledge of the cave's ecosystem. The investigator listed giant fish monsters, a room that turns any organism who ventures into it into a statue, a spider with human biology, creatures that are legally distinct from the ones from the Descent, and caverns that lead to pits that are literally bottomless. The final statement that Mr. Gray made was that the cave was alive. After this statement, Mr. Gray went completely silent for a moment before he began screaming. The screaming looked as if it were not caused by anger or madness, but instead a terrible pain. His lips then shut, and his cheeks puffed out as his stomach made a gurgling noise and his mouth filled with liquid. Mr. Gray then projectile vomited a stream of what appeared to be blood directly into the investigator's open mouth. The investigator vacated the room in panic and disgust, puking onto the floor of the waiting room. Upon re-entry to the investigation room, despite formerly being strapped to a chair with leather binds, Mr. Gray was gone. He was only alone in the room for 10 minutes, and upon hearing a loud bang, the investigator entered to see he had not only ripped through his restraints, but had dug through the concrete floor and escaped. He had destroyed the recording device, and all of the notes taken were missing. He had left a trail of flesh, and all 10 of his bloody fingernails were ripped and strewn about in the dirt. There was a trail of sloppily painted symbols written in blood, all the way back to the mouth of the Devil's Hole. While these symbols were hastily created, it was unmistakably the same cultish iconography painted around Death Valley and in the Devil's Hole. The interviewer was instructed to transcribe everything he could remember, but was quickly overtaken by what looked to be the same symptoms of madness as Mr. Gray, and began attacking those around him before sprinting towards the cave. Security on site was ordered to dispatch him, and he was terminated with a headshot. The CEO of Lucicorp has promised to begin efforts to dismantle the Devil's Hole tourism infrastructure program, in hopes that none of the lives lost to the cavern will be in vain.
Come one, come all, to the grand opening of the Devil's Hole Nature Preserve, where you and the whole family can experience things God never intended. Explore the constantly changing cavern maze, meet fun locals, and enjoy our state-of-the-art zoo. Order on the app and receive 2 free children's tickets to the Slime Dragon Lazy River.
Lucicorp is not responsible for any damages to the property, persons, or sanity sustained while visiting the Devil's Hole Nature Preserve.
When on an assignment in the town of Oro, New Mexico, journalist Andrea Butcher suddenly ceased all communications with her employer. After 48 hours of no one in her life being able to contact her, Andrea's significant other filed a missing persons report. Prior to going missing, Miss Butcher had reported to her boss that several features about the town and its inhabitants were unnerving to her. The town of Oro, New Mexico is the place in which the company Ouroboros was founded and operates to this day. Ouroboros is a multifaceted corporation that primarily operates in 2 markets: food, namely the hyper-processed variety, and medicine, namely organ and drug research. The spur of the investigation was that Ouroboros food products had recently been linked to several severe side effects, both physiological and psychological. All of these they vehemently deny, despite the fact that after a period of time without consuming OF products, individuals who consume them regularly experience withdrawal symptoms. Shortly after this news, the head researcher of the Ouroboros medical branch contacted the media for a public interview and quit in distress. He died before the interview could take place. The local authorities of Oro, New Mexico, ruled that he died by his own hand. Those who visited report similar experiences with natives to Miss Butcher, the more sensationalist of the bunch calling them pigmen. All of the food served in and around the town and complex are Ouroboros Farms brand products. As one gets closer to the center of the town, the scenery becomes noticeably unkempt, and the townspeople become increasingly erratic, almost animalistic. At the center of this town lies a massive, heavily guarded compound warehouse facility. Miss Butcher reported that she was going to investigate this structure shortly before going missing. Andrea's disappearance marked the first time in which authorities were able to obtain a warrant to search the grounds of the town of Oro and the facilities that lie inside and around it. Despite the company's consistent attempts to contest the warrant, the New Mexico State Troopers began its formal investigation in the compound on May 11th, 2024, at midnight. The authorities first searched the most outlying warehouse, finding that it was what appeared to be a regular pig factory farm. While this certainly wasn't the pinnacle of animal rights, it wasn't unlike what happens elsewhere in the country. They went to the second most outlying warehouse. This, while still a factory pig farm, was anything but regular. One officer noted that the pigs were fattened to the point that they were unable to move, but upon closer inspection, this wasn't only fat. As the officer moved down the row of animals, they began to look less like pigs and more like a nonsensical mess of sense organs, lumps, limbs, open sores, and leaking orifices. A large, amorphous, living, pained, pulsating tumor created for the purpose of maximizing the amount of edible meat. Several officers stayed back to examine more. Most moved on to the next warehouse. This warehouse was labeled Organ Research and Storage. This building, unlike the last two, were separated by dividers into 3 rooms. The paper-thin divider did very little to muffle the sounds of squelching, groaning, and pained breathing that lay deeper within the building. The first room looked like a standard biological research laboratory. The next room, labeled Production Line, did not. On the other side of the door was what could only be described as a Cronenberg Chimera factory farm, a nightmarish slaughterhouse containing nonsensical abominations made from living matter, blobs that only function as organ factories. One was a skin carpet, latent with beating hearts. Another was just a tangled mass of intestines, veins, teeth, and eyes. A tree made of bones with forearms for branches from which sprouted what looked like at first to be pulsating wet slugs, but at closer examination were functioning human livers. A nearby filing cabinet detailed how the workers would harvest the fruits of the Chimera's labor while they remained alive. They were instructed to, quote, ignore what may appear to be the sound of its suffering. DNA samples were taken from each of the creatures, and they were promptly dispatched. From here, the officers moved into the last room, labeled Drug Research. In these rooms were living pigs, with the top section of their skull removed. One of these officers was quite well versed in anatomy and biology, and upon a cursory examination of the brain of a deceased pig, he noted that these brains were far too large and complex to be that of a typical sow, and looked to be more human than swine. Next to each pig was a metal table with syringes and different vials of psychoactive compounds. An MRI machine sat in the corner, stained brown with aged gore. Several samples from each pig's brain were taken, and they were dispatched. At this point, the team had made it from the outer warehouse facilities towards the town. The last warehouse between them and Central Oro was labeled Food Effect Research. This warehouse was filled end to end with filing cabinets. In each of the cabinets were folders containing information relating to various studies. One of the most pressing files was labeled The Cattle Process. These pages detailed the addictive nature and side effects of their food. It describes how consumption of Ouroboros products leads to sluggishness, weight gain, brain fog, decreased mental aptitude, suggestibility, apathy, and overall decrease in health and autonomy. It describes how Ouroboros products have a high addiction rate among consumers, as well as detailing the method of influencing heavy consumers to seek employment at Ouroboros in the boarding program. Finally, it details how unrestrained consumption of these products leads to irreversible physiological and psychological changes, and how implantation of the modified chimera organs leads to a craving for Ouroboros products. This file, along with several case files, were confiscated and sent back to the authorities' HQ for further examination. After gathering the information, the team reconvened at the edge of town and sent all samples and information back in a state vehicle for study and analysis. The team informed dispatch that they were moving into the town itself. No update was heard for about 5 minutes, at which point they stated, "They're awake." This was the last confirmed communication from the team. Case Study 40001. Name, Andrea Butcher. Status, offending journalist. Age, 28. Sex, female. Weight, 330 pounds. Behavior, enraged and aggressive. Physiology, a toughened skin, distorted jawbones, and a rapid and extreme increase in muscular and fat storage alongside a white matter decay. The patient's skin is now leathery and rough, comparable to that of a boar's hide. Butcher's disappearance has caused an influx of attention to our corporation, and efforts are currently underway to determine if there is a way to reverse this condition in order to make sure she is releasable without question.
Do you love eating at the Oro Diner, where the taste is so unique, it's literally impossible to get anything remotely like it anywhere else? I love me an Oro burger, a good Oro wrap, or maybe I'll even get fancy and get a premium meat cylinder. Might even get me a flavor slab, now with 30% more flavor. If you're a fat fuck like me, I bet you feel like you need to eat it every day. Well, now you can. Introducing frozen Oro meals. Classics like Flavor Slab at home. And now, all new offerings like Pig Sack, pork-flavored pulled meat sandwich, and block of chili. Oro, you are what's eating you.
In early 2024, journalist Andrea Butcher went missing in the town of Oro, New Mexico, and in response, a search and rescue team was sent to locate and recover her. Miss Butcher was documenting the strange phenomena taking place in the town after the establishment of the Ouroboros Corporation headquarters and infrastructure. Ouroboros is a multifaceted company that operates in 2 markets: food, namely the hyper-processed variety, and medicine, namely organ and drug research. Of the 3 members that made up the recovery team, none returned from the expedition. After losing contact with the search and rescue team, the authorities of the state of New Mexico decided to contact the FBI, who subsequently sent in a specialist. The specialist, Agent Silverstein, was equipped with a dossier brief of everything that happened and was discovered in the last endeavor to Oro, New Mexico. A silenced pistol with 6 rounds and a second ammunition magazine, and a walkie-talkie, which connected him to an extraction squad on the outskirts of town. He was instructed to camp out inside and search the town for the missing people. The agent was told to ignore any facilities that had already been explored and head straight for the area in which the incident occurred. From there, he was instructed to follow and report any traces of evidence that could shed light on what happened during and after the last moments of communication between the team and headquarters. August 2nd, 2024, 11 p.m. Agent Silverstein approaches the outskirts of Oro, New Mexico, and begins making his way to the last known location of the MIA search and rescue team. Upon arrival, Silverstein noted that there was sign of a struggle. Patches of the desert sand were stained a rusty brown hue in a pattern that resembled a splatter. From one of these splatters led a trail of smaller drips leading to a cul-de-sac of 5 identical, small 1-story ranch houses. The trail of blood stopped at the mouth of the little village. Seeing this, Agent Silverstein decided to sweep the cul-de-sac from right to left. Entering the first home, I noted that not only was it unlocked, there was no lock on the door to begin with. Taking great care not to make a sound, I cleared each room, noticing that I was alone in the house. The first thing that hit me was the smell. I had to stop myself from gagging when I first entered in case there was an occupant. The place reeked of excreted waste and rotting food. House was not the right word for the place I was in. From the outside, it was designed to look like a house, but from the inside, it looked more like where a horse might sleep. The floors were dirt, with hay and sawdust caked over the top. The structure itself had 3 rooms, an entry room / hall that connected them all, a sleeping quarters, and a bathroom. The sleeping quarters were more of a closet containing a large wooden box filled with hay, and the bathroom was just a small tiled room with a singular appliance that resembled a combination between an industrial toilet and a trough sink. Other than the fixtures I described, There were no other furnishings in this dwelling. After noting all I could find about the building, I moved on to the second house. The second barn was identical to the first. I approached the front door and opened it. The door creaked, followed by a squeal. The squeal got louder, dangerously close to a volume that would carry for some distance and possibly alert whatever the fuck lived in these things. I pushed open the door and was face to face with something that dwarfed me. Sunken eyes, thick, leathery skin. It hulked over me, breathing a rotten breath that I could smell from across the room. It squealed even louder and lurched for my neck. I fired all 6 rounds into it, and it collapsed in a heap in front of me. The momentum with which it was moving carried its dead body far enough that it almost knocked me over. I stepped over the colossal body and began to clear the rest of the house. All the houses smelled like death, but this one much more so, and it had a particular reason why. I opened the door to the bathroom, and on the floor were 2 bodies, one stacked on top of the other. The arms and legs of each were crushed. Bones must have been nothing but fragments at this point. The faces were caved in, and all identifiable structures had been chewed off. Several other areas of the body showed signs of consumption. Although the remains were in such a mangled state that the identities of the individuals could not be discerned at first glance, cursory search of each body confirmed these to be the agents of the search and rescue team. 2 of them, anyway. I cleared the rest of the house, barricaded the door with the bed box, and began studying whatever the hell I just killed. It was substantially fatter than any man I'd seen, but carried a lot more muscle too. The legs were thick and stocky, and even with both hands I couldn't fit my fingers completely around the creature's wrists. The beast's face was elongated, ending in a pronounced ovaloid snout. The mouth had a thick, slimy tongue, and after counting, I noticed that it had 44 teeth, rather than the average man's 32. The brain case looked substantially smaller than the average humans as well. The only problem with the monster theory being that this thing had the remains of clothes and a name tag stapled on the torn up shirt. Seeing as this dwelling was no longer occupied, and I had done 2/3 of the job already, after studying the creature, I set a vibration alarm for 5 a.m. before sleeping. A quick pattern of buzzes between my chest and the floor stirred me. 5 a.m. I rose to my feet to see the town still largely asleep. In around 20 minutes, the residents began to stir. Each one of them exited their house and absent-mindedly trudged towards a green warehouse building with red neon lighting. Oro Diner. One even stumbled out of the first home I examined. Luckily, it didn't decide it was bedtime while I was exploring. I waited for the entirety of them in my line of sight to be inside before reporting that I was going inside to get more data. I slowly made my way to the large building, taking care to be unseen, and slipped in through an industrial vent on the side of the warehouse. I crawled through the ducts, looking for a vent I could get a look inside the compound with. The entire building reeked of wet dog food, even leaking into the vents. I saw a light around 15 feet down the vent. As I got closer, the smell intensified greatly, and I began to hear a wet, sloshing, squishing noise. Chewing. Even from 10 feet away from the opening, a cacophonous chorus of wet, breathy eating echoed into the vents. As I got closer, the sounds only got louder, more visceral, like it was wetting the inside of my ears. My eyes reached the slits that let the light in, the sound at this point overwhelming, moist mastication pressing hard outward against the inside of my skull. This place was more an industrial mess hall than a diner. The colors inside, nauseating. A puke green wall paint with rows upon rows of bright piss yellow stained cushions. The tiles were stained with various reds, greens, browns, and yellows, but certain patches showed that they were once white. Filling the booths completely were those things, completely transfixed with the monotonous action of filling their maws with their heaping plates of red viscous slop. There were more bodies than booths. They just kept piling in. I had to stifle myself from vomiting. I thought the fucking houses were bad. I retched and clasped my hands over my face, attempting to make an airtight seal. My mouth was full. I retched again and it began to drip through my fingers slowly. I needed to get out of here or I would make my presence known with my sickness leaking through the vent. I shimmied back down and emptied my digestive system outside. We know where they get their food now, if you could call it that, other than the search and rescue squads. Despite how much I pleaded with dispatch, I couldn't leave yet. There was one man unattended for. until I could 100% prove that this guy's face was turning to shit in one of those behemoth's guts. I was trapped with them. Out of concern for my sanity, I decided I had all the info I needed about the mess hall and decided to explore the rest of the cul-de-sac while they were occupied. The small village was cleared and confirmed empty of all missing within the next hour, and I made my way deeper into the town, towards the guarded warehouse facility that lay at the center. This facility was much larger than any other, and had a cube protrusion in the middle of it with a large curtain window. As I looked at the window, it was suddenly pulled to the side, and I saw the unmistakable glint of an eye staring right into mine. The curtain reeled shut. I immediately heard a stampeding, squealing crowd approaching rapidly behind me. I was able to shut myself in a house, but they're looking for me. The town of Oro, New Mexico has recently become a hotspot for missing persons cases. These cases began with one Andrea Butcher, a journalist sent to investigate the company Ouroboros, which has its base of operations in the small town. Ouroboros is a corporation that operates primarily in the food and medical markets. The company has recently come under scrutiny, both for health, safety, and quality control issues relating to their products, and for the fact that since their establishment in the small New Mexico town, it has been irreparably altered. Following Miss Butcher's disappearance, the New Mexico state authorities sent a search and rescue team to locate her. Following the search and rescue team's disappearance, the Federal Bureau of Investigation took over and sent in an agent. The agent could confirm that 2 out of the 3 initial members had been killed in action by a large, heretofore undocumented, aggressive humanoid creature. One of these team members is still missing. Following the FBI agent's death, the Federal Bureau of Investigation stepped back, and it was since undertaken by the Bureau of Anomalous Containment. Rather than send in another man to play hungry hippos with the town of mutant pigmen, the agent assigned to the case, one Dr. Volt, decided to use a remotely operated drone. A Bureau transport vehicle placed the drone on the edge of town and then promptly left, abandoning its robotic child in Swineland. The operator piloted the rover towards the warehouse that took up the entire center of town. It almost got halfway through the city before it encountered the first of what must have been the killer of the Bureau agent and 2 of the search and rescue members. The operator stopped the drone as the pig-like ears of the bacon ogre perked up, and it swiveled its head to fixate a pair of dark, beady eyes at the camera. It sloppily lumbered over to the machine, bent over, and picked it up. It sniffed the drone for a moment, licked it, and then, after confirming it wasn't edible, dropped it face down into the mud. Cursing under his breath, the operator used the small manipulation arm to flip the now brown-stained rover back into position and continued towards the warehouse. Aside from the rare curious one, the pigmen seemed to barely even notice the robotic intruder to their land, despite acting with hostility to almost any other living thing that crossed their path other than themselves. The operator piloted the drone to the front door of the warehouse without a hitch, and then followed one of those pork gremlins inside. As the drone crossed the threshold of the door, the operator saw a long, orderly line of the porkers. These individuals were much larger than the pigs that wandered the town, looking as if they were struggling to even stand under their own weight. Some couldn't even walk, and just crawled, more like slid like slugs. It seemed to go on forever inside of this building that was notably larger on the inside. On the left wall of the entrance hall was a small door. The door was around double the height of the drone, which was strange, seeing as the pigmen were at least 15 drones high. There was no way they could possibly squeeze themselves through this. There was no door handle, just a small flap like on dog doors. The drone pushed under the thin plastic to reveal another expansive room. Each of the rooms alone looked too big to fit into the warehouse, but together, it was impossible. It looked like a maze of office cubicles, with what looked like small little gremlins running back and forth between the cubes. At closer inspection, they had skin similar to the morbidly obese morbid beasts, although much softer, and they had the same snouts too. Their faces looked notably more conscious, fearful, and anxious, sprinting from one task to the next with a fervor that showed they might not be around for long if they weren't quick. In their panicked fury, they didn't even notice the drone. The rover breached the interior of one of these cubicles, and on a grease-laden desk was an old 90s computer with what appeared to be language on the screen. The drone sent screenshots of the language, and Bureau databases confirmed that there were no known matching dialects. From here, the drone sweeped each of the walls to determine the actual size of the room. This took much longer than anticipated, and after it was finally complete, the calculation based on the information gathered by the rover signified that this room was not only bigger than the warehouse could hold, but it was bigger than the town of Oro entirely. There was one abnormality on the edge of the room, a door with a set of stairs that, after initial exploration, seemed to go on forever. Next to this door was an elevator, but upon repeated pressing of the button, the drone operator deemed that it was defective. After this sweep, the operator was instructed to reorient the drone to the line of swine men. Miles and miles of repeating cubicles later, the drone was back at the beginning of the swine line. The operator followed the line for what felt like forever yet again, but he stopped the drone for a moment once he heard something. A faint humming. He moved the drone forward slowly and steadily to hear the sound get louder. It was recognizably from a machine, which, to the operator, was strangely relieving. At the very least, these things didn't get any bigger. It was after a few minutes that he began to hear another sound, a ripping and tearing. Sounded like ham going through a deli slicer. The sounds got louder and more visceral until the camera picked up what was happening. This was a culling line. A circular saw stood affixed at the end of the miles-long tunnel. The creatures would simply walk into the blade. The pigs kept walking until the head was completely severed, and then a few steps after. Ever heard of the saying, running like a chicken with its head cut off? It was nothing like that. They calmly walked into a room filled with bodies in front of them, and then collapsed into the heap. After 2 or 3 more went through this, the room was almost full. A set of heavy metal doors shut, revealing a label, Transportation Room. The door was only closed for one silent moment, but as it reopened, the drone camera showed that it was completely empty of bodies. There wasn't even any blood. The operator was instructed to drive the drone into the transportation room, and did as he was told. The view of the camera showed as the pigmen's headless torsos piled onto the rover, before the latches of the metal door were heard, and the monitor displayed only a connection lost screen. The operator went to report his findings to Dr. Volt, who relayed that in the past 2 minutes, there had been an update in the case he hadn't yet been privy to. She changed the monitor feed to the front gate security camera of the BAC compound. Standing in front of the chain link fence was a lumbering swine mass, wearing the uniform of the last remaining member of the search and rescue team. BAC Autopsy Report 1331. Subject of dissection, Oro Denizen. Variety 1. Notes. The specimen has an anthropomorphic body plan, but a comparably thicker skeletal structure to that of an average human being. It also boasts hyper-developed musculature and excessively large fat stores. The internal organs of this creature are identical to that of a typical human, save for the fact that its digestive system has 4 separate stomach compartments like that of a ruminant. The head of the subject has an unusual bone structure. The jaw bones are elongated, and the cranium is substantially smaller than that of the average human being. It also contains a shriveled and simplistic brain. The mouth of this being has 44 teeth, rather than the average man's 32. Its anatomy and biology are undeniably quite divergent from that of the average human being. And while many researchers initially reasoned that the creature had simply eaten the rescue member and donned his outfit, DNA testing confirmed this to be the same man still missing from the search and rescue team. The only thing that the autopsy of the pig did was raise more questions. How did they do this? What kind of technology, or natural/supernatural phenomena, would be capable of mutilating a man so heinously? Why would they even want a being like this in the first place? Most confounding, why would they send it here? Whoever was behind this wanted us to get a good, long look. Confusing as this all was, it was pushed to the back of every single mind in the room when the monitor for the drone emitted a high-pitched ding, showing that the connection was active once more. At first, although the drone was transmitting a live video feed, the screen remained an obsidian black that was no different than a lost connection, save for the faint sound of shifting flesh. Eventually, the view was stained with a red hue as the wrinkly fold of a headless pigman rolled off the lens. The monitor speakers crackled to life with the constant, overwhelming chorus of pained digestion, struggling heartbeats, and mucosal labored breathing that filled the entire room. The decapitated corpses were once more animated, standing and moving on their own. They filed back into an orderly line. The operator of the drone took the controls once more, and, under the direction of Dr. Volt, was assigned to follow the flow of the line. The room resembled the earlier slaughterhouse, save for the red-tinted lighting and the strange material that made up the surfaces. It was thick, wet, almost adhesive. The treads of the rover seemed to stick to the ground as it moved. Angling the camera towards the floor showed that the ground was awash with patterns. On initial glance, the operator had assumed the surfaces were red due to the lighting, but upon closer examination, it was clear that the lighting had nothing to do with it. The rover was sliding over a semblance of wet, squishy crimson blobs held together by sinewy white spiderwebs. Marbling, white streaks of fat and tendons holding together living muscle, sparsely lining the floor. Walls and ceilings were pulsating cords. The plumbing of this living room, no pun intended, was a vast network of veins, arteries, and hearts, with what must have been the sewage lines taking the form of intestines, pushing unknown writhing masses through themselves, like a snake swallowing a living mouse. At the front of the line was a stark white door frame that looks like it was constructed from a turkey's wishbone. Maneuvering the bot under the legs of the giants showed that beyond this door, the swine split into two separate lines. The more muscularly defined of the group went to the left, and the thicker ones to the right. The latter portly creatures walked off an edge of a steep drop, leaving them plummeting into a shredder below. The machine fed into a conveyor belt that transported a consistent carpet of ground meat into the distance. A paving machine leaving behind a road of pink slime. On the left, the pigs were mounting themselves onto large trays, on top of another conveyor belt, and being carved into steaks by a meticulous set of scalpel-topped thin metal rods. It almost looked like a metallic arachnid lowered down from the ceiling, made quick work of every connection holding the being together, and then reascended, waiting for its next task. The body fell apart quickly, and all at once after the aluminum hand retracted, like it was a cartoon of a man getting sliced in half at the waist. Physics hadn't quite realized that that corpse shouldn't be together anymore. The machine was too fast. After each body was converted to slabs, the tray it was laid on shot down the conveyor belt, quickly being consumed by the darkness that filled the hall behind it. The operator piloted the drone onto the conveyor belt in place of one of the trays, and was sent careening after the freshly carved corpse. There were no lights illuminating this hall. The red hue of the lamps of the processing center slowly faded away, and it was followed by several minutes in inky black silence. The first sensory stimulation that the drone relayed was the sound of an intense mechanical suction on a thin membrane, like a trash bag being compressed inside a vacuum, sealing something inside. A white light began to illuminate the tunnel. As it became brighter and brighter, the source of the noise came into view. The steaks were being vacuum sealed. 2 more corpses went through, and then the drone was under the nozzle. The feed displayed as a thin sheet of plastic was wrapped over the top of the camera and sealed tightly. The drone could no longer move, but was still fully operational as a label was placed over the top of the bag. Dr. Volt read the label aloud to the room. It was facing backwards as she was reading from inside the bag. Oro. Exotic foods with otherworldly flavors. The drone was dropped off the conveyor belt into a pile, and an additional mass of plastic-wrapped steaks fell on top of the camera, obscuring the view.
If you like this video and want to see more, make sure to like, comment, subscribe with all notifications enabled, or I'll turn you into a pig tumor and make you to die by saw. I want to thank Dead Rex for drawing these spooky critters. Shout out the inner circle. Love y'all.